Chapter 349. Tang Li's hair was disheveled, and his wedding robes were in tatters. He hadn't even caught his breath before Long Fei Yi dragged him out of the Duke of Qin's estate. Wait, fine, he'd better catch his breath before speaking. He'd fled on the way to the bridegroom's wedding by following Long Fei Ye's route. Everything had gone smoothly, but he'd still been ambushed, not by the Tang clan, but by the bride's side of the family. His father had told him that the woman he was marrying came from a powerful family, but he'd never taken that to heart. He'd never even heard of the other party's background or the bride's identity. Even now he was still unclear, but after being ambushed he was truly curious about the other party's origins. They were too powerful. 50 top-notch experts had attacked together, completely wiping out Long Fei Ye's men. He'd used up all of his pear blossom rain needles to escape the encirclement. Over the past few days, he'd forgotten about eating, drinking, shitting, and sleeping. All he knew was to run as fast as he could to avoid being caught. Even after entering Tianning's capital city gates, he was still on guard. Only at the Duke of Qin's estate did he dare to relax. After panting a few times, Tang Li was about to speak when his vision darkened and he fainted. The distance between the Tang clan and Tianning's capital city was enough to run 2 horses to death. It wasn't that he was weak, but that he'd exceeded his biological limits. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but knit his brows when he saw Tang Li faint. Useless thing. Despite his displeasure, Long Fei Yi still personally helped Tang Li back and settled him in a guest room. The last secret letter from the Tang clan said that Tang Li had run into an ambush on his way out, but didn't go into details. After waiting for a few days without receiving any follow-up letters, Long Fei Yi grew worried and sent out his guards to investigate. Before they returned, he'd already seen Tang Li return without any injuries, so Long Fei Yi had nothing to worry about. No matter what price he had to pay, as long as Tang Li successfully escaped from the marriage, he would not mind. This time, not only did he want to save Tang Li, but more importantly, he didn't want Han Yunqi to go to the Tang sect, so he sent a lot of people to rescue Tang Li. Tang Li slept for a day and a night. Long Fei Yi was worried and asked the imperial physician to check his pulse. Fortunately, he was just overly tired and nothing serious happened. Finally, he woke up at daybreak. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Long Fei Yi drinking tea alone by the window. Tang Li was sleepy and asked in a daze, "Brother, am I dreaming?" "Where's the torrential pear blossom needles?" Long Fei Yi asked. He had searched but could not find it. Tang Li felt wronged. "Bro, don't you care about what I've been through? Didn't you escape?" Long Fei retorted, "Aren't you curious about how I escaped?" Tang Li asked again. "It's good that you escaped," Long Fei said. There was no follow-up letter, which meant that all the hidden guards had been killed. Who else could have ambushed Tang Li and killed all his hidden guards besides Tang Zijin and Aunt Ru, who knew his hidden guards very well? He had no interest in the Tang sect, especially Tang Zijin and Aunt Ru's matters. He only wanted results. Tang Li obviously knew Long Fei Ye's temper. He said faintly, "Bro, it wasn't my father or Aunt Ru. It was the woman's force. There were 50 first-class experts. I used up all the hidden weapons I had on me to escape." Long Fei Yi looked over at him. The woman sighed. "My father and Aunt Ru didn't expect the path you arranged. I don't know how the woman's group found out. It wasn't a coincidence. They had set up an ambush." Tang Li said seriously, "What's their background?" Long Fei Yi was serious now. "I don't know. I wanted to ask you." Tang Li was helpless. Long Fei Yi threw him a sharp look. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. If the groom didn't care who the bride was, why would he care? Fine, these 2 brothers didn't care about the marriage at all. No matter who he married, Tang Li was determined to run away from the marriage. The woman's side was so strong. Long Fei Yi would naturally send people to investigate. What about the pear blossom storm needles? Long Fei Yi was more concerned about this. Didn't you say I used up all the hidden weapons on me? Tang Li said timidly. Including the pear blossom storm needles? Long Fei Yi was surprised again. Tang Li didn't know why Long Fei Yi wanted him to bring the pear blossom storm needles. He only knew that Long Fei Yi had to use them. But now, from his reaction, it didn't seem that important anymore. It seems like your fiancé's background is not small. Long Fei Yi was really curious now. As for Guqi Sha, he already had the other serpent fruit. He didn't have to worry about Guqi Sha's serpent fruit threatening him. He alone was more than enough to deal with Guqi Sha. He only wanted Tang Li to go with him because he wanted to kill Guqi Sha in one move. It didn't matter if he didn't have the pear blossom storm needles. He could slowly play with them. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't pursue the matter, Tang Li was 100 times more relieved. If Tang Ziji knew that Tang Li had used up the second most powerful treasure in the Tang sect to run away from the marriage, he would probably beat Tang Li to death. Tang Li told himself to never go back. It was too scary. Could it be someone from the City of Assassins? Long Fei Yi asked. Both the City of Daughters and Carefree City were cities of assassins. These two powers couldn't be underestimated. Long Fei Yi had always wanted to rope them in, but Long Fei Yi wasn't willing. I don't care who it is. I'm not going back. Tang Li got off the bed with a serious expression. Big brother, I've thought it through. From now on, I'll be following you. After this life and death struggle, Tang Li hated his father even more. His father wasn't really in a hurry to have a grandchild. He was just using his marriage to rope in powerful forces for the Tang sect. He began to suspect that his father and Aunt Ru weren't loyal to Long Fei Yi, but to their ambitions. Seeing that Long Fei Yi wasn't speaking, Tang Li lowered his voice. Big brother, I'll help you suppress the Shadow Clan's matter. During this time, Long Fei Yi had kept Han Yunqi by his side while doing his best to suppress the Shadow Clan's matter. He didn't want anyone to know, but he was also tracking down the movements of the other 7 noble families. Tang Li knew best what he wanted to do. He wanted the poison sect's power, but he also wanted to erase Han Yunqi's status as a member of Western Qin's imperial family. Long Fei Yi still didn't speak. He only gave Tang Li a cold look. Tang Li was amused. He'd been like this since he was young. Long Fei Yi's silence was tacit agreement. Before long, Han Yunqi heard the news and came over. No matter how Tang Li looked at Han Yunqi, he couldn't help but feel comfortable. He wanted nothing more than to find a woman he couldn't like. That way his father and the others would die from anger. Did you succeed in running away from the marriage? Han Yunqi smiled. Zhao Mama had been the one to tell her. Tang Li didn't know how far Long Fei Yi and this woman had progressed while he was gone. He only grunted in response. It was best to be cautious. Your Highness, it's better to tear down 10 temples than ruin one marriage, Han Yunqi teased. She could guess that Long Fei Yi had saved her. His marriage isn't as important as a temple, Long Fei Yi said. Who's he marrying? Han Yunqi began to gossip. Ask him. Long Fei Yi was still cold. Tang Li was suspicious. He felt that there was something more between the two of them. Long Fei Yi hadn't changed much. He was still cold and indifferent. However, Han Yunqi was much more relaxed than before. He remembered that this woman would more or less retreat in front of Long Fei Yi. He had never seen her joke around. If it wasn't for something important, she wouldn't talk to Long Fei Yi. The two of them seemed to live in 2 different worlds. Now, they seemed to be living in the same world. Tang Li couldn't figure it out. Had he missed something? Hey, who are you marrying? Han Yunqi asked again. Tang Li cleverly avoided the question. Don't mention marriage in front of this young master again. With Han Yunqi around, he didn't bring up the matter of going to the medicine, Ghost Valley. When night fell, Long Fei Yi set off for the medicine, Ghost Valley alone. A few days later, Long Fei Yi appeared in Guqi Sha's courtyard. To his surprise, Guqi Sha wasn't there. This prince will wait. Long Fei Ye's words scared the old steward so much that he shut the door. This Duke of Qin was very domineering, but Pill Fiend had a venomous tongue. A single word from him was enough to ignite the Duke of Qin's anger. Even the old steward thought that Pill Fiend was courting death. Fortunately, Pill Fiend had the serpent fruit to restrain Long Fei Yi. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Fei, you really did wait. Now that this great Buddha had come to the temple, the old steward didn't delay any further and immediately sent a messenger pigeon to Gu Qi Sha. The next day, Gu Qi Sha returned. He was still wearing his black robes, and his smile was strange. He, Your Highness Duke of Qin, could it be that you've thought things through? Did you come here just to be kicked by the old man? After 2 rounds of fighting, Gu Qi Sha had even broken the precious serpent fruit into 2 pieces to threaten Long Fei Yi. From the beginning to the end, it was all for the sake of kicking him. Before Long Fei Yi could answer, Gu Qi Sha chuckled and said, Your Highness Duke of Qin, now that the serpent fruit has been split into 2 pieces, which piece do you want? Everyone present knew that only when both pieces of the serpent fruit were used together would it have any effect. Gu Qi Sha was openly provoking him. Long Fei's eyes flashed with cold light. Even the old steward on the side felt like he was about to freeze, but Gu Qi Sha was still smiling brightly. Of course, if Your Highness Duke of Qin is willing to take 2 kicks from this old man, then this old man will bestow these 2 pieces of serpent fruit to you. When he heard this, the old steward couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that his master and His Highness Duke of Qin had some sort of irreconcilable enmity? Otherwise, why would he provoke and humiliate him like this? Finally, Long Fei Yi opened his mouth. 2 kicks, is it? If Your Highness Duke of Qin likes it, 3 or 4 kicks won't be a problem. Gu Qi Sha was very generous. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly leapt into the air and viciously kicked at Gu Qi Sha with a shadowless kick. His momentum was so swift and fierce that it caused the surrounding air to ripple. Gu Qi Sha had exchanged blows with him twice before, so he was still on guard. He kept retreating until his back was against the door. There was still time to escape, but Gu Qi Sha didn't. Instead, he took out a piece of the serpent fruit from his sleeve and said seriously, If Your Highness Duke of Qin wants to kick this old man 4 times, he didn't finish a sentence and instead pretended to break the serpent fruit into 2 pieces. Chapter 350. Gu Qi Sha pretended to break the serpent fruit into 2 halves, thinking that Long Fei Yi would stop. However, not only did Long Fei Yi not stop, but he also kicked out with his other leg. Gu Qi Sha was dumbfounded at that moment. Long Fei Yi kicked Gu Qi Sha's abdomen with both legs and borrowed the momentum to do a somersault in the air before landing in front of Gu Qi Sha. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. The entire courtyard was silent and still. Gu Qi Sha stood motionless on the spot, but soon the serpent fruit in his hand slowly slid to the ground and shattered into pieces. Long Fei Yi did not even look at it. Instead, he stared at Gu Qi Sha with a cold gaze. Soon after, the door behind Gu Qi Sha exploded into pieces with a loud bang. Gu Qi Sha slowly lowered his head to look at the serpent fruit on the ground, unable to believe what he had just seen. Long Fei Yi, you! Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching his black mask. Long Fei Yi was not threatened by the serpent fruit. Did he not want the serpent fruit anymore? How could this be? Gu Qi Sha felt the blood in his body go haywire. Soon he spat out another mouthful of blood. Long Fei Yi's 2 kicks were definitely not for nothing. Finally, Gu Qi Sha could not hold on any longer and fell to one knee. At that moment, Gu Qi Sha almost couldn't stop himself from throwing out the medicinal seed. One had to know that if he had planted it anywhere on Long Fei Yi's body, it would have taken his life. However, in the end, he did not make a move. Long Fei Yi bowed and lifted Gu Qisha's mask, revealing a face that could not be any paler, with blood smearing the corners of his mouth. Just as Long Fei Yi had expected, this face was very young, but he did not recognize it. However, Long Fei Yi still sized him up before standing up. There are still 2 more kicks. Elder, you can use 2 more medicinal herbs to exchange for them. Whether you want to live or not, it's up to you. He was high and mighty, and his voice was as cold as ice. It was as if he was the highest king in the world, and no one could offend him. Gu Qisha had been defeated, but he didn't look like a loser at all. Instead, his bloodied lips were curled into a cynical smile. If your Highness Duke of Qin wants 2 medicines, just tell me. This old man is very afraid of dying. Bear Chuan and Panoptic Red Lotus. Long Fei Yi was very straightforward. He didn't come to the Medicine Ghost Valley just for revenge. In this world, there were probably no more than 3 people who were better at finding medicine than Pill Fiend. If Pill Fiend couldn't find him, then he couldn't find him either. The Bear Chuan and the Panoptic Red Lotus. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your Highness Duke of Qin sure has good taste. Gu Qisha sighed. I'll give you 1 year, Long Fei Yi said. Gu Qisha, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. Instead, he asked curiously, Serpent Fruit, Bear Chuan, and Panoptic Red Lotus? What kind of prescription is this? This is the first time this old man has heard of it. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he warned, don't go back on your word, unless you have less than a year to live. Ha ha! Your Highness Duke of Qin also knows that these medicines aren't easy to find. Long Fei Yi's 1 year wasn't a very long time. He might not be able to find these 2 medicines, even after 3 years. What do you think? Long Fei, you wanted a definite answer. Did this old man even have the chance to say no? Gu Qisha laughed. Long Fei Yi glanced at him, then turned to leave without another word. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, let's chat for a bit longer. Hey, don't you want the serpent fruit anymore? Long Fei Yi ignored Gu Qisha's shouts and disappeared through the door without looking back. Once he was sure that Long Fei Yi had left, Gu Qisha took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. He clutched his abdomen with a frown. It really fucking hurts. Long Fei Yi, you'd better not fall into my hands one day. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. At that moment, the frightened old steward hurried over. Master, are you all right? Do I look all right? The smile on Gu Qisha's face had long since disappeared. He was in a very bad mood. The old steward shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Gu Qisha looked at the shattered serpent fruit on the floor and muttered, "Which damned bastard gave him the serpent fruit?" Long Fei Yi had personally made 2 trips here just for the serpent fruit. He couldn't have just given it up, so he must have already obtained it. Gu Qisha hatefully thought to himself, if I find out who gave Long Fei Yi the serpent fruit, I'll definitely make that bastard suffer a fate worse than death. That bastard ruined my plans. When the old butler saw the blood flowing from the corner of his master's mouth, he couldn't help but say, "Master, let's treat your wounds first." "I won't die," Gu Qisha said in annoyance. He turned around and casually threw a human skin mask at the old steward's face. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I, Gu Qisha, have plenty of human skin masks. There's no way you'll be able to see my true appearance. Long Fei Yi, you're looking for medicine behind Han Yunqi's back, aren't you? I'll definitely find it for you as soon as possible. Han Yunqi really didn't know that Long Fei Yi had been looking for medicine all this time. During Long Fei Yi's absence, Han Yunqi had frequently harassed Tang Li, asking him for hidden weapons. Although Tang Li had used up all of his weapons, it was still easy for him to secretly transfer them from the Tang clan, who told him to have a mother who doted on him so much. A few days later, Long Fei Yi returned from Medicine Ghost Valley. Chu Shifeng immediately reported the bad news. General Mu and Mu Qingguo had received an imperial edict. Mu Luiwei and Crown Prince Long Tianma's wedding was set for the end of the month. Has General Mu gone to the palace to see the emperor recently? Long Feiyi asked. Chu Shifeng had investigated thoroughly. He hasn't. That night, esteemed Wang Fei and this subordinate ran into the crown prince and Mu Qingguo at the back door of the general's estate. Perhaps the Mu family was the one who asked for the wedding. Mu Qingguo couldn't complete Emperor Tianhui's mission, so only His Highness Duke of Qin and the imperial uncle had the skills to help him. Mu Qingguo had been rejected by His Highness Duke of Qin, so he could only seek out the imperial uncle. Long Feiyi didn't speak, but Han Yunqi immediately denied Chu Shifeng's guess. Mu Qingguo isn't that kind of person. Moreover, His Majesty might not dare to do anything to the general's estate at a time like this. Long Feiyi asked mildly, "So you think that Emperor Tianhui is trying to rope in General Mu's estate on his own accord?" Still, Han Yunqi denied it. "No, I think it's the Crown Prince who's taking the initiative. The Crown Prince is quite a character." Long Feiyi nodded with amusement. He suddenly realized that this woman wasn't just clever in small matters, but in big ones. General Mu had indeed given her a gift at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, but it was nothing special. General Mu had lived through 2 generations of emperors, but he'd always taken a neutral stance in the struggle for the throne. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but rather independent and neither too conservative nor too radical. After all, anyone who was independent would always have some sort of bargaining chip in their hands. If Emperor Tianhui could rope in General Mu's estate, then he wouldn't have tried to pressure Mu Qingguo with the military pay and provisions. In other words, it was the Crown Prince who'd roped in General Mu's estate this time. For the sake of dealing with Long Feiyi, Emperor Tianhui had no choice but to let the Crown Prince's power grow. The only thing Long Feiyi didn't understand was how the Crown Prince and the imperial uncle's estate had managed to convince General Mu. There's definitely something fishy about this. Could it be that the Crown Prince has some sort of leverage over Mu Qingguo? Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out either. She secretly wondered if she should go see Mu Qingguo. The wedding was at the end of the month, which was only 10 days away. Han Yunqi hesitated for a few days before she finally invited Mu Qingguo out to a private room in a tea house. Han Yunqi hadn't forgotten Mu Qingguo's expression of righteous indignation when he found out that the imperial uncle's estate had embezzled all of the disaster relief supplies. She had always believed that Mu Qingguo was the most magnanimous person in the imperial court. His honest and upright eyes wouldn't lie. Before Mu Qingguo arrived, Han Yunqi had already thought of countless possibilities. But Mu Qingguo gave her an answer she never expected. "Esteemed Wang Fei, my little sister's getting on in years. Mu Liuyue's reputation had been ruined. If she wanted to marry, she'd have to marry into a family beneath the general's estate. But how could she accept Mu Liuyue's attitude? She was already being mocked by others. If she married into an ordinary family, wouldn't she become a laughingstock?" Han Yunqi knew that Mu Qingguo and General Mu both loved Mu Luiwei very much. She knitted her brows and shook her head. "Do you think that Mu Luiwei will be happy if she marries the Crown Prince? She'll become nothing more than a tool." "Esteemed Wang Fei, Luiwei only wants her reputation. At least she'll be happier than marrying beneath her status." Mu Qingguo indifferently said, "So, for the sake of Mu Liuyue's so-called happiness, you're willing to wallow in the mire with the imperial uncle's estate?" Han Yunqi angrily said. Mu Qingguo didn't reply and avoided Han Yunqi's gaze. Han Yunqi angrily said, "You!" Should she regret saving the wrong person, making the wrong choice, or saving the wrong person? Or should she sigh at how quickly people changed? Once upon a time, this upright young general in front of her had earnestly said to her, Esteemed Wang Fei, if there's anything this official can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. But now he was standing on the opposite side of the Duke of Qin's estate. Mu Qinggu lowered his head and didn't say a word. Since he'd made his choice, Han Yunqi would rather he argue with her in a righteous manner. But he kept his head bowed and didn't say a word like a coward. Han Yunqi couldn't help but look down on him. Young general, just pretend that this Wang Fei never came today. Han Yunqi was extremely disappointed. She got up and left first, although she was very surprised when she thought about how Mu Qinggu was willing to take off his clothes and run around for Mu Luiwe. It wasn't impossible for him to do this now. After a long, long time, Mu Qinggu slowly raised his head to look out the window. He watched Han Yunqi's figure disappear into the distance before exhaling. Esteemed Wang Fei, I hope Qinggu can help you one day, he muttered to himself, his voice so low that even he couldn't hear himself. Nobody knew that the cooperation with the Crown Prince had caused a huge uproar in the general's estate. That day, the Crown Prince had found him of his own accord and expressed his intentions to rope him in. He was willing to gather money and grain for him. He knew his chance had come, so he agreed without a second thought. For one thing, he wanted to take back the grain that belonged to the common people. For another, he wanted to help esteemed Wang Fei one day and repay her for saving his life. Actually, he'd given the Crown Prince the idea of marrying Luiwe. The Crown Prince had convinced Emperor Tianhui to grant the marriage, while he used Luiwe's vanity to convince his father. For this reason, Luiwe had caused a ruckus for 3 days and 3 nights. She'd even threatened to commit suicide to force his father to accept the marriage. Once the imperial edict arrived, his mentally and physically exhausted father had no other choice. The end of the month would arrive soon. He only hoped that everything would go smoothly. Chapter 351. News of the Crown Prince's marriage sent the court into an uproar. The marriage of an imperial family was a complicated affair, to say nothing of the fact that it involved Emperor Tianhui, the imperial uncle's estate, and great General Mu's 3 major powers. No one expected the Crown Prince to marry a woman with such a notorious reputation like Mu Luiwe. But when the news came out, everyone suddenly realized that the Crown Prince marrying Mu Luiwe was the wisest and most correct choice. Emperor Tianhui's heavy reliance, the imperial uncle's support, and General Mu's support would push the Crown Prince to unprecedented heights. He'd be able to represent Tianning's imperial clan against His Highness Duke of Qin. Han Yunqi heard news of the Crown Prince almost every day after she returned from her meeting with Mu Qinggu. Everything in the world was public. Han Yunqi didn't understand the struggles between men, nor was she interested in Tianning's politics. Still, she felt more pity for Mu Qinggu than disappointment. He was Tianning's most valiant and skilled young general and the only heir to the Mu estate. He was also the most outspoken person in the court. He was so young and outstanding, but he'd yielded just like that. Han Yunqi had just left the study to concoct poisons when Zhao Mama came forward with news from the palace. Esteemed Wang Fei, I heard the Empress Dowager added another 100 bolts of silk and 10 chests of jewelry to the general's estate as betrothal gifts. Han Yunqi couldn't help but knit her brows. Just yesterday, she'd heard that the Empress Dowager was planning to give 150,000 taels of silver and a whole bunch of precious items as betrothal gifts. Yet she'd added so many things today. The national coffers were suffering losses and the famine was severe, but the Empress Dowager had plenty of private savings. Esteemed Wang Fei, the Empress Dowager doesn't have that much money, but the imperial uncle's estate does. Zhao Mama was afraid that esteemed Wang Fei wouldn't understand, so she hastened to add on. But how could Han Yunqi not know? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This kind of ruling won't last long. Han Yunqi said coldly. Zhao Mama didn't understand, so she complained, Esteemed Wang Fei, you really shouldn't have saved the Crown Prince back then. You were saving our enemy. Instead of complaining like that, it was better to blame Lady Tianxin. She shouldn't have saved Empress Dowager Li back then. Without her, there wouldn't be Emperor Tianhui today, and none of this would have happened. Complaining was useless. Don't worry, His Highness isn't afraid of them. Han Yunqi wasn't afraid of them either. Han Yunqi had been going to the Bailey Army Mansion for several days in a row. She also had to go today, but she was certain that the poison in Bailey Mingxiang would act up. She really couldn't bear to stand aside and watch. She had the ability to save him, but she couldn't. In addition, she was depressed by Mu Qingwu's matter, so she decided to go out and get some fresh air. Granny Zhao, called little Yu. Let's go to the streets. Granny Zhao and Su Xiaoyu both liked to go out. Soon, the three of them dressed up in a low-key manner and went out in a carriage. Han Yunqi hadn't paid much attention to Su Xiaoyu because she had been busy a while ago. Today, when she looked at her carefully, she found that the little girl had washed herself clean. Even though she was wearing a maid's clothes, she still had an indescribable temperament. Little Yu said that she had been an orphan since she was young and didn't know who her parents were. Han Yunqi pondered. Based on this child's appearance and temperament, she definitely didn't have a bad background. She was afraid that something had happened to her family. She was also an orphan in her previous life, so she still pitted Su Xiaoyu and Han Yunqi. Little Yu, have you ever thought of looking for your parents? Han Yunqi asked. Su Xiaoyu's heart immediately became alert. However, she still had an innocent look on her face as she asked in surprise, "Can I look for them?" Han Yunqi was happy. "Did someone say that you can't?" Su Xiaoyu was overjoyed, but her eyes quickly dimmed. "Esteemed Wang Fei, are you trying to chase me away?" There was actually such a misunderstanding. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could that be? "I'm afraid that when you want to leave, I won't be able to stop you." "But I can't find them." Su Xiaoyu sadly lowered her head. Han Yunqi had previously asked Steward Luo to investigate, but it was a pity that this child was raised by a beggar leader. There wasn't a single clue, so it really wasn't easy to find them. Seeing Su Xiaoyu's disappointed look, Han Yunqi was about to comfort her, but Zhao Mama heartlessly smiled and said, "Little Yu, you can eat and drink well with Princess Consort, so why are you sad? Princess Consort is your second parent, so why are you still looking for your parents?" Although Zhao Mama was heartless, she usually treated Su Xiaoyu very well. She would give her all the delicious food. Su Xiaoyu had only been here for a short period of time, but she had already gained a lot of weight. Su Xiaoyu looked up with a confused expression, not knowing how to answer. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's go. I'll take you two to pick out some jewelry." When a woman went out shopping, it was nothing more than eating and wearing clothes. Han Yunqi was no exception. Before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, she had found a good store to buy jewelry. There were quite a few good things inside, but it was a pity that time was tight, so she didn't have time to carefully pick it out. She was still thinking about it even now. That store was called Golden Jade Fate, specializing in jewelry and hair accessories. The jewelry in the store was one of a kind, and they only sold one of each style. If one didn't make it in time, they wouldn't be able to find a second one in their life. Han Yunqi and the others arrived at the entrance. Before they even got out of the carriage, they found 6 guards with swords standing outside the door. "Princess Consort, what kind of important person has come?" They actually brought 6 guards with swords? Zhao Mama was surprised. There was a reason for bringing guards with swords out. Based on this posture, the person inside was at least a member of the royal family. Han Yunqi glanced over, and her interest waned. The guards with swords were blocking the door, meaning that they had taken over the entire store and were not letting other buyers in. "Come back another day. Let's go to the Han family." Han Yunqi wasn't a meddlesome person, so she was too lazy to look for trouble. But who would have thought that when they were about to leave, they would hear a pitiful cry of pain? Ah, Princess Consort, it's that female shop owner. Zhao Mama had been here before, so she immediately recognized the voice. As soon as her voice fell, another pitiful cry rang out. Ah, spare me, Miss Luiwa, this commoner can't do it. The following words were filled with sobs, so Han Yunqi couldn't hear them clearly. But she didn't miss the words, Miss Luiwa. Miss Luiwa? Han Yunqi was suspicious. Princess Consort, it's Mu Luiwa acting wildly. Go down and take a look quickly. Zhao Mama liked to join in on the fun. Not only did she go down, she also dragged Su Xiaoyu down. Mu Luiwa used to bully people in the palace when she was with Princess Chongping. Zhao Mama had met her a few times and didn't like this girl very much. Now that she was going to marry the crown prince, Zhao Mama was even more displeased with her. Of course, no matter how displeased Zhao Mama was with her, she wasn't as displeased with Han Yunqi, not to mention Mu Liuyue's previous insults and framing of her. Even the matter of Mu Qinggu surrendering to the crown prince was all because of this stinky girl's vanity. Han Yunqi's only regret was that she made a bet with this stinky girl and didn't completely destroy her. After losing the bet last time, Mu Luiwa didn't fulfill her promise and didn't even give an explanation. She hadn't shown her face since. Since she met her here today, how could Han Yunqi not meet her? Han Yunqi got off the carriage and saw Zhao Mama leading Su Xiaoyu to the side. I thought you went in first. Han Yunqi teased. Zhao Mama's smile was full of meaning. Esteemed Wang Fei, there are 6 guards. This old servant can't get in without you. Han Yunqi was amused. Then let's not go in. Have her come out. So speaking, she strode towards the gates, but was quickly blocked by a guard with a blade. Don't you have eyes? Don't you see your brothers standing guard? What do you mean by standing guard? Han Yunqi asked innocently. There were thousands of guards in Tianning's capital city, but not all of them recognized Han Yunqi's face. The guard looked Han Yunqi up and down, his eyes full of lust. He smiled and said, You're a pretty girl, but I'm on duty today and don't have time to dote on you. Hurry and leave, lest I regret it. Sir, I have a background. If you keep looking, you might lose your little life. Han Yunqi smiled innocently. The guard gave a start, then patted his chest exaggeratedly. I'm so scared. Let me in. I promise you'll be fine. Han Yunqi was still grinning. At this moment, more screams came from inside the inn. The guard immediately turned serious. Scram, scram, scram. I don't have time to play with you. Han Yunqi didn't move from her spot, but asked curiously, What's the background of the person inside? Let me go in and take a look. Maybe I know her. Know her? Hee hee, I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Hurry and scram, you hear me? Scram. The guard waved his hand impatiently. Han Yunqi crossed her arms, calm and collected. At this moment, Zhao Mama came forward and said earnestly, Little brother, you have to keep a low profile. My family's master's background is definitely bigger than the one inside, so you should hurry and get out of the way. The guard laughed out loud. Listen well. My family's master is the young miss of the great general's estate, the crown prince's future wife. Zhao Mama looked at him and suddenly laughed out loud. Listen well, my family's master is the young miss of the Han family in the north of the city. When she said this, the other guards all laughed out loud. Han family's young miss? Who's heard of that before? Hee hee, could it be that this Han family is related to the royal family? There are royal family members with the surname Han. When they said this, the 6 guards suddenly realized that something was wrong, and all of them shut up. The Han family in the north of the city? There was only one Han family in the north of the city, the Han family of medicine. Their family's young miss was, suddenly, the guard who called himself master was so scared that he began to tremble. He was the first to kneel on the ground. Good luck to esteemed Princess Consort. The other 5 guards also kneeled in unison and saluted. Good luck to esteemed princess consort. These 6 armed guards were newly recruited by Mu Luiwe. They all had the same temper as Mu Luiwe and liked to bully others. Who knew that they would kick an iron plate on the street today? Qin Wangfei was famous for not being easy to provoke. It's not very auspicious. Han Yunqi yawned and lazily said, Zhao Mama, take good care of that master for me. Yes, Zhao Mama was waiting for these words. She slowly walked to the guard's side. The guard was so scared that his face turned white and he repeatedly kowtowed. Have mercy, esteemed princess consort. Have mercy. This lowly one was wrong. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one deserves 10,000 deaths. Esteemed princess consort, have mercy. Just as he was begging for mercy, Zhao Mama pinched his ear and viciously pinched it. Instantly, all the begging turned into wails. Zhao Mama had been in the palace for several decades, and her pinching skills were top-notch. The guards' cries became louder and louder. It was like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. Soon, the surrounding passers-by came to watch. The owner of the shop also heard the noise and hurried out. Chapter 352. Mu Luiwe was currently tormenting the shopkeeper until he howled in pain. When she heard the guards' cries, she immediately rushed out. She was about to ask what had happened when she saw a face that she would never forget. Han Yunqi. Mu Luiwe was very surprised. Han Yunqi crossed her arms and calmly stood there. So it's the Mu family's young miss. Long time no see. It really had been a long time. After losing the bet, Mu Luiwe hadn't left the house at all. Even when she did go out, she did it in secret. In the past, she had offended too many people by relying on Princess Chongping. After her reputation was ruined, everyone who saw her would laugh at her. Today was the first time she'd gone out in the open, but of all things she'd run into Han Yunqi. After hiding in the house for so long, Mu Luiwe had learned quite a bit. She glanced at the guards kneeling on the ground and then saw that there were quite a few people watching. She had an idea in her heart. She didn't want to have a conflict with Han Yunqi in the street. In a few days, she would be married off to the crown prince. She wanted General Mu's family to help the crown prince ascend the throne. She wanted the Duke of Qin to know that marrying her was equivalent to having an army of foot soldiers. She wanted the Duke of Qin to regret marrying a woman like Han Yunqi who had no power or influence. Esteemed Wang Fei, did my guard offend you? Mu Luiwe asked. Han Yunqi didn't say anything. Coldly, Zhao Mama replied, great disrespect. The offense wasn't light. Is that so? Mu Luiwe was very serious. She walked to the guard's side and suddenly gave him a fierce slap. Pa, you deserve to be hit. If esteemed Wang Fei hasn't punished you enough, then Luiwe will do it for you. As Mu Luiwe spoke, she raised her hand again. The guard didn't dare make a sound. Zhao Mama's heart skipped a beat as she watched from the side. Although her slap was heavy, it wasn't as heavy as Mu Luiwe's. With just 2 slaps, the guard's face became red and swollen on the spot. Esteemed Wang Fei, have you vented your anger? If he wasn't angry enough, he would hit him again. I'll beat you until you're happy. Mu Luiwe said sincerely. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect this girl to change so much in just a few months. She wasn't smart, but at least she wasn't stupid. If she let Mu Luiwe continue beating her in front of so many commoners, she would probably be criticized by the public very quickly. Those who didn't know would think that she, Qin Wang Fei, liked to abuse servants. Han Yunqi examined the guard's face and clicked her tongue with emotion. Luiwe, you're a girl, but you've trained your hand so well. It's better if you don't hit the servants so often in the future. Today's matter has already been taught a lesson by Granny Zhao. Practice? These words were clearly implying that she often beat people up. Mu Luiwe wanted to refute, but the 2 hits just now were really fierce, and she couldn't defend herself. She changed the topic and reprimanded the imperial bodyguard. Why aren't you thanking her? Esteemed Wang Fei is in a good mood today. Otherwise, how could she not care about a servant like you? The meaning behind these words was that the princess consort was petty and even cared about how she treated servants. In this battle of words, Mu Luiwe was not willing to be outdone. Han Yunqi began to laugh. That's right. This princess is in a good mood today. Otherwise, not to mention a servant, this princess would have heavily punished you as the master. As soon as her voice fell, Granny Zhao was the first to laugh. There were also several laughs coming from the crowd. Mu Luiwe was too smart for her own good. She had dug a hole for herself in the end. Mu Luiwe's face turned half black. Other than thanking the princess consort for not punishing me, what else could she say? It was fine as long as the imperial bodyguard thanked her, but now she had to bow and thank her as well. You may rise. Han Yunqi calmly waved a hand. Even the Empress Dowager was no match for Han Yunqi's glib tongue. Mu Luiwe might have improved, but she was still inexperienced. If not for the fact that they were in front of so many people, Mu Luiwe would have lost her temper long ago. She told herself to endure it. She couldn't fall for Han Yunqi's tricks. After receiving Emperor Tianhui's imperial edict, the first thing she did was find a new group of guards and bought a new sedan chair. Her status was different now. She was the future crown prince consort, so her every word and action would affect the Eastern Palace. She couldn't lose face or status, nor could she become the laughingstock of public opinion. Mu Luiwe rose to her feet. Esteemed Wang Fei, Luiwe still has matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer. Leaving was the best choice. Han Yunqi smiled and nodded, as if she wasn't planning on doing anything else. Mu Luiwe really did leave, but Han Yunqi suddenly said faintly, That's right, Miss Luiwe. You haven't fulfilled your end of the bet we made last time, have you? Hearing this, Mu Luiwe's entire body felt unwell. That was all in the past. It was all in the past. Why was Han Yunqi bringing it up again? She was going to marry the crown prince in a few days. Right now, the entire capital was talking about the crown prince's wedding. Han Yunqi was obviously doing this on purpose. Mu Luiwe grew angrier the more she thought about it. In the end, she couldn't help but turn around and shout, Didn't my big brother run around the streets in my place? What else do you want? You disappeared after you lost the bet. I haven't seen you until now. So I thought you didn't keep your word. Han Yunqi gave a harmless smile. That matter had caused a stir in the city, especially when Mu Qinggu ran around the streets naked. The commoners all knew about it. So the one marrying the crown prince is really this Miss Mu. It was unknown who shouted from the crowd, but the surrounding people began to talk. Mu Luiwe's face burned up. She quickly got into the sedan and fiercely threw down the curtain. Let's go! Seeing his fleeing figure, Han Yunqi's gloomy mood for the past few days suddenly brightened up considerably. Actually, she didn't come here just to find trouble with Mu Luiwe. She just happened to bump into Mu Luiwe. Seeing Han Yunqi smile, Mama Zhao said, Esteemed Wang Fei, are you feeling better now? If the young general insists on doing this, then let's just let him do as he pleases. People talk about fate, so we don't need a friend like the young general. Although Mama Zhao kept nagging at the residents a few days ago, she knew that esteemed Wang Fei was feeling very uncomfortable. Esteemed Wang Fei didn't have many friends in the capital, and Mu Qinggu could be considered one of them. I'm not going to bicker with Mu Qinggu. Mu Luiwe owes me an explanation for the bet. Han Yunqi had a carefree look on her face, as if she really didn't care. Han Yunqi didn't stroll around anymore. She brought Mama Zhao and Su Xiaoyu to the Han family in the north of the city. Who would have thought that they would meet Mu Luiwe's sedan in an alley on the way? Didn't this girl leave? Why was she here? Moreover, she was going in the opposite direction from her. It seemed like she had specially come to find her. The alley was very narrow, so the carriage and sedan had to be very careful when passing through it. Otherwise, they would easily get stuck. The carriage and sedan stopped. Unlike their previous behavior on the street, there was no one around. Mu Luiwe didn't have any scruples and was extremely arrogant. She didn't get off the carriage. Instead, she lifted the curtain and said with a smile, "Han Yunchi, come out." Han Yunchi was too lazy to put on an act with her. She lifted the curtain and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" "I forgot to tell you earlier. The Crown Prince will give me a grand wedding. He will personally come to the general's residence to marry me. Also, the betrothal gifts that the imperial family gave to my family can fill an entire street," Mu Luiwe proudly said. She was about to go back, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She couldn't help but turn around and chase after Han Yunchi. "What does it have to do with me?" Han Yunchi coldly asked. "You have to attend." Mu Luiwe smiled. "You're also marrying into the imperial family, but it's a pity you don't have a wedding or a betrothal gift. I heard that the Duke of Qin's manor only sent a wedding nanny, and the wedding procession was hired by your Han family. Z, you really are pitiful. You haven't seen the imperial family's wedding procession yet, right? Take a good look at it when the time comes. If you want to know how many betrothal gifts the imperial family gave me, you can come to my house to take a look." When these words were said, Han Yunchi suddenly became silent. She softly asked, "Is there anything else?" "Just this matter. I specially came to remind you." Mu Liuyue's smile became even brighter. Han Yunchi was very calm. "If there's nothing else, then move aside. Don't block the way." Mu Luiwe showed off a bit and was in a very good mood. She slowly let down the curtain, and the sedan slowly passed by the right side of the carriage. At this time, Han Yunchi softly said, "Even if you're the crown prince's wife, you still have to call this princess imperial aunt. If you call my name again, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Separated by the curtain, Mu Luiwe snorted, "Imperial aunt? I'll never call you that." The sedan passed by the carriage and left. Han Yunchi's carriage stayed in place for a long time. Han Yunchi's entire body was terrifyingly silent. Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu were scared as they looked at each other in dismay, not daring to make a sound. Mu Luiwe wasn't wrong. When the Princess Consort married into the imperial family, she didn't have anything. Compared to Mu Liuyue's wedding, it was like heaven and earth. No matter how open-minded a woman was, how could she not mind something as important as a wedding? Zhao Mama thought that esteemed Wang Fei would be angry and horrified, but Han Yunchi didn't. She leaned against the pillow and thought quietly for a long time before asking, "Zhao Mama, is Grand Concubine Yi's birthday in a few days?" Zhao Mama grew suspicious. What's wrong with esteemed Wang Fei? Why did she suddenly ask about it? In the past, Grand Concubine Yi's birthday celebrations were all arranged by Murong Wanru. Ever since Murong Wanru fell into a deep sleep and Grand Concubine, he went into seclusion in the ancestral hall. No one mentioned the birthday celebration. Zhao Mama did some calculations before replying, "It'll be in 3 days. Esteemed Wang Fei, are you planning to?" A shrewd look flitted past Han Yunchi's eyes before she broke into a cold smile. "When we return to the estate, I'm planning to discuss something with His Highness." Zhao Mama grew nervous. Just what was wrong with her mistress? Could it be that Mu Luiwe had provoked her, and she was planning to ask His Highness Duke of Qin for betrothal gifts again? With her personality, she wouldn't do that. Just what did she want to do? Currently, Long Fei Yi was discussing matters with Tang Li and Chu Shifeng at his estate. He hadn't left the capital city since returning from medicine, Ghost Valley. The Crown Prince's marriage truly did pose a threat to him. Of course, he'd made his moves against the imperial uncle's estate long before the betrothal took place. "Master, we've already investigated clearly. A total of 400,000 dan of grain was sent to the disaster areas. The National Treasury gave out 200,000 dan. while the officials and rich merchants of the country gathered another 200,000 dan. Only 100,000 dan were actually distributed to the disaster victims. We're still investigating how much the imperial uncle's estate ate, Chu Shifeng reported. Long Fei Yi clenched his fists and pounded them on the table. He was about to speak when Han Yunqi arrived. Chapter 353. Seeing Han Yunqi enter, Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. Chu Shifeng withdrew to one side as well. Han Yunqi could tell that they were discussing business, but her matters were more urgent. She wanted to explain everything to Long Fei Yi immediately. Your Highness, there's something I need to discuss with you, right? She said seriously. Su Xiaoyu returned to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Zhao Mama couldn't stop worrying, so she followed closely behind, afraid that her mistress would do something stupid after being provoked. Hearing this, she grew nervous and secretly tugged at Han Yunqi's robes. Although Zhao Mama really wanted to tell His Highness Duke of Qin about Mu Liuyue's humiliation of esteemed Wang Fei, she didn't dare. She knew His Highness liked esteemed Wang Fei, but how much? Where was his bottom line? She wasn't sure either. She only knew that His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei were no longer 100 paces apart, but they weren't very close, either. Their marriage had been arranged by the Empress Dowager, while Emperor Tianhui had urged them on. Back then, the wedding had been a form of humiliation to His Highness Duke of Qin. If esteemed Wang Fei came to haggle over the wedding and betrothal gifts now, His Highness Duke of Qin might not be happy, much less compensate her. What is it? Long Fei Yi asked. In his impression, this woman rarely took the initiative to discuss matters with him, much less be in such a rush. Allowing Zhao Mama to tug at her robes from behind, Han Yunqi said seriously, Your Highness, Qin Xia wants to hold a birthday banquet for Mu Fei. Zhao Mama was stunned. How could this be? Long Fei Yi and the rest were surprised as well. Why would this woman suddenly have such an idea? Why? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with craftiness before she suddenly drew close. Long Fei Yi was surprised, but he didn't avoid her. Han Yunqi grinned and leaned close to Long Fei's ear. She whispered something, but Long Fei only nodded his head in amusement. The few people present were confused. They wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Han Yunqi spoke in detail for a long time. Her breath unintentionally tickled Long Fei Yi's ears. When she finished speaking and stood up, Long Fei Yi actually felt that she hadn't had enough. However, Han Yunqi had no idea how intimate the scene was. She asked seriously, Your Highness, what do you think? Long Fei Yi casually pinched his ears and said, Let's do as you say. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Will His Highness participate? Long Fei Yi chuckled. Yes. The two of them seemed to be in a good mood, but Tang Li and the others were confused. What did they talk about? Were they really going to hold a birthday banquet for Grand Concubine Yi? After Han Yunqi left, Tang Li asked in bewilderment, Big bro, it shouldn't be appropriate for Grand Concubine Yi to show her face again, right? Ever since Mama Su's incident, the two people in the palace had been investigating Long Fei Yi's origins in secret. Grand Concubine Yi was the most dangerous person. Once she fell into their hands, things would be troublesome. Long Fei Yi only replied with 3 words. It's fine. That very day, Han Yunqi began to prepare for Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet. The first thing she did was write out invitations to all the members of the imperial clan, nobles, and officials. Whether they were on Long Fei's side, Emperor Tianhui's, or even neutral parties, she invited all of them. Of course, she had Long Fei Yi's permission to do so. She was using Long Fei Yi's name to invite them. Once the invitations were sent out, it stirred up much discussion. Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet was only a few days away from the Crown Prince's wedding. What did the Duke of Qin's estate mean by this? They're trying to steal the limelight. I'd like to see how many people will go. It's unwise to do so at a time like this. The Duke of Qin's men will naturally go, but they can only sing their own one-man show. Haha. As I see it, the Duke of Qin's men must have turned traitor. Perhaps there'll be a good show to watch this time. I never expected the great general to stand on the crown prince's side. Aye, the Duke of Qin is in danger. If the crown prince wasn't marrying General Mu's daughter, perhaps Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet would be very lively. But under these circumstances, the Duke of Qin's estate was sending out invitations on such short notice. Even General Bailey was puzzled. Wasn't His Highness Duke of Qin just asking for a snub? Long Fei Yi didn't offer any explanations. While everyone was pessimistic about the birthday banquet, many of them even announced that they wouldn't attend. Han Yunqi suddenly used Long Fei Ye's name to make another announcement. The gist of the announcement was that Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet would be a vegetarian one. Because Grand Concubine Yi was a vegetarian, and because of the severe famine, she advocated frugality and rejected extravagance. Most importantly, she wouldn't accept any congratulatory gifts, but would hold an auction for precious medicinal plants during the banquet. All proceeds would be used to donate to the disaster areas. Once the announcement was made, it caused a huge uproar. None of the supporters of the Duke of Qin's estate had any objections, but all of them were full of praise and support. Even Emperor Tianhui's side and the neutral factions couldn't refuse. After all, this was a good thing for the sake of the people. Even if they didn't like it, they had to show their support on the surface. Han Yunqi really was naughty. Instead of making things clear all at once, she sent out invitations first, followed by an announcement. How many cynical people had slapped themselves in the face? Long Fei Yi stood in his study, watching the busy figure by the window of the leisurely cloud pavilion. His gaze grew doting. Emperor Tianhui stared at the invitation for the Empress Dowager with a gloomy face. Buying the hearts of the people, what a hypocrite! I'll go take a look and see what kind of tricks they're playing. The Empress Dowager still disapproved. But Han Yunqi sent people to spread the news. Within 2 days, the news had spread to the capital and the surrounding cities, even spreading throughout the country. In a flash, the news overshadowed the news of the crown prince's wedding. Everyone was talking about Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet and singing praises of His Highness Duke of Qin's love for the people. No one mentioned the crown prince or Mu Luiyue again. Before the banquet even started, Han Yunqi had already built up the momentum. By now, both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui were growing anxious. Of course, outsiders had no idea that this was Han Yunqi's idea. Everyone assumed it was the Duke of Qin's handiwork. There were only a few days between Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet and the crown prince's wedding. How could the crown prince dare to hold a grand wedding at this critical juncture? Even the betrothal gifts couldn't be excessive, but the list of betrothal gifts had already been made public. It wouldn't be right to refuse now. Imperial Father, as Aken sees it, why don't we donate all the betrothal gifts? Donate all the silver for the wedding preparations, too? Let's keep it simple. Long Tianma admired His Highness Duke of Qin's methods. Marrying Mu Luiyue was only for the sake of the general's estate. He didn't care about the wedding. To him, the simpler it was, the easier it was. He never thought he'd marry Mu Luiyue. The more lively the wedding, the more depressed he'd feel. Before Emperor Tianhui could speak, the Empress Dowager raged. That won't do. How could the Grand Crown Prince's wedding be simple? The Duke of Qin is waiting to see you do it simple. Are you really going to let them have their way? Imperial Grandmother, the hearts of the people are more important than anything else. Aken didn't want to be extravagant in the first place. The Crown Prince said seriously. Of course the Empress Dowager understood this as well, but she couldn't accept it. How much effort had she put into arranging her grandson's wedding? After all, most of the silver for the wedding preparations and betrothal gifts had come from the imperial uncle's estate. In other words, he was using the crown prince's wedding as an opportunity to bribe General Mu's estate. Although the wedding was already set and Mu Qingguo was on good terms with the crown prince, the imperial uncle still couldn't set his heart at ease. He was a shrewd old fox. He knew that the general's estate might not do anything, even if they formed an alliance through marriage. But once he took the money, he'd have no choice but to do things. If this was any other day, General Mu and Mu Qingguo might not accept a large sum of silver directly. But if he used this chance to send it over as betrothal gifts and let everyone know that it wasn't a small sum, then General Mu would accept it. Even if he wanted to refuse the crown prince in the future, he wouldn't have the face to do so. If he donated the silver just like that, how was he supposed to explain things to the imperial uncle? The crown prince was too lazy to pay attention to the Empress Dowager. His expression was serious as he spoke to Emperor Tianhui. Imperial Father, the current situation is a good chance for us to win over the hearts of the people. Aken wants to personally attend the birthday banquet auction and use all of the funds from the wedding for the auction. Emperor Tianhui knew better than anyone else that the crown prince had to attend Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet. Moreover, he had to bring the silver with him to steal back the limelight. He'd rather fight against the imperial uncle's estate in the future than give Long Fei Yi a chance to fight for power now. He'd agreed to attend the wedding banquet precisely because he wanted to use the crown prince's faction to rise to power to deal with Long Fei Yi. Originally, he was planning to wait until the wedding banquet was over and the imperial uncle's estate and the general's estate were officially allied. Then he'd make a move against Long Fei Yi. But who knew that the Long Fei Yi would play such a trick at a time like this? It had to be said that Emperor Tianhui admired this move. Of course, he knew what the imperial uncle's intentions were as well. After some hesitation, he stroked his beard and said, "Tianma, you can decide for yourself on this matter." "Emperor," the Empress Dowager panicked. "Muhu, there's still plenty of time in the future," Emperor Tianhui said before adding, "Muhu, you can't let Grand Concubine Yi win over the hearts of the people." These words reminded the Empress Dowager that this was Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet. If they held it like this, Grand Concubine Yi's reputation would spread far and wide. Perhaps she'd even surpass the Empress Dowager in the hearts of the people. No, she had to bring the silver with her to steal back the limelight. Mu Luiwe was oblivious to all that was going on in the palace. The general's estate had received an invitation as well, so she naturally wanted to attend. She knew that the famine was a way to win over the hearts of the people, but she didn't think it was that serious. She didn't link it to the wedding banquet. She figured that this would be her first time showing her face in public before the wedding banquet. No matter what, she had to show off a bit. Thus, she prepared quite a bit of silver as well. Just like that, all of the major powers in the capital prepared their silver to wait for Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet. If everyone found out that the Duke of Qin hadn't planned this banquet at all, but that Mu Luiwe had provoked Qin Wangfei so she could teach her a lesson, how would they react? But that was a story for another time. Chapter 354. Over the past few days, Chu Shifeng had been investigating all sorts of news and was overjoyed. Originally, His Highness had wanted to get involved with the Crown Prince's high-profile wedding, but esteemed Wang Fei's actions saved him a lot of effort. "I heard the eunuchs in the palace say that the Empress Dowager almost got into an argument with the Crown Prince over the betrothal gifts. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, really is too smart." Long Fei Yi leisurely drank his tea before finally saying, Very smart. Isn't that so, Your Highness? Why didn't I realize esteemed Wang Fei had such skills before?" Chu Shifeng was extremely excited, anticipating the arrival of Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi only smiled wordlessly. Chu Shifeng stared blankly at his master's enchanting smile. All right, even a man like him found his master's smile mesmerizing. Unfortunately, he didn't like to smile. While the entire city was in an uproar and heated discussion, Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet arrived as scheduled. The Duke of Qin's estate had always rejected crowds and disturbances, so Yunqi chose a side palace on the western outskirts of the capital to hold the banquet. Grand Concubine Yi and the Empress Dowager were two different people, but Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet didn't lose to the Empress Dowager's in terms of numbers or scale. The only difference was that Emperor Tianhui wasn't present. Of course, he was still paying close attention to everything that happened at the banquet. Grand Concubine Yi had long forgotten about worldly affairs, but she was still shrewd enough to know how to deal with such a situation. After a simple banquet, Grand Concubine Yi claimed that she had caught a cold and left the auction to His Highness Duke of Qin. The person in charge of the auction was none other than the familiar Zhao Mama. Han Yunqi sat with Long Fei Yi on the right side of the main stage, while Qin Wangrong sat first on the left, followed by the Crown Prince. Mu Qinggu sat next to the Crown Prince, while Mu Luiwe wasn't the Crown Prince's consort yet, so she sat further back behind Mu Qinggu. After Zhao Mama said a bunch of pompous words, she promised that all proceeds from the bazaar would be made public. His Highness Duke of Qin would personally send people to deliver all the money to the victims as soon as possible. The righteous people naturally praised him, but there were also many people who were not listening. They were hoping to quickly take out the items for the charity auction. They had no choice but to spend money. They only hoped that there would be more choices and that it would be worth the money. Who would have thought that Granny Zhao would announce that there would only be 3 medicinal herbs in this auction? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place went into an uproar. There were at least 100 people present, and they were only going to sell 3 medicinal herbs for charity? What was the Duke of Qin's manor trying to do? Long Fei Yi had thought that there would be a lot of things. He asked in a low voice, "Just 3? Your Highness, at least half of the people here are here for the sake of reputation. They don't really want to do good deeds. Why should I give them a chance to pretend to do good deeds and win a good reputation?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. After all, news of who had paid how much and what they had bought at today's bazaar had spread like wildfire. Everyone was talking about the bazaar, but how many of them had seriously considered the current situation in the disaster areas? Even if they had money, they wouldn't be able to buy any grain. Tianing country didn't have that much grain right now. Too much money was useless. Actually, Han Yunqi's main goal in holding this bazaar was to extort Long Tianma's money. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi for a while without saying a word. Instead, he took her hand and intertwined their fingers. Han Yunqi, who had been in high spirits and confident spirits, immediately lowered her head. Her lips split into a smile as sweet as honey. Although she had refused to hold hands like this in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, she really liked it now that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Mu Liuyue's gaze had been fixed on Long Fei Yi the entire time. Even though she was about to be married, she still couldn't forget the man she'd secretly loved since she was a child. Seeing their fingers intertwined, Mu Luiyue hated Han Yunqi even more. She silently told herself that she had to do everything she could to help the Crown Prince. She had to make His Highness Duke of Qin see her value. The crowd began to make all sorts of guesses about the 3 items up for auction. How much money could these 3 medicinal ingredients raise from the bazaar? Could it be that these 3 ingredients were all priceless treasures? Many people thought back to Han Yunqi's family's medicine storehouse. Perhaps they really were top-notch ingredients. "Zhao Mama, let's begin. Take out the items," Han Yunqi said with a smile. Han Yunqi sat by Long Fei Ye's side, her fingers intertwined with his. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but she did. She was like Long Fei Ye's spokesperson, acting like the mistress of the house. "Yes, esteemed Wang Fei." Zhao Mama beckoned with her finger, and a maidservant presented the first medicinal ingredient. It was placed on a plate covered with a red cloth, so no one could see what it was. Just as everyone was curious, Granny Zhao lifted the red cloth and saw that what lay on the plate was none other than an extremely ordinary Angelica. No one thought that this would happen. She actually took out an Angelica to auction. How much did she want to sell it for? Amidst everyone's whispers, Zhao Mama loudly said, "This is a 3-year-old Angelica. The starting price is 5,000 taels." 5,000 taels? Everyone was shocked once again. Even a 10-year-old Angelica wouldn't be worth 5,000 taels. How was this a bazaar? This was simply extortion. Long Fei Yi didn't know what Han Yunqi had prepared, but judging from the curve of his mouth, he was very satisfied with the Angelica. Although everyone was very dissatisfied, the starting price for the first medicinal ingredient was already 5,000 taels. Who knew how high the following prices would be? One had to know that there were only 3 items for the bazaar. Even if they were late, they wouldn't be able to spend the money. Today's bazaar was for disaster relief. Since they didn't spend any money, how shameful and shameful would it be if word got out? Soon, someone made a bid, 7,000 taels. The one who made the bid was no one else but Mu Luiwe. She thought that if she could get the first medicinal ingredient, she would definitely become the most popular person. Perhaps this time, she would be able to restore her reputation. 8,000 taels. Someone immediately raised the price. Mu Luiwe wasn't in a hurry, but who knew that there would be so many people following her. From 8,000 taels all the way to 20,000 taels. 20,000 and 1,000 taels. Mu Luiwe raised the price again. 22,000 taels. Someone immediately followed. At another 1,000, Mu Luiwe raised her hand again. At another 1,000, that person didn't let go. At another 5,000, Mu Luiwe threw caution to the wind. This time that person wilted. 25,000 taels wasn't a small amount. The whole place was silent. Mu Luiwe secretly felt smug. Although 25,000 taels wasn't a small amount, for the sake of her reputation, she was willing to throw caution to the wind. She used up all her private savings, and with the dowry given by her father, it should be enough. 25,000 taels going once. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? Zhao Mama asked loudly. Mu Luiwe was feeling smug. She thought that she would definitely win. Who knew that General Bailey would actually open his mouth? 100,000 taels! TSK, what a big deal! Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't imagine it. Mu Luiwe was immediately dumbfounded. She realized that she was nothing in front of the other party. Old man is willing to contribute to the disaster victims. 100,000 taels. General Bailey's words were very pleasant to hear. The bazaar was just a formality. The key was to pay. This wasn't paying to buy the Angelica, but to donate. General Bailey's generosity is the fortune of the disaster victims. Zhao Mama sighed with emotion. Qin Wangrong and Long Tianma finally couldn't sit still. Long Tianma couldn't help but open his mouth. 200,000! How could they play together like this? Just a moment ago, the price was increasing by 1 or 2,000 taels. Now it was increasing by 100,000 taels. When the price was announced, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crown Prince was indeed the Crown Prince. With the Imperial Uncle's support, he was rich and overbearing. This time, General Bailey didn't bid. Of course, no one else bid either. Long Tianma bought the Angelica from the Duke of Qin's estate for 200,000 taels. Mu Luiwe didn't have any love for her future husband, but she had placed a lot of hope in him. Seeing this, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Crown Prince and his financial resources far exceeded her imagination. She thought that the Crown Prince would be tight on money after spending so much money. She didn't think that he would still be so generous. Who knew how deep his foundation was? Just like that, the first medicinal ingredient was happily won. A servant girl brought over the second ingredient. Zhao Mama made a big move again. Everyone hoped that the second ingredient would be better, but reality proved that Han Yunqi was definitely the most stingy princess in the world. The second ingredient was actually cassia seed. Moreover, there was only one seed. But for this lousy item, everyone had to fight to be the first to bid. Even if they didn't win in the end, they had at least participated in the bidding. This way, they wouldn't become a laughingstock. Just like the first ingredient, the starting price was 5,000 taels. This time, Mu Luiwe continued to increase the price. Whenever someone made a bid, she would immediately raise the price. She practically stole everyone's limelight. Unfortunately, neither Long Feiyi nor the crown prince looked at her. Instead, it was Han Yunqi who stared at her with great interest. Han Yunqi was puzzled. Didn't this girl know that the crown prince had used the betrothal money to bid? Why was she so excited? Of course, even though Mu Luiwe kept increasing the price, she still didn't win in the end. That was because the second ingredient was still bought by the crown prince. The starting price was still 200,000 taels. When the bidding for the third ingredient started, Qin Wang Rong pressed down on the crown prince's hand. "Your Highness, it's too much." It was over budget. 400,000 taels was far beyond their budget. If they continued to bid, there really wouldn't be a need to hold the wedding. The crown prince didn't say anything, but who knew that he would raise his hand again when Qin Wang Rong wasn't paying attention. 150,000 taels. Qin Wang Rong almost spat out blood. The bidding required cash, so where would they go to get that much cash? Could it be that they would have to ask the imperial uncle's estate? A trace of coldness flashed through Mu Qingwu's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Behind him, Mu Liuyue's admiration for her future husband surged like a tidal wave. She couldn't help but think, how could she not like this man who had wealth, power, courage, and a bright future ahead of him? 150,000 taels. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Zhao Mama shouted excitedly. Would there be anyone else? Chapter 355. The first two items were so common, so how could the third be so expensive? It was just daylily grass. No one cared about what the ingredient was, only the price. 150,000. Is there anyone else? Granny Zhao shouted again. The crowd fell silent. It seemed that no one wanted to bid anymore. The crown prince had won the first two items at the high price of 200,000 taels. For the third item, he had bid another 150,000 taels. The crowd sighed with emotion at the crown prince's calm and composed manner. They hadn't expected him and the imperial uncle's estate to have such wealth. One had to know that one had to pay in cash for a charity auction. What was cash? Cash referred to shiny silver. It was money that could be immediately exchanged for silver at a private bank, or a gold card that could be used directly. There were two types of rich people. The first type were those who couldn't take out a large sum of money. Their wealth was the sum of their mansions, fields, businesses, and even their collections. If they were asked to take out a large sum of money, they would need time to convert it into cash. The second type were those who could throw away 1,000 taels of gold without hesitation. The second type were those who could casually throw away a large sum of money. The second type were undoubtedly the most impressive. If the crown prince won the third item, the total value would be 550,000 taels. This wasn't a small sum. Granny Zhao had already called out twice. Just when everyone thought that everything was settled, General Bailey actually opened his mouth again. 400,000. The crowd erupted into an uproar. It wasn't clear if Granny Zhao was truly frightened or if she was faking it, but she cried out in alarm. "General Bailey, what did you say?" 400,000. Old man bids 400,000. General Bailey stood up. Granny Zhao nodded repeatedly. Fine, she really was frightened. Wasn't General Bailey's money also her master's money? After all, raising soldiers was the most expensive, especially Navy soldiers. Her master attached great importance to General Bailey's navy. Even though the imperial court allocated silver to General Bailey's estate every year, her master had secretly spent quite a bit on him as well. Had General Bailey gone mad? He actually shouted out for 100,000 in one go. This was the sum of the crown prince's 2 bids. Even Han Yunqi was stunned, to say nothing of Zhao Mama. Although His Highness Duke of Qin was rich, this event was for the crown prince and imperial uncle's estate to spend money, not him. Han Yunqi turned around and looked at Long Feiyi. She saw that Long Feiyi was calm. Han Yunqi ponders. Could General Bailey's for 100,000 yuan be intentional? Long Feiyi was probably the only one who remained unperturbed. Long Tianma's handsome brows had long been tightly knitted together. He was very sensitive to this for 100,000. General Bailey had offered this price for the last medicinal ingredient because he wanted to share the limelight with him. Before he came to the birthday banquet, he'd already told his imperial father that the Duke of Qin's estate had already won the hearts of the people by using the grand concubine's birthday banquet as a charity auction. Now that he'd come to the banquet, he had to win back all the goods and steal the limelight. Only then would he be able to suppress the Duke of Qin's estate and become the center of public opinion. He originally respected His Highness Duke of Qin from the bottom of his heart. But no matter how much he respected him, His Highness Duke of Qin was still his enemy. His Highness Duke of Qin wasn't just a formidable opponent for the throne. He might even be a formidable opponent for the throne. Under these circumstances, he had to stand on his imperial father's side. Even if he couldn't defeat his imperial father in the next few years, he could wait. His imperial father would eventually grow old. As long as he didn't encounter any major problems, he would be able to rightfully inherit the throne one day. However, His Highness Duke of Qin was different from his imperial father. His Highness Duke of Qin was too young. He was only 2 or 3 years older than him. This time he didn't want to lose to the Duke of Qin's estate. Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. He had purposely overspent the imperial uncle's silver to win the hearts of the people. His imperial father was wary of the imperial uncle's estate, but he was also wary of them. Throughout history, there were many cases where relatives of the emperor interfered in politics and eunuchs monopolized power. So what if the imperial family was respected? There were far too many cases where they held the Son of Heaven in their hands and ordered his vassals around. He didn't want to be forced to listen to the imperial uncle's orders when he ascended the throne one day. If he hadn't been ill for so many years and been abandoned by his imperial father, he wouldn't have relied on the imperial uncle's estate as much as he did now. Now he could only advance step by step and endure everything in his heart. He hadn't even told Qin Wang Rong about this. Amidst the chatter, Zhao Mama even forgot to ask about the price. Who knew that Long Tianma would suddenly stand up? Qin Wang Rong couldn't even stop him. He said, 500,000 taels. Unlike the previous uproar, the entire place had quieted down. 500,000 taels? How was this still a charity auction? This was a battle of wealth. Who would have thought that General Bailey would be so persistent? 1 million. This, no matter how great Long Tianma's momentum was, he was still suppressed in an instant. Everyone looked in General Bailey's direction, all of them sighing in shock. After the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, almost everyone knew that General Bailey's backer was His Highness Duke of Qin. General Bailey's bid was undoubtedly His Highness Duke of Qin's. In other words, the Duke of Qin's estate wasn't just holding a charity auction. They were also offering such a high price. Who wouldn't be convinced by this kind of play and this kind of spending? Who wouldn't approve? At this time, everyone suddenly realized that His Highness Duke of Qin was richer than they'd imagined. Long Tianma stared at General Bailey in a daze, his breathing ragged. 1 million. He didn't dare to raise the price any further. If he did, the total price would exceed 1 million taels. He had no choice but to consider whether the imperial uncle's estate could afford such a large sum of cash. One had to know that the rules of a charity auction were that the buyer had to pay half of the price up front and pay the rest within 10 days. If he couldn't come up with that much cash by then, he'd lose a lot of face. But he really wanted to raise the price even further. Han Yunchi, who'd been pondering General Bailey's actions this entire time, suddenly understood. She was certain that General Bailey didn't really want to bid, but was purposely raising the price to force Long Tianma to raise the price. Han Yunchi grinned craftily. Granny Zhao, what are you waiting for? Hit the hammer. Granny Zhao's mind was blank. She dumbly slammed the hammer down with a resounding clang. 1 million going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The entire hall was silent. 1 million going twice. Anyone else? Granny Zhao shouted again. The hall was still silent. Only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. Long Tianma stood in place, holding his breath. He was so close to impulsively raising his hand and shouting out a price, but in the end he managed to restrain himself. 1 million going thrice. Is there anyone else? Granny Zhao shouted. She raised the hammer high and was about to hit the hammer. In that moment, everyone's eyes gathered on the hammer. Even Han Yunchi and General Bailey couldn't help but feel nervous. Raising the price like this, would they end up shooting themselves in the foot? Not only did they fail to make the crown prince raise the price, but they also lost the 150,000 he'd originally bid. The bidding hammer slowly fell onto the table. Only Long Fei Yi gracefully raised his teacup and lowered his eyes to sip the tea. In this tense atmosphere, one flower, one cup of tea, one world. In this silence, someone suddenly stood up. It was none other than the imperial uncle's only son, the Empress Dowager's most beloved grandnephew, the crown prince's cousin, and the most hedonistic young master in the capital. He was the third young master, Li Liyuan, who represented the imperial uncle's estate at the grand concubine's birthday banquet. He was very skinny, but he was dressed in loose, wide-sleeved brocade robes and a large jade pearl necklace. His shoulders were slanted to one side, and his body was trembling frivolously. He didn't have any posture at all. Han Yunchi recognized him at a glance. She remembered how she'd gone to the imperial uncle's estate to save him when the plague had threatened Tianning's capital. The situation had been dire then, and this fellow might have lost his life if she'd been late. As soon as he stood up, Han Yunchi exhaled in relief. She knew that General Bailey's provocation had succeeded. Li Liyuan stood there for a long time until everyone was looking at him. Finally, he smiled coldly in satisfaction and slowly walked out of his seat. The imperial uncle of the current dynasty was a wily fox who kept a low profile. How did he raise a son like this? He was spoiled rotten. Seeing this, Granny Zhao stopped moving on the table. The hammer was only 3 or 4 inches away from the surface. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Liyuan strutted towards the auction stage. Unexpectedly, he snatched the hammer from her hand and turned to sweep his gaze across the crowd. 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The scene was already very quiet, but his words made it even quieter. Even the breathing exercises stopped. How many people were holding their breaths now? Long Tianma and Qin Wangrong were stunned. It had to be said that Han Yunchi was flabbergasted as well. She knew this fellow would raise the price, but she never expected it to be like this. At this moment, Long Fei Ye's lips curved up in a satisfied smile. General Bailey didn't raise the price any further. Is there no one else? Li Liyuan asked despite knowing the answer. He dropped the hammer playfully. General Bailey, are you still going to raise the price? He actually dared to provoke him. If not, then I'll drop the hammer. Don't regret it. So speaking, he dropped the hammer again. He didn't dare to provoke the Duke of Qin directly, but he still shot him a glance. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? If not, then this young master's hammer will make the final call. No one. Under these circumstances, raising the price by 1 copper coin would mean paying 2 million. No one spoke for a long time. Li Liyuan was extremely smug. Everyone, my apologies. Thank you for letting me win. With that, he slammed the hammer down. Clang! The sound reverberated throughout the courtyard. The imperial uncle's estate had received an invitation this time, so his father and grandfather naturally wouldn't give face to the Duke of Qin's estate. Originally, his mother had wanted to come, but she was ill, so he had to come instead. He was famous for spending money like water, and his father always scolded him for it. Before returning, his father had repeatedly warned him not to bid against the crown prince and not to steal his limelight. The crown prince had been in the limelight for so long. Although he was itching to make a move, he'd obediently watched from the sidelines. However, when the situation changed, he couldn't sit still any longer. If he couldn't compete with the crown prince, then he could at least compete with General Bailey, right? He didn't care what the meaning of this auction was. He only knew that if the crown prince couldn't hold on, then he had to step in. No matter what, he couldn't let the Duke of Qin's estate continue to be so arrogant. 2 million, it was decided. The auction was over. Was it really over? No. His Highness Duke of Qin still had matters to attend to. Chapter 356. With 3 strikes of the hammer, the third ingredient went to the imperial uncle's third young master, Li Yuan, for a sky-high price of 2 million taels of silver. Now that all 3 ingredients had been sold, the auction should be over. No one expected it to end so quickly. It hadn't even been an hour yet. Li Yuan swaggered back to his seat, still clueless as to what a stupid thing he'd just done. But there were plenty of smart people present, so most of them had already realized what had happened. General Bailey hadn't really wanted to bid, but had raised the price on purpose. Without General Bailey's meddling, the third ingredient would have gone to the Crown Prince for 150,000 taels. But General Bailey's bid and Li Yuan's idiocy meant that the imperial uncle's estate had to fork out an extra 1,850,000 taels. 1,800,000 taels of silver was no small sum. Would the imperial uncle die of anger if he heard the news? In any case, there were those who rejoiced, while others were worried. Li Yuan didn't think much of it. He knew his father was rich, but he wasn't sure how much. He should be able to afford it. Long Tianma and Qin Wangrong's faces had both turned white. Mu Qingguo wanted to laugh, but he forced himself not to. Behind him, Mu Luiwa had long been stupefied by the sight. She couldn't help but wonder if the imperial uncle's estate was really that rich. Many people stole glances at His Highness Duke of Qin, who was leisurely sipping his tea and couldn't help but shiver. General Bailey's actions were all incited by this cold-faced duke. The calmest man present was the scariest of all. "Your Highness is brilliant," Han Yunqi murmured. She only wanted to swindle the imperial uncle's estate for a few 100,000 taels, but Long Fei Yi had doubled the price for her. Long Fei Yi leisurely poured her a cup of tea without a word. Zhao Mama was already grinning from ear to ear. She was about to announce the end of the auction when a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. "Esteemed Empress Dowager has arrived." That's right, Empress Dowager Li had arrived. Aside from the previous emperor and the current one, she'd never deigned to attend anyone's birthday banquets. She'd never do that to an archenemy like Grand Concubine Yi. However, the birthday banquet this time was different. The situation was also different. She had no choice but to come. Of course, she had to put on airs. She was late. Although she was late, she had calculated the time. After the vegetarian banquet was the auction for charity. She wanted to bid for at least 10 medicinal herbs in the auction. She came at this time, neither too early nor too late. She could bid for something and express her feelings to the people in the disaster area. Then, she could return to the palace after drinking a few cups of tea. Everyone looked at the gate of the courtyard and saw the Empress Dowager dressed casually with only 2 or 3 palace maids. Long live the Empress Dowager! Everyone stood up and bowed. Empress Dowager Li had her usual benevolent smile. "You may dispense with the formalities. everyone dispense with the formalities. Everyone stood up. They were all very puzzled. The news couldn't have spread so quickly. The Empress Dowager definitely didn't come, because Li Liyuan had offered such a high price. However, the auction was already over. What was she doing here? The Empress Dowager gracefully sat down at the head seat, next to Qin Wangrong. She glanced at Zhao Mama on the auction stage. Continue. As she spoke, she turned to Qin Wangrong and whispered, "Did you bid?" Unexpectedly, Li Liyuan smiled and said, "Great Aunt, the auction ended long ago." The Empress Dowager was immediately embarrassed. It ended? How was that possible? The quiet atmosphere made the Empress Dowager even more embarrassed. She coughed a few times and asked Qin Wangrong in a low voice, "What happened?" Qin Wangrong didn't know what to say. In the end, he concisely told the Empress Dowager everything that had happened in less than an hour. Instantly, the Empress Dowager couldn't care less about embarrassment. Her first reaction was to glare angrily at Li Liyuan. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was watching, she would definitely beat this bastard to death with her own hands. The imperial uncle's estate couldn't immediately take out 2 million in cash. How could it be like this? Why are there only 3 items? The Empress Dowager asked in a low voice, anxious. What could Qin Wangrong say? He could only ask Han Yunqi this question. "Imperial grandmother, what do we do now? We have to pay at least 1,200,000 in cash first." Long Tianmo couldn't help but speak up. He was here to steal the limelight as a representative of the royalist faction. He couldn't come here to embarrass himself. The Empress Dowager was so angry that she felt unwell. Her face paled considerably, but she pretended to be calm and smiled. "It seems that Aijia has arrived late." As she dealt with the situation, she quietly ordered, "Hurry and send someone to the imperial uncle's estate. Have him think of a solution." She really couldn't think of a solution. Even if she deducted all of the harem's allowance for this month's expenses and cosmetics, she still couldn't afford to withhold such a large sum. The national treasury had been tight for several years now, and the harem's welfare had long since declined. In order to keep up appearances, she had to fork out quite a bit of her own private savings for the birthday banquet. Based on her understanding of the imperial uncle's estate, even if the estate didn't have enough cash, the imperial uncle would still be able to think of a solution. "I sent someone over a long time ago. They probably haven't arrived yet," Qin Wangrong replied in a low voice. The side palace in the suburbs was still a bit far from the center of the imperial capital. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager would have received the news long ago and wouldn't have embarrassed herself like this. It's good that they've gone. Don't worry, the imperial uncle will definitely scrape together the silver. So speaking, she leisurely picked up a cup of tea and asked, "Duke of Qin, where's your Mufei? Why isn't the birthday star anywhere?" Although she was getting on in years and often muddle-headed from lack of sleep, she had experienced her fair share of trials and tribulations. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empress Dowager could still hold her ground. In public, she couldn't afford to lose the support of the imperial faction. In private, she'd suffered a severe setback at Han Yunqi's hands not too long ago. Even if she had to pay over 2 million taels for this charity auction, she had to fight for her dignity and prevent the Duke of Qin's estate from getting their way. Mufei caught a cold and has already returned to the estate. If esteemed Empress Dowager misses her, you can come to the estate. Long Fei Yi was never polite with his words. How could the Empress Dowager really go to the Duke of Qin's estate to visit grand concubine? Still, her face was full of concern. "How could you be so careless? Have you called for an imperial physician? Wasn't that obvious? If she was sick, she'd naturally call for an imperial physician." The Empress Dowager was clearly stalling for time, but Han Yunqi wasn't that patient. She was anxious to force the Empress Dowager and Li Liyuan to hand over the silver. However, just as she was about to urge Zhao Mama to end the auction, Long Fei Yi stopped her. "There's no rush." No rush? What else does this guy want? Is there anything else he can do? The auction was a complete success. It couldn't have been worse. Han Yunqi couldn't think of anything else Long Fei Yi wanted, but she was more than willing to wait patiently. Long Fei Yi didn't pay much attention to the Empress Dowager. When the Empress Dowager started chatting with the others, no one dared to be as arrogant as Long Fei Yi. Everyone responded respectfully. Time flew by as they chatted. Before long, the young eunuch who'd been sent to the imperial uncle's estate returned. Esteemed Empress Dowager, the imperial uncle said that he'll be able to raise half of the money by the end of the year. The rest will be raised within 10 days. The young eunuch reported truthfully. In truth, he wanted to say that the imperial uncle had smashed everything in his study before he gave those words. He'd almost drawn a knife and rushed over to kill a certain someone. The Empress Dowager, Qin Wangrong, and the Crown Prince all sighed in relief. It's good that the problem isn't too big, the Crown Prince said indifferently. Although the price was high, at least we managed to steal the limelight. Once news of this spreads, the Duke of Qin's estate's reputation will fall behind the Crown Prince and the imperial uncle's estate. Qin Wangrong sighed. This was their only consolation. At the very least, they'd achieved their goal in coming here after paying such a high price. The Crown Prince hadn't wasted 2 bids of 200,000 taels. That's right, that's right. Crown Prince, send a few people to spread the news. Don't let the money be spent in vain, the Empress Dowager hurriedly said. All 3 of them were delighted that they'd escaped without any mishap. Since the imperial uncle's estate had spoken, the Empress Dowager didn't delay any longer. She smiled and said, "It's getting late. Since His Highness Duke of Qin has nothing else to auction, as I see it, let's disperse here." Her words were a bit too provocative. No one dared to speak up, but the Empress Dowager sighed with pride. The Crown Prince and the imperial uncle's estate are concerned about the common people and the disaster victims. It's Tianning's great fortune to be so generous. Many of the people present chimed in at her words. Very soon, the mood changed from praises to praises. It had to be said that Han Yunqi was starting to feel a little unreconciled. Although they'd tricked them, she still felt that it wasn't enough. She looked back at Long Fei Yi and saw that he didn't seem to mind the atmosphere at all. His head was bowed as he spoke to Chu Shifeng, as if explaining something. Han Yunqi couldn't help but wonder if she'd guessed wrongly when he'd said, "No rush." Zhao Mama, who'd been in a good mood this whole time, was now unhappy. She couldn't be bothered to listen to such hypocritical praises anymore, so she took advantage of the break in conversation to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction is over." The funds raised totaled 4 million taels of silver, all of which will be given to the Ministry of Revenue to donate to the disaster areas and sell grain for relief. I ask that Your Highness Crown Prince and 3rd Young Master give half of the money to the Ministry of Revenue today and the rest within 10 days. The Crown Prince immediately rose to his feet. Definitely. Li Liyuan rose to his feet as well. Extremely arrogant. "We can pay it all today. What need is there for 10 days? It's just a small token of appreciation for the disaster victims." Although the Empress Dowager dearly wanted to give the brat a beating, she was more than happy to let him be so arrogant. They'd already spent the money, so it was only natural for them to flaunt their wealth and discuss the Duke of Qin and the rest. Many people echoed Li Liyuan's sentiments. Zhao Mama had said the auction was over, but she still couldn't control the situation. But it was at this moment that Long Fei Yi slowly rose to his feet. He'd answered the Empress Dowager's question without saying a word. At this moment, he'd silently stood up, but no one could ignore him. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Even the Empress Dowager had shut her mouth. Long Fei Yi allowed the surroundings to fall silent because of him. Holding Han Yunqi's hand, he lightly said, "Zhao Mama, this prince will donate 5 million taels. Later, let the Ministry of Revenue know that the money will arrive shortly." As soon as his voice fell, The entire audience was dumbfounded. Direct donation? That's right. Even if they didn't participate in the auction, they could still donate directly. No one said that they had to donate through the auction. 5 million taels. In an instant, the Crown Prince's 400,000 taels and Li Liyuan's 2 million taels were no longer the same thing. They were simply too weak. What was the point of competing with others for the limelight and the hearts of the people? 5 million taels was more than double what they had added together. Moreover, they hadn't been forced to bid again and again. They generously donated it. What was domineering? What was generosity? What was wealth? What was affection for the people? What was benefit for the people? What was this? The imperial uncle's estate had spent such a large sum of money, but in the end, they still didn't manage to steal the limelight from the disaster relief. This was truly a scam to the end. Han Yunqi only recovered after a long while. She couldn't help but snicker. "Your Highness, you're so evil." Long Fei Ye's lips curved into a faint smile. Holding her hand, he turned around and left, leaving behind a legendary back view. The auction for the charity auction had finally come to an end. The Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince's expressions. Chapter 357. Just like that, Long Fei Yi led Han Yunqi away. Han Yunqi didn't even have time to look at the expressions of the Crown Prince and Empress Dowager, or Mu Liuyue's reaction. But that didn't matter. Zhao Mama would take a good look on her esteemed Wang Fei's behalf before returning to report back. Let's talk about that rich, overbearing, and insufferably arrogant Li Liyuan first. He'd always thought that his family was the richest in Tianing, but now he realized that wasn't the case. He still didn't know the severity of the situation. As he watched His Highness Duke of Qin's departing figure, he sighed inwardly. How he wished he could be as extravagant as His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, even a silk pants like him felt that throwing away 5 million taels was too extravagant. Even the current emperor hadn't been so generous. As for the esteemed Empress Dowager, her mouth hadn't even closed yet. She'd wanted to show off a bit, but unfortunately she didn't get the chance. The Crown Prince's expression grew even worse. He had no idea how his imperial uncle and imperial father would vent their anger on him when they returned home today. He'd represented the royalists today, but not only had he lost his imperial uncle's silver, he'd lost his imperial father's face as well. He'd suffered a double loss. He'd always known that this was a trap, and wanted to use it as an excuse to screw over the imperial uncle's estate. But he never expected there to be another trap within the trap. Despite his depression, he couldn't ignore the admiration he felt for His Highness Duke of Qin. If possible, he really didn't want to be enemies with the Duke of Qin. Mu Qingwu's lips curved into a smile. He shouldn't be smiling, but he really couldn't help it. If he'd known earlier, he would have surrendered to the Crown Prince sooner and let the imperial uncle's estate go bankrupt. Mu Qingwu was smiling, but Mu Luiyue was gaping behind him. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were chasing after His Highness Duke of Qin. Her overflowing adoration for the Crown Prince had long since evaporated. Compared to His Highness Duke of Qin's wealth, what did the Crown Prince and imperial uncle count for? The more Mu Luiyue watched, the more indignant she felt. If Han Yunqi hadn't framed her and ruined her reputation, perhaps she still had a chance to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion. Before the General Mu estate submitted to the Crown Prince, the Duke of Qin had never made any big moves. The fact that he made such a big move this time was enough to show that the General Mu estate still held a certain weight in his heart. The more she thought about it, the more her jealousy swelled. Mu Luiyue almost angered herself to death. Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, what did I owe you in my previous life? That's why I met you in this life. After a long time, Mu Liuyue's gaze returned to her fiancé Long Timo. Was she finally starting to worry about her wedding? If the imperial uncle donated that much money, would he still be able to support her wedding with the Crown Prince? The more Mu Luiyue thought about it, the more terrified she became. There were only 3 days left until the Crown Prince's wedding. It wasn't just the Crown Prince who was shocked. Everyone else present, including His Highness Duke of Qin's faction, still hadn't calmed down. No one knew that His Highness Duke of Qin's wealth could rival an entire nation. His Highness Duke of Qin's actions had undoubtedly stirred up 1,000 waves in the political arena that had just calmed down. Long Fei allowed the entire courtyard to gape as he held Han Yunqi's hand and strolled leisurely through the small paths in the garden. Although Han Yunqi liked the feeling of being led on a quiet stroll by this man's hand, she preferred talking to him. "Your Highness, where did you get all this money?" "Fine." Han Yunqi was curious as well. Since everyone else was curious about this, she'd be the one to ask. "It's a secret," Long Fei Yi replied offhandedly. "Can I know?" Han Yunqi asked timidly. "If you knew, would it still be a secret?" Long Fei Yi retorted. Han Yunqi was so eloquent that she didn't know how to answer him for a moment. If she answered no, then Long Fei Yi definitely wouldn't tell her. She thought for a moment, then replied, "Could it be that your Highness is the only one who knows about this?" Long Fei Yi seemed to be in a good mood as he led Han Yunqi to a nearby pergola to sit down. He nodded. "This prince is the only one who knows." Han Yunqi immediately seized the opportunity to express her sincerity. "This concubine is willing to keep this secret with your Highness." Long Fei Yi raised his brows as he looked at her, his gaze deep and unfathomable. "Your Highness doesn't believe this concubine?" Han Yunqi asked again. Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi seemed to hesitate and didn't continue for a long time. Han Yunqi waited cautiously. She felt that this guy seemed to want to say something important to her. She had forgotten how long it had been since this man called her by her name. He either didn't call her by her full name or called her by her full name, Han Yunqi. Seeing that he didn't continue, Han Yunqi became suspicious. "HM?" Long Fei Yi finally spoke. "Han Yunqi, a secret that we keep together is no longer a secret." All right. He still didn't want to tell her. Han Yunqi was a little disappointed. She muttered a faint "oh" and fell silent. Long Fei Yi didn't speak either. He interlocked his fingers with hers and sat under the pergola for a long time. Before he got up, he suddenly reached out and rubbed Han Yunqi's bangs lovingly. "Let's go. A secret that we keep together is no longer a secret. Who would understand?" On the way back to the estate, Han Yunqi kept mulling over Long Fei Yi's words. She felt like Long Fei Yi was implying something else, but after careful consideration, she realized she was overthinking things. If he didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. In any case, there were plenty of things about him that she didn't know. She wasn't the type to force things, so if he was willing, he'd tell her eventually. Just like that, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet came to a close. For the first time, Han Yunqi experienced firsthand just how two-faced Long Fei Yi could be. But when she got back to the Duke of Qin's estate, she realized that there was no such thing as the worst, only worse or blacker. As soon as they entered the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, Chu Shifeng came to report, "Your Highness, I've already instructed the Ministry of Revenue to keep an eye on the charity auction. The Imperial Uncle's estate also sent word that he's planning to sell grain." Just then, he sent people to contact a few of the major grain merchants. Everything was under Long Fei Yi's control. He nodded and calmly walked inside. But Han Yunqi gave a start. She turned to look at Long Fei and couldn't help but wonder if he'd sell her off one day without her even knowing. This guy's methods were truly unparalleled. She assumed that he'd raise the price to scam the Imperial Uncle's estate, but his true goal was to force the Imperial Uncle's estate to sell their grain instead. With severe famine and grain shortages, the Imperial Court and various charitable organizations had no way to buy grain even if they had the money. Under these circumstances, what could be faster than selling grain to raise funds? The Imperial Uncle's estate rarely embezzled silver from the national treasury, but they'd embezzled grain the most in recent years. They'd embezzled grain from the various prefectures and counties across the country, and even embezzled grain meant for disaster relief and military use. They'd hoard the grain for profit, then inflate the price to the highest possible price in times of famine or war to make a fortune. Aside from selling to the wealthy prefectures and counties, most of the grain was sold to the country. In other words, the imperial uncle's estate took the country's things and sold them to the country to empty out the national treasury. If this was in the past, the imperial uncle's estate wouldn't sell grain at this critical juncture because the price hadn't gone up yet and the country hadn't started buying grain from the people. But things were different this time. This time, the imperial uncle's estate had to fork out more than 2 million taels of silver within 10 days. The only way to do that was to sell grain. Is your highness planning to use the imperial uncle's 2 million taels to buy grain for disaster relief? Han Yunchi smiled. Perhaps only Long Fei Yi would use the imperial uncle's money to buy grain from the imperial uncle's estate. I should be able to buy it, Long Fei Yi intoned. In that case, the imperial uncle's estate won't last long. Han Yunchi rejoiced. Long Fei Yi was puzzled. You understand? Han Yunchi didn't care about national affairs, but she'd read her share of official and unofficial histories. Of course she understood. Long Fei Yi had been investigating the imperial uncle's embezzlement case for a long time now. If the imperial uncle hadn't been desperate enough to sell off the grain as soon as he returned to the country, he wouldn't have gotten hold of the clues so quickly. Chu Shifeng had already found out the various grain merchants the imperial uncle had contacted. It'd be much easier to track down the methods, places, and times of their transactions. With Long Fei's personality, he'd definitely destroy the imperial uncle's estate as soon as he had enough evidence. To put it bluntly, Long Fei Ye's ultimate goal this time wasn't to provide disaster relief or trick people, but to create a chance to track down evidence of the imperial uncle's embezzlement. Long Fei Yi was planning to explain everything to Han Yunchi after they entered the rooms. But who knew this woman would be so smart? The more he looked at her, the more domineering his gaze grew. The interest in his eyes grew stronger. Your Highness, Qinxie is smart, isn't she? Han Yunchi was still very confident, but Long Fei Yi retorted. How could your lordship's woman not be smart? Han Yunchi's heart skipped a beat at his words as she gave a start. Long Fei Yi turned to leave, a satisfied smile on his lips. Han Yunchi didn't even remember how she got back to leisurely Cloud Pavilion. In any case, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She was smiling even in her dreams. That night, news came from the Ministry of Revenue that the Crown Prince and Li Liyuan had delivered 2 million taels of silver. They also promised that the other half would arrive within 10 days. Long Fei Yi was naturally busy with the imperial uncle's grain sales, while Han Yunchi was looking forward to the Crown Prince's wedding in 4 days. Mu Luiwe had said herself that the betrothal gifts could fill a street. According to Tianning's wedding customs, the betrothal gifts came first. 3 days before the wedding, the betrothal gifts had to be delivered to the bride's family. But on the second day, there was still no news from the Eastern Palace about the betrothal gifts. Mu Luiwe waited and waited at home, and so did Han Yunchi at home. Finally, at night, there was no news of the betrothal gifts, but a proclamation from the Eastern Palace. The gist of the contents was that the Crown Prince's wedding should be celebrated by the entire nation. But considering the severity of the famine and the need for frugality, the Crown Prince Consort ceremony would be cancelled. Instead, a small wedding ceremony would be held in the palace. The next day, Long Fei Yi wasn't at home, so Han Yunchi received an invitation from the Eastern Palace on his behalf. It was an invitation for the two of them to attend the Crown Prince's wedding ceremony. Shouldn't the people in the palace be the least interested in seeing them at this time? Why were they even inviting them? Were they planning to use General Mu's estate as a show of force? Han Yunchi didn't want to go at first, but when she thought of Mu Liuyue's arrogance, she decided to go. Chapter 358. 3 days later, the Crown Prince's wedding arrived as scheduled. Chu Shifeng said that His Highness Duke of Qin was personally investigating the grain merchant's dealings with the imperial uncle's estate, so he might not be able to make it back to the capital in time. Normally, Han Yunqi didn't like going to the palace when Long Feiyi wasn't around, but she was very interested this time. She wasn't the type to hide behind a man's back and do nothing, much less hide behind a man's back as soon as she had someone to rely on. She was a woman who could fight side by side with a man. Even if Long Feiyi wasn't around, she still had the guts to enter the palace. But just as she and Zhao Mama were about to climb into the carriage, Long Feiyi hurried back. "Your Highness, I thought you weren't coming." Han Yunqi was surprised. Long Feiyi glanced at the carriage, his tone cold. "Your lordship thought you'd wait." "So it's my fault?" Han Yunqi was thrilled and quickly said, "Your Highness, then Qinxia will wait for you in the future." Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunqi's smiling eyes and looked away in a fluster. Instead of answering her question, he said, "Cold, get on the carriage." Han Yunqi's eyes flashed craftily before she followed him. Zhao Mama was the last to get on the carriage, sighing inwardly. Why does it feel like esteemed Wang Fei is flirting with His Highness Duke of Qin? If esteemed Wang Fei went out alone, Zhao Mama would sit with her in the carriage. But if His Highness Duke of Qin was present, Zhao Mama would obediently sit with the driver. The journey from the Duke of Qin's estate to the imperial palace took them through the busiest streets of the capital. As the carriage slowly moved forward, Han Yunqi leaned against the windowsill to look out. They had to pass through the Duke of Qin's estate on the way to General Mu's estate. No other estate in the capital was closer to the imperial palace than that. Han Yunqi had asked around for the auspicious time for the wedding. The crown prince should be here by now, but there didn't seem to be any movement on the streets. Puzzled, Han Yunqi began to look around. Long Feiyi was leaning lazily at the side. Seeing this, he asked casually, "What are you looking at?" Han Yunqi replied as she watched, "Welcome the bride." The crown prince should be leaving the palace now. Obviously, Long Feiyi was not interested. Han Yunqi was quiet for a while, but she suddenly turned around and smiled. "Your Highness, I actually wanted to wait for you, but after calculating the time of the wedding, I decided to leave first." Long Feiyi then asked indifferently, "What's there to see?" In his impression, this woman was not someone who liked to join in the fun. Han Yunqi was about to answer, but she thought better of it. She also felt that there was nothing to see in the wedding ceremony. However, Mu Luiwe was so provocative and showing off. How could she not take a good look? Jealousy, comparison, showing off, and showing off between women were all very boring behavior in the eyes of men. Han Yunqi thought that the busy Long Feiyi should be too lazy to listen to these things, right? Moreover, she wasn't someone who liked to complain. She smiled and said, "I just want to see how everything can be simplified." Unexpectedly, Zhao Mama's voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Highness, it's not like that." Before Han Yunqi could react, Zhao Mama complained, "Your Highness, a few days ago Mu Luiwe stopped esteemed Wang Fei's carriage in the alley. She said that she came specially to tell esteemed Wang Fei how grand her wedding was and how much betrothal money was. She also said that esteemed Wang Fei was marrying into the Duke of Qin's residence and that the wedding procession was hired by the Han family." That day, Zhao Mama had wanted to complain when she came back from the streets, but she didn't dare, because no matter what method she used, she'd be using Mu Liuyue's mouth to criticize His Highness Duke of Qin. She originally wanted to let it go like esteemed Wang Fei, but after eavesdropping on the conversation between master and mistress, she couldn't help herself. Moreover, they were separated by the curtains, so she didn't have to face His Highness Duke of Qin directly. That was why she dared to say it. She thought that if His Highness Duke of Qin was unhappy about the previous marriage, it wouldn't be good to flip out in public. Moreover, esteemed Wang Fei was in the carriage, so she should be able to block it for her. Han Yunqi was stunned by Zhao Mama's words. This damnable Zhao Mama! She said that Mu Luiwei could do whatever she wanted. But why did she have to bring up the wedding procession that the Han family had hired? How awkward was this? Long Fei, you didn't think that she was still complaining, right? Following the silence, the atmosphere in the carriage gradually became awkward. Under these circumstances, even that damnable Zhao Mama didn't say anything. Han Yunqi maintained her posture of looking out the window, wishing she could find a crack in the carriage and crawl out. She admitted that she minded the important matter of marriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have retaliated against Mu Luiwei like that. However, she didn't complain. She was well aware that her marriage with Long Fei had involved complicated conflicts of interest. He could only blame himself for being the Duke of Qin and she being the daughter of the Empress Dowager's benefactor. She only rejoiced that she hadn't become the Empress Dowager's spy and that they hadn't become enemies. Just as they were silent, the joyous sounds of gongs and drums came from afar. The people on the street all made way. The wedding procession had arrived. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the wedding procession has left the palace. Zhao Mama, who had been waiting in fear, finally found an opportunity to resolve the awkwardness. Han Yunqi immediately said, "They really came. I thought I would miss them." All right, although she pretended that nothing had happened, she really wanted to turn around and see Long Fei Ye's expression. It would have been fine if Zhao Mama hadn't said anything. But now that she said it, Your Highness Duke of Qin, don't you have any reaction at all? After waiting for a while, there was still silence. Han Yunqi finally hid the trace of disappointment in her heart and pretended to be excited as she stuck her head out to look at the wedding procession. However, what she saw was enough to make her smile. That wedding procession couldn't even be called a procession. Although the Crown Prince's wedding was simple thanks to them, it shouldn't be this simple. Any other rich family's wedding in the capital could compare to the Crown Prince's wedding procession. She saw the Crown Prince riding a tall horse at the very front. Behind him was a palanquin, followed by a matron of honor. Behind the palanquin were several musicians, and then there was nothing, including the people carrying the palanquin. There were no more than 20 people. Han Yunqi couldn't help but worry for Mu Luiwei out of goodwill. Looking at the situation, Long Tianma was quite heartless to this Crown Prince consort. He wasn't afraid that General Mu would mind such a display. In other words, although marrying Mu Luiwei was a way to rope her in, it was also a way to threaten her. It could be said to be a combination of kindness and severity. Whether Mu Luiwei's days in the future would depend entirely on the performance of General Mu's estate. The wedding procession wasn't large. Moreover, the headlines had been dominated by the auction for the past few days, so the sensational effect had faded away. It was a far cry from when Han Yunqi had married into the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunqi admitted that she was quite vengeful at times. At this time, she especially wanted to go to General Mu's estate to see Mu Luiwei. However, she wasn't in a rush. She would definitely see her in the palace later. Long Fei, you didn't make a sound the entire time. Han Yunqi leaned against the window the entire time. Outside, Zhao Mama had her ear pressed against the carriage curtain, but she didn't hear anything else. Very quickly, they arrived at the palace gates and got off the palanquin. Han Yunqi was in a rush to get off the palanquin, but Long Fei Yi pulled her back. He silently got off first and then personally reached out to help her. What did this guy mean? Did he think that what had just happened didn't happen? All right. Han Yunqi admitted that she was still brooding over what she had just said. She put her hand on Long Fei Ye's hand and lowered her head to get off the carriage. She was absent-minded. Who would have thought that Long Fei Yi would indifferently say without any warning, "The marriage, your revenge, was very beautiful." Ah! Han Yunqi suddenly raised her head to look. In a moment of carelessness, her foot missed a step and her entire body immediately sank into the side of the carriage. Long Fei hastily wrapped his arms around her slender waist and lifted her off the carriage. Han Yunqi didn't do it on purpose. In her panic, her hands naturally wrapped around Long Fei Ye's neck. If Long Fei Yi hugged her and spun her around, this scene would definitely be extremely beautiful. Long Fei Yi didn't do so, but this scene still attracted countless onlookers. Not to mention Granny Zhao and the coachman. All the guards at the palace gates all looked over. Long Fei Yi could only look up at Han Yunqi, and Han Yunqi could only look down at him. This was truly the first time in their lives. Long Fei Yi was looking up at a woman for the first time, and Han Yunqi was looking down at the Prince Lung for the first time. Needless to say, they seemed to be quite used to this view. The two hugged and looked at each other in silence for a long time. If no one disturbed them, Han Yunqi would probably continue to look at Long Fei Yi like this until the crown prince's wedding procession returned. But Long Fei quickly recovered his wits. He didn't say a word, but simply picked Han Yunqi up in a princess carry and walked forward. Granny Zhao was dumbfounded. Wasn't her master always conservative when it came to matters between men and women? He would even get angry when esteemed Wang Fei took off his socks, but now he was doing this in front of so many people. In front of so many people. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, is it really okay for the two of you to show off your love at the palace gates on the crown prince's wedding day? It was fine if Long Fei Yi was domineering, but Han Yunqi didn't react at all. Instead, she enjoyed being hugged by him. She looked at Long Fei Yi with unconcealed joy in her eyes. She wouldn't die if she admitted that she liked being hugged by him like this. She just liked it very much. What wedding was this? It was all in the past. She, Han Yunqi, had always only enjoyed the present and only looked forward. Han Yunqi felt relieved. However, after Long Fei Yi carried her into the sedan chair, he whispered in her ear, Han Yunqi, this prince will remember this. Long Fei Yi had already stepped out of the sedan chair when he felt the familiar warmth in his ear. What did he remember? The sedan chairs rose and entered the palace one after the other. No one saw a man dressed in white standing by the palace walls, watching Long Fei Yi and the others. Even though he was wearing a white mask, it couldn't hide his elegant temperament. His eyes were clear, but they revealed traces of weakness and exhaustion. He only turned and left when the sedan chair disappeared from the palace gates. Chapter 359. There were two types of marriages in Tianning's imperial clan. One was a matter of national importance, such as the emperor appointing an empress, the heir apparent choosing a legal consort, or a political marriage representing the country. The other type was a family affair within the imperial clan. There weren't any grand ceremonies, but only a wedding with the elders as witnesses. By the time Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the Eastern Palace, Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and Qin Wangrong were already there. Although they were part of the imperial clan, they still had to pay respects to their elders. The crown prince was the heir apparent, but not the monarch himself. Long Fei Yi and Qin Wangrong could still claim to be his elders before him. Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager sat at the head of the table, with Qin Wangrong on their left and Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi on their right. Han Yunqi could sense the killing intent in Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager's eyes as soon as she entered the room. Who wouldn't be angry at the charity auction? Who wouldn't feel pained? Han Yunqi understood their feelings and avoided their gazes. For the sake of money, she wouldn't bicker with them. They'd fought in the shadows and fought in the open, but they hadn't torn off all pretenses of cordiality yet. A monarch was a monarch, and a subject was a subject. After making their bows, Emperor Tianhui invited them to take a seat. Han Yunqi assumed that they'd sit for a while, but they'd barely sat down when the bridal procession returned. So fast could it be that Long Tianma had run back? Was he impatient or impatient? No matter whether Long Tianma was impatient or impatient, Mu Luiwe was on the verge of tears in her sedan chair. The bumpy ride almost made her throw up. There wasn't a single piece of betrothal money in sight. She forced herself to endure for the sake of the bigger picture. She was already gloomy that the grand ceremony had been reduced to a mere wedding, but she did her best to endure. But why was even the bridal procession so simple and crude? She sat in the sedan chair all the way to the palace, sneaking peeks outside at first. The more she looked, the more stifled she felt. But as the sedan chair bearers sped up, she didn't even have a chance to feel stifled. What if she fell off the sedan chair? In any case, she had brought the support of General Mu's mansion to Long Tianma. This would be of great benefit to him when he fought for the throne in the future. It might even help him stabilize the throne. Couldn't he show a bit of tenderness to the fairer sex? She did not know where the joy of getting married had gone. She only had resentment in her heart. She didn't even know that all of this was done by Han Yunshi. They could only bitterly complain about why there had to be a famine, and why His Highness Duke of Qin was holding a charity auction at this time. The crown prince clearly didn't have that much money, so why was he showing off? Han Yunshi had taken the initiative to send herself to him. She could even cause a sensation in the entire capital. Before getting off the sedan, Mu Luiwe reluctantly put on the red veil. She thought that after getting off the sedan, Long Tianma would hold her hand, but who knew that Long Tianma would walk in front of her, and the one holding her hand was the matchmaker. Fine, although her heart was stifled, she was still well behaved. After all, everything would be different once she entered the palace. Although she'd heard of the wedding ceremonies in the palace, there were still some parts she wasn't familiar with. She could only listen to the matchmaker. The matchmaker recited a bunch of auspicious words before leading her to the crown prince's side. Mu Luiwe silently mused that everything was already so simple. Shouldn't a wedding ceremony be grander? But who knew that the wedding ceremony was just a simple ceremony of paying respects to the parents, heaven and earth, and husband and wife. With the matchmaker's help, she and Long Tianma paid respects to Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, the world, and finally each other. The ceremony is complete. Mu Luiwe's heart practically died at the matchmaker's shout. She was utterly disappointed. Once the ceremony was complete, they should be sent to the bridal chamber. But Tianning's imperial family had an extra rule in their wedding customs, and that was to invite tea and pay respects. Just like Han Yunshi had done before, she had to wake up the next morning to invite tea and pay respects to Grand Concubine Yi. She had to enter the palace to invite tea and pay respects to the Empress Dowager. For Mu Luiwe, as the crown prince's consort, she only needed to see the Empress Dowager and Emperor tomorrow. But today she had to invite tea to all the elders present, which could count as her status as an imperial family's daughter-in-law being acknowledged by them. Mu Luiwe was already weak and listless. Like a rag doll, she allowed the matchmaker to fiddle with her. She followed Long Tianma in serving tea, paying respects, and drinking tea. She followed Long Tianma in calling Emperor Tianhui imperial father, the Empress Dowager imperial grandmother, and Qin Wangrong grand imperial uncle. After paying respects to Qin Wangrong, the matchmaker led her to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. Mu Luiwe was already in a bad mood. When she heard Long Tianma call out Imperial Uncle Qin, she felt unwell all over. Her heart hurt so much that it was difficult to breathe. Imperial Uncle Qin, he's here too. The man she'd yearned for so many years, the man she wanted to marry, had become her uncle one day. Was there anything more tragic than this? There was. When Long Tianma called out Imperial Aunt, the absent-minded Mu Luiwe immediately perked up. She almost lifted the red veil. She finally realized that Han Yunshi was her aunt. Long Tianma had already finished serving tea, but Mu Luiwe was still standing in place. A few days ago, she'd said in the alley that she'd never call Han Yunshi imperial aunt, but today, how could the bride be in a situation like this? She'd make a fool of herself. The matchmaker stealthily tugged at Mu Luiwe's robes before she recovered her senses. The crown prince consort offers tea to imperial aunt. The bridal handkerchief was still smiling professionally as she handed the tea to Mu Luiwe. Mu Luiwe tightly clenched her teeth. For a moment, she regretted marrying him. She handed over the tea with both hands. Imperial Aunt, have some tea. AI, Han Yunqi's reply was very sweet and meaningful. She could imagine Mu Luiwe's expression under the red veil. This stinky girl should have learned her lesson today. Han Yunqi took the teacup and drank it all. Then she took out a red envelope and handed it over. Luiwe, have a child soon. It had to be said that Han Yunqi was really too vicious. The words, have a child soon, were very meaningful. Based on Long Tianma's personality and his behavior today, he definitely wouldn't touch Mu Luiwe. Even if he did, Mu Luiwe would be pregnant. Based on the current situation, there were many people in the imperial harem who didn't want Mu Luiwe to have children. The Empress Dowager looked at Han Yunqi and rejoiced. Fortunately, this woman was from the Duke of Qin's mansion and not the imperial harem. With Mu Luiwe's brain, she didn't understand the meaning of the words Han Yunqi. She had suffered enough today. Sob, sob. She wanted to go home. After the tea ceremony, everything was finally over. The matchmaker sent Mu Luiwe away, followed by Long Tianma. When he reached the door, he couldn't help but look back. He saw Han Yunqi sitting there calmly, dressed in pure white, with a smile in her beautiful eyes, languid and sly. Mountains have trees, trees have branches. Don't you know that the heart is pleased with union? The falling flowers have already danced before the wind, while the flowing water still flows east. Han Yunqi, how wonderful would it be if you were the phoenix coronet today? After the newlyweds were sent off, everyone else remained seated. General Mu only has this one daughter, and young General Mu only has this one little sister. Zhan has long wanted to betroth her to the crown prince. Muhu, when Luiwe enters the palace in the future, you have to protect her well. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Emperor Tianhui seemed to be chatting idly with the Empress Dowager, but his words were meant for Long Feiyi to hear. In other words, General Mu wouldn't dare to do anything with Mu Luiwe in his hands. Even if he wasn't truly loyal to him, he wouldn't favor Long Feiyi either. This was indeed a huge threat to Long Feiyi, but Long Feiyi simply drank his tea. No one could see the depths of his eyes. Han Yunqi didn't speak, but secretly found it funny. Emperor Tianhui's skin was really too thick. Mu Luiwe had already suffered grievances before she even married into the family, all right? That's natural. Luiwe has the best relationship with Chongping. If only Chongping was here, how wonderful would that be? As the Empress Dowager spoke, she tugged at her handkerchief and began to grieve. Still, she glanced at Han Yunqi and said, "Don't say it, don't say it. If Luiwe heard, she'd be hurt too." Han Yunqi only pretended not to see, but the Empress Dowager added, "Luiwe is the same as Chongping in my heart. If anyone dares to bully her in the future, I won't let them off easily." Han Yunqi thought to herself, "Is she saying this for me to hear? But I've already bullied her." While Han Yunqi was secretly rejoicing, Emperor Tianhui suddenly stabbed Long Feiyi in the back. "Duke of Qin," he said, "you've donated a large sum of money to the Duke of Qin's charity auction. Such concern for the famine victims is a great fortune. Zhan discussed it with a few officials yesterday and decided to send you to the disaster areas to preside over the relief efforts. How's that?" At these words, Long Feiyi froze in his hands, clearly surprised as well. However, he quickly replied with a single word, "Okay." Han Yunqi knitted her brows, surprised that he'd agreed so easily. If it weren't for those corrupt officials, there wouldn't be any benefits to preside over the relief efforts. Tianning's current famine was extremely severe. Even if Long Feiyi had the skills to track down the imperial court's embezzled relief grain, he still had no way to reverse the situation. In the past, the relief efforts could last for a year or half a year, but this time the famine had spread far and wide. Moreover, it was already winter. There wasn't enough grain to begin with. The imperial court's grain, Long Fei Ye's own personal supplies, and the various prefectures' and counties' donations would only last for a month. In ancient times, things like grain needed time, climate, and manpower to grow. Winter was approaching, so how were they supposed to grow grain in such a short time? If Long Fei Yi didn't handle such a thorny task well, then Emperor Tian Hui would have a reason to make things difficult for him. More importantly, the people would lose faith in the Duke of Qin as well. In any case, this was a huge, deep hole. Abominable. Han Yunqi cursed in her heart. If Emperor Tian Hui had paid attention to the famine earlier and sent relief to the victims in time while investigating the corrupt officials, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand now. He'd actually pushed all the blame onto Long Fei Ye's shoulders. Why didn't he just toss the crown to Long Fei Yi as well? It was obvious that Emperor Tian Hui didn't expect Long Fei Yi to agree so quickly. Still, it didn't matter if Long Fei Yi didn't agree. The charity auction had already pushed the Duke of Qin's estate to the heart of the struggle. He had plenty of ways to pressure Long Fei Yi into agreeing. Duke of Qin, Zhen is handing over the lives of the common people to you. Emperor Tianhui's earnest words made Han Yunqi feel nauseous. She knew that Emperor Tianhui wouldn't miss this chance, even if the charity auction hadn't happened. Long Fei Yi was very calm. He didn't even reply, only nodded his head. Han Yunqi was puzzled. Did this guy make preparations long ago? Chapter 360. After leaving the palace, Long Fei Yi escorted Han Yunqi back to the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunqi had originally planned to discuss the disaster relief with him after returning home. But Long Fei Yi still had matters to attend to. Seeing that he was about to leave, Han Yunqi anxiously called out, "Your Highness," who knew that Long Fei Yi would also turn around to look at her, as if he had something to say to her. "Your Highness, please speak first. Is something the matter?" The two spoke at the same time. Han Yunqi smiled and openly begged him, "Your Highness, please take this concubine to the disaster area. The plague is rampant there, so this concubine can protect your Highness by your side." On the side, Zhao Mama couldn't help coughing lightly. This esteemed Wang Fei's skin was getting thicker and thicker. She was clearly a poison doctor and was skilled at detoxification, but her medical skills were only so-so. She often asked Imperial Physician Gu for help. Most importantly, she didn't know any martial arts, yet she still dared to say that she could protect him by his side. Although Zhao Mama also hoped that esteemed Wang Fei would go with His Highness Duke of Qin, even she couldn't stand this reason. "Protect me by my side?" Long Fei Yi asked with interest. Han Yunqi just wanted to go. Long Fei Yi would definitely bring people from the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Physicians' Hospital to the disaster area. She didn't need to worry about it at all. Being stared at by Long Fei Yi like this, she felt even more guilty. But even if she felt guilty, she didn't show it. She had already agreed that no matter what happened on this 100 steps journey, she would walk step by step towards him with a smile. Han Yunqi was still smiling like a flower, full of confidence. "Yes, protect me by my side." Long Fei Yi was delighted and actually laughed heartily for the first time. "Hee, all right, this prince will take you there." Han Yunqi had seen Long Fei Yi laugh a few times, but this was the first time she had seen him laugh so heartily. With one sentence and one laugh, she seemed to have gotten much, much closer to him. "What did your Highness want to say?" Han Yunqi asked. "It's okay. Go and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days." Long Fei Yi wouldn't tell this stupid woman that what he just wanted to say was what she asked. Han Yunqi was overjoyed and didn't ask any more questions. "All right, I'll be waiting for you." After Long Fei Yi left, Granny Zhao began to pester esteemed Wang Fei, begging her in all sorts of ways. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please bring this old servant along. This old servant can stay close to you and protect you." This old servant can also wash clothes and cook for you and His Highness. If you go out, you will need someone to serve you. Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant has never left the imperial capital in his entire life. Han Yunqi looked at Granny Zhao without saying a word, which made Granny Zhao very anxious. Once the master and servant pair arrived at the courtyard of Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, Su Xiaoyu came over. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu was very curious. Esteemed Wang Fei, where are you going? Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Granny Zhao immediately reprimanded her. Su Xiaoyu blinked her large eyes, feeling wronged. She stole a glance at Han Yunqi before obediently retreating to the side. Han Yunqi was a sensible person. She had seen how much Granny Zhao doted on Su Xiaoyu. When she saw Su Xiaoyu's wronged look, she didn't pay much attention to it. Granny Zhao, you can go if you want, but you have to promise me one thing. Han Yunqi finally spoke. Granny Zhao was very excited. She didn't ask what it was and immediately agreed. Esteemed Wang Fei, please tell me. Come with me to the Gu estate. Han Yunqi laughed mischievously. Hearing this, Granny Zhao's smile immediately froze. Esteemed Wang Fei, why are you going to the Gu estate? There was nothing between esteemed Wang Fei and Imperial Physician Gu, and His Highness had already cleared up the misunderstanding last time. However, given His Highness's personality, esteemed Wang Fei had better not have anything to do with Imperial Physician Gu. After Imperial Physician Gu was seriously injured, he had been recuperating at home. Even now, he had asked for leave from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. It was impossible for esteemed Wang Fei to ask Imperial Physician Gu to accompany her to the disaster area. Aside from this, why was esteemed Wang Fei looking for him? Han Yunqi casually picked up a fruit and threw it at Granny Zhao. You're already so old, but your mind is still filled with such nonsense. What could there possibly be between me and Imperial Physician Gu? That's right, she liked Long Fei Yi so much. How could she possibly fancy another man? Granny Zhao felt wronged. Mistress, then why are you looking for Imperial Physician Gu? You'll know once you come with me. Han Yunqi was very mysterious. Granny Zhao had no choice but to agree. Of course. She understood that she had to hide this matter from His Highness Duke of Qin. Su Xiaoyu listened and watched from the side. Her clear eyes darted around like a sly little fox. Xiaoyu, go instruct the kitchens to prepare some dry rations. Also, have Steward Luo prepare some tea leaves. Tell him that His Highness and I will be going on a long journey in 3 days. After Han Yunqi instructed Su Xiaoyu, she took Granny Zhao to the Gu estate. Su Xiaoyu quickly took care of the matter. Taking advantage of the fact that Han Yunqi and Granny Zhao were both not in Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, she found an excuse to slip out. Su Xiaoyu was a clever child and was very cautious in her actions. After leaving the Duke of Qin's residence, she went to several shops and bought some pastries. Then, she circled around several small alleys to make sure that no one was following her. Only then did she enter a deep alley and enter an ordinary house. The house was very dark. Most children would be scared, but Su Xiaoyu was very happy. She didn't even walk properly, but instead happily skipped around in the dark. When she reached a place where she couldn't see her own fingers, she abruptly stopped and called out with a laugh, "Master, come out!" This lively spirit was completely different from when she was in the Duke of Qin's residence. "There's news!" Following this low voice, a figure moved in the darkness, but was quickly submerged in the darkness. It's not that easy. That woman has a strange habit. She doesn't let anyone serve her when she baths, sleeps, and changes clothes. Su Xiaoyu started to ridicule. Before the person in the darkness could speak, she continued, "Also, she and His Highness Duke of Qin don't sleep together. They sleep in separate rooms. I've been gone for so long, but I've only seen them once, and that was when His Highness Duke of Qin went to sleep in her room. Master, I seriously suspect that this woman and His Highness Duke of Qin haven't done that yet." As soon as she finished speaking, the person in the darkness coughed lightly, as if someone had choked. "Master, they'll be leaving in 3 days. I don't think I'll be able to follow. What should I do?" This was Su Xiaoyu's main purpose for coming here today. "There's no rush. We can wait." The man in the darkness said mildly, "Master, even if we have to wait, we have to think of a way. It's not that easy to see her body. I bet that even His Highness Duke of Qin hasn't seen it before." As Su Xiaoyu spoke, she suddenly laughed. "Master, why don't you try?" The man in the darkness said coldly, "Then what's the use of having you? Xiao Yu, or can help Master create an opportunity. If Han Yunqi is the mistress, Xiao Yu or can accept it." Su Xiaoyu was still smiling mischievously. She wasn't afraid that Master would fall out with her. She was different from the other servants. She was an orphan that Master had picked up and raised. Even Master's biological sister didn't know of her existence. No matter who investigated her background, they would only find out that she was an orphan. This time the man sternly said, "That's enough. If Han Yunqi really is the person we're looking for, what you said today is disrespectful." Only then did Su Xiaoyu settle down. She pouted and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Actually, she wasn't very sure what Master wanted to confirm Han Yunqi's identity. She only knew that her identity was very honorable. Master's entire family, or even the entire clan, had to be loyal to her. If Han Yunqi was the person Master was looking for, then there would definitely be a unique phoenix birthmark on her tailbone. "We still have at least 3 years. There's no rush. You mustn't act rashly and alert the enemy, understand?" The man instructed very seriously. "Oh," Su Xiaoyu obediently replied. "I'm asking you if you understand?" The man was displeased. Su Xiaoyu immediately perked up and replied loudly, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate definitely won't disappoint Master. Please set your heart at ease." Long after Su Xiaoyu left the room, the man left through a door on the other side. His face couldn't be seen, but his back was as tall as a mountain. He carried a black ebony bow on his back, the body of the bow engraved with the image of a phoenix rising from the ashes. This was none other than Western Zhou's Chu clan's Chu Tianyin. Who else could carry such a bow? Emperor Tianhui and Western Zhou's emperor had already agreed on Chu Qingge's marriage, but there was no official news yet. Everyone assumed that he'd already returned to Western Zhou with Chu Qingge and Duanmu Bei, but he'd never left Tianning's capital. Su Xiaoyu had already returned to the estate, but Han Yunqi and Zhao Mama had yet to return. Just why did Han Yunqi go to the Gu estate? Zhao Mama had no idea that Han Yunqi had already secretly sent someone to deliver Gu Beiyue's medicine twice. She would be leaving the capital in 3 days. Could it be that she was going to bid farewell to Imperial Physician Gu? No, she was going to ask him for help with something important. After saving Gu Beiyue that day, Lil Thing had been sleeping and waking up. It didn't even look at Han Yunqi when it woke up, but only focused on eating until it fell asleep again. Lil Thing was very weak and needed large amounts of time and food. Han Yunqi dearly wished she could hide Lil Thing in the large space of her detox system, but the system couldn't recognize the poison in Lil Thing's teeth and couldn't accept it for now. She'd definitely be too busy to take care of Lil Thing when she went to the disaster areas. Han Yunqi thought it over and decided to leave Lil Thing in Gu Beiyue's care for the time being. Only then would she feel at ease. Gu Beiyue's wounds had mostly healed, but his body was still weak. Han Yunqi handed over a pile of poisons to Gu Beiyue before carefully taking Lil Thing out of her medical pouch. Lil Thing was curled up in a ball and sleeping soundly like a newborn baby. If it knew it was leaving its master, it would be very sad. But if it knew it was going to spend the next few days with its beloved white-robed gentleman, it wouldn't be able to bear to sleep. "I'll leave it to you." Han Yunqi seemed to agree readily, but she couldn't bear to part with it. Gu Beiyue's pale face was still as warm as an April spring breeze. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. This one will protect the things you've entrusted to me with my life. Chapter 361. Protect with his life? Han Yunqi didn't know what to say. Gu Beiyue's smile was so gentle, but his words were so cruel. Yes, in her opinion, this sentence was quite cruel, not to others, but to herself. Just as she was pondering over the sentence, Zhao Mama interrupted her with a smile. Imperial Physician Gu, you're being too serious. Isn't it just temporarily handing the little one over to you? When His Highness and the Princess Consort return, the little one will have to return to the Princess Consort's side. Zhao Mama couldn't bear to part with Lil Thing either. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with a helpless smile before he said, Esteemed Wang Fei and Lil Thing both saved this one's life. This one's life belongs to them. So that's how it is. Han Yunqi didn't like such heavy topics. In fact, it was all thanks to her that Gu Beiyue was hurt so badly. All right, what's with the talk about life? Once Lil Thing recovers, I'll ask you for it when I come back, she said seriously. Gu Beiyue nodded and grew serious as well. Esteemed Wang Fei, I'll write you some prescriptions for preventing and treating plagues. Perhaps they'll come in handy when we reach the disaster areas. Was this a blatant disdain for Han Yunqi's poor medical skills? All right, Han Yunqi really didn't know how to treat plagues besides special poisons. None of the other imperial physicians in the imperial physician courtyard were as reliable as Gu Beiyue. With Gu Beiyue's prescriptions, she felt more at ease. Plagues, in layman's terms, were large-scale infectious diseases. In places of famine, there were bound to be deaths and injuries. Once that happened, plagues would break out and spread. Disasters, famines, and wars weren't scary at all, but the plagues that came with them. Historians in the field of history had verified that many dynasties didn't fall because of wars, but because plagues broke out after wars that dragged down entire countries. Gu Beiyue was very thorough in his work. He gave Han Yunqi 30 prescriptions in total, enough to cover all of Cloud Realm continent's major plagues. Before she left, Gu Beiyue dragged his sickly body and insisted on sending Han Yunqi to the door. He reminded her in a low voice, Esteemed Princess Consort, the famine is not only limited to food, but also medicine. Han Yunqi was slightly startled. If it wasn't for Gu Beiyue's reminder, she really wouldn't have thought of this matter. If Gu Beiyue wasn't injured like this, how she wished that Gu Beiyue would go with them. Fortunately, Long Fei had connections in Medicine City, so he wouldn't have to worry about the supply of medicinal ingredients. Of course, Han Yunqi still hoped that the situation in the disaster area would not develop to the point where the plague was rampant. Otherwise, Long Fei Ye's troubles would be even greater. After instructing Lil Thing, Han Yunqi went to General Bailey's estate by herself early the next morning. She didn't know how long she'd be away from the capital, so she had to take care of everything before she left. Bailey Mingxiang was one of her major tasks. When Han Yunqi arrived, Bailey Mingxiang was burning incense and brewing tea. She was dressed in robes whiter than snow, her hair as black as ink. Sitting in the tea room, she looked like a picture of a beauty, tranquil and distant. Han Yunqi didn't have the heart to disturb such a beautiful scene. She went back to the main hall and handed over the poisons to General Bailey before coming to find Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang grew happy at the sight of Han Yunqi. She had lived in Tianning's capital for years after returning from the Tang clan. Besides Han Yunqi, no other woman of her age had ever come to visit her. She quickly laid out a prayer mat and offered up Mingxiang. Esteemed Wang Fei, please sit. You have the same habits as His Highness. What kind of tea do you like to drink? Han Yunqi asked offhandedly. Black tea, Bailey Mingxiang replied without hesitation. What a coincidence. His Highness likes black tea too, Han Yunqi remarked mildly. Bailey Mingxiang wanted to continue the topic, but she hesitated for a moment before changing the subject. Esteemed Wang Fei, I heard my father say that His Majesty is sending His Highness to the disaster areas. I'll go as well. That's why you won't have to see me for at least half a year. Han Yunqi grinned. Bailey Mingxiang gave a start before she hastened to explain. Esteemed Wang Fei, Mingxiang doesn't mean that I don't want to see you. I'm just joking with you. Why are you so nervous? Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at her. Every time this girl spoke to her, she was always so respectful and proper. She couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere. Bailey Mingxiang was her only female friend among the nobles in the capital. Couldn't she put down her status and have a proper chat with her? After chatting for a while, Han Yunqi got down to business. I came here today to tell you 2 pieces of news. One is good news, and the other is bad news. Choose for yourself. Which one do you want to hear first? Bailey Mingxiang didn't hesitate at all. The good news. Hee, you're the same as me. Let's be happy first. Han Yunqi chuckled. If she heard the bad news first, she wouldn't be so happy even if she heard the good news. I figured out the consequences of cultivating beauty's blood. Han Yunqi had been working overtime in her study whenever she had time. She didn't sleep much at night, but there was finally some progress in this matter. Is the consequence the bad news? Bailey Mingxiang asked anxiously. It was indeed good news that there was a result. She had always known that she wouldn't live long, but she didn't know how she would die. Han Yunqi didn't answer Bailey Mingxiang directly. Instead, she explained calmly, beauty's blood is actually a kind of highly poisonous human blood. The special thing about your body is that you're immune to all poisons. Han Yunqi made the poison herself and flipped through countless poison books before she came to this conclusion. For example, Bailey Mingxiang was immune to all poisons. Any poison would be ineffective on Bailey Mingxiang, and it wouldn't cause any pain. However, Bailey Mingxiang was immune to all poisons. Poisons were effective on Bailey Mingxiang, but they wouldn't be fatal. I added a kind of acute poison to the poison you took last time. You didn't know, did you? Han Yunqi asked with a smile. Bailey Mingxiang was surprised. She really didn't know. She didn't have any other reaction except for pain. So, it's not only chronic poisons that can't kill you, but also other poisons. It's just that beauty's blood needs chronic poisons. When Han Yunqi was studying beauty's blood, she also paid attention to the legendary goo cultivation. Poisonous humans, poisonous corpses, and poisonous goo were a progressive process. Poisonous humans and poisonous corpses could be called goo cultivation. Jun Yixia was doing this kind of thing. Poisonous goo was a category of goo cultivation. Poisonous humans and goo were raised from humans. The goo that Jun Yixia planted on the crown prince was raised from animals. It was called poisonous insect goo. Bailey Mingxiang's body was very similar to that of goo. However, according to Han Yunqi's understanding, the real goo poison was not only immune to all poisons, but also immortal and indestructible. Therefore, Bailey Mingxiang's natural body could only be said to be a strange existence. Bailey Mingxiang listened quietly. She never knew about poisons, so she didn't understand very well. She only wanted to know how she would die. Princess Consort, what are the consequences of goo cultivation? After it's cultivated, your body will completely change. You will. Han Yunqi paused for a long time before she said indifferently, You will die from the poison. Die from the poison. What kind of torture would it be to die from the combination of so many poisons? Bailey Mingxiang couldn't imagine it. She lowered her head silently. Amen, I understand. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't imagine it, but Han Yunqi was very clear. Bailey Mingxiang's current pain came from 1 or 2 poisons acting up. It wasn't fatal, but if all of them acted up at the same time, it wouldn't be just pain. At least, Han Yunqi was now certain that the poisons that Bailey Mingxiang had taken in the past would cause her skin and flesh to fester if they acted up. Of course, Han Yunqi wouldn't say any of this. She said indifferently, This is still good news, because as long as it's poison, there must be a way to cure it. The worst thing is not knowing anything." As soon as she said this, Bailey Mingxiang raised her head. For the first time in her life, her clear eyes sparkled with hope. It turned out that she could still be saved. As long as it's poison, there must be a way to cure it. "Esteemed Wang Fei, how can I ever thank you?" Bailey Mingxiang muffled her mouth to keep from crying. "No need. I just don't want to be involved in an innocent murder case. If it wasn't for the beauty's blood that Long Fei Yi wanted, she wouldn't have become a poisoner. In the next 6 months, it will be very difficult for you. It will be more difficult than the past 10 years. You must be prepared," she said seriously. Bailey Mingxiang had been overdosing on medicine, so the pain she had to endure would only increase with each passing day. In the next 6 months, the poison would frequently act up. Bailey Mingxiang was still excited as she nodded her head. Han Yunqi was silent for a long time and didn't say anything. She stood up and said, "That's good. That's all. I'm leaving." In the past, Bailey Mingxiang would quietly send her off. However, this time, Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but say, "Princess Consort, please wait." Han Yunqi turned around and said, "What is it? Just say it." How long will it take for the beauty's blood to mature?" Bailey Mingxiang asked seriously. It was impossible to estimate the changes in the poison in the human body. Han Yunqi could only give an approximate time, about half a year to a year. Bailey Mingxiang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Han Yunqi said, "Don't worry. I've been thinking of a way to cure the poison. When the beauty's blood matures, I will definitely be by your side." Han Yunqi had said this many times in her previous life. She would say this every time a patient was afraid. As a doctor, these words could give the patient an infinite sense of security, especially those whose lives were in danger. Bailey Mingxiang had never shown any fear of death, but she knew that she was afraid. Long Fei Yi had given Bailey Mingxiang to Han Yunqi to nurture the beauty's blood, but Han Yunqi had always treated her as one of her patients. Bailey Mingxiang didn't know what else to say other than "Thank you." "Don't worry. His Highness and I will be there." Han Yunqi had no intention of mentioning Long Fei Yi. She didn't know how much comfort her words gave Bailey Mingxiang. There was no other time that she had hoped for that day to come more than now. In the past she had hoped for death, but now she hoped for life. She hoped to see His Highness Duke of Qin again. Han Yunqi was truly busy for the next 3 days. After settling things with Bailey Mingxiang, she found time to visit the Han estate. She didn't say much about the disaster relief because the Han family had Long Fei Ye's protection. Emperor Tian Hui probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them. Han Yunqi was very busy, and Long Fei Yi was busy with the imperial uncle's affairs as well. On the night of the 3rd day, Long Fei Yi was about to return to his estate when news came from the hidden pavilion. "Master! Someone broke into the secret room to kidnap someone," Chu Shifeng reported anxiously. Even the guards had no idea who was being held captive in the hidden pavilion. Only he and Tang Li knew. Tang Li had delayed the intruder while he rushed back to call for reinforcements. Chapter 362. Long Fei Yi had always been calm and collected, but he was stunned by Chu Shifeng's report. "Who was it?" he asked urgently. "I couldn't see clearly," Chu Shifeng replied honestly. Besides his master, Tang Li, and himself, no one else knew about the person imprisoned in the hidden pavilion's secret room. Even the servants who delivered the meals didn't know who was inside. If the black-robed man had come to kidnap them, then he must have known there was a prisoner in the secret room. He might even know who it was. How did he know? Chu Shifeng wanted to say a few more words, but Long Fei Ye's figure flashed out of sight. The person imprisoned in the secret room was extremely important. They couldn't afford any mishaps, much less let anyone know. By the time Long Fei Yi arrived at the hidden pavilion, Tang Li was still fighting with the black-robed man. Fortunately, Tang Li had arrived in time to stop the black-robed man. The black-robed man seemed to fear him and didn't force the issue. Instead, he turned to flee. How could Tang Li let him escape so easily? Tang Li's martial arts skills were average, but he had plenty of powerful hidden weapons on his person. Ever since he decided not to return to the Tang clan, he'd ordered his trusted aides to deliver his hidden weapons to the hidden pavilion in batches. His martial arts skills weren't top-notch, but his hidden weapons were. Thus, rather than saying that the black-robed man was fighting Tang Li, it was more like he was fighting against his hidden weapons. In the darkness, he was dressed in white robes. His every movement was effortless, graceful, and casual. His quiet back really resembled a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens to the mortal realm. Compared to Tang Li's ease, the black-robed man seemed to be expending a lot of effort. Still, one had to admit that he was an expert. At the very least, he'd fought against Tang Li's hidden weapons for so long without being able to escape. Long Fei Yi and Chu Shifeng arrived. Chu Shifeng was about to step forward when Long Fei Yi stopped him. Master and servant remained on the sidelines to observe the situation. Chu Shifeng immediately understood. His Highness Duke of Qin was planning a sneak attack. Being ambushed by His Highness Duke of Qin was already terrifying enough. As for being ambushed, it was simply unimaginable. Chu Shifeng couldn't help but worry for the black-robed man's sake. In the darkness, Long Fei Yi was focused on the fight in front of him. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His whole body was emitting a mysterious aura, like a hunter in the night. Unknowingly, he had already drawn his sword. At this moment, the man in black turned around and dodged Tang Li's plum blossom needle rain. But who knew that Long Fei Yi would attack without any warning? He flew along with his sword and stabbed straight at the man in black's vitals. No one had expected that Long Fei Yi would make a move at this time, and that he would be so ruthless. It wasn't until Long Fei Yi's sword stabbed viciously into the black-robed man's chest that he spat out a mouthful of blood that no one recovered their senses. Even the black-robed man himself. Tang Li didn't even have time to retract his weapons. A few more of them flew past, but Long Fei Yi flicked his sleeves and caused them to fall to the ground. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Everything seemed to stop, except for the blood flowing from the black-robed man's chest. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi unsheathed his sword, sending blood flying everywhere. The black-robed man clutched at his chest and fell backwards with a thump to the ground. The blade had pierced his chest, narrowly missing the heart. Long Fei Yi had calculated that the black-robed man wouldn't die immediately, but he wouldn't live for much longer, much less escape. His eyes widened as he stared at Long Fei Yi. Everything had come to an end. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng finally recovered their senses. Tang Li couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Big bro, you're ruthless." Long Fei Yi had always been a vicious and merciless man. Moreover, he was absolutely ruthless when it came to matters like this. No one was allowed to know about the prisoner in the secret room, much less kidnap him. Besides a few trusted aides by his side, anyone who knew would be killed without mercy. Long Fei Yi ignored Tang Li and personally knelt by the black-robed man's side. He anxiously pulled off the man's face veil and asked, "How did you know there was someone in the secret room?" Save me." The black-robed man was extremely weak and couldn't even speak clearly. Blood continued to flow from the black-robed man's chest, but Long Fei Yi ignored it. "If you don't want to die, then answer your lordship's question right now." "All right, I'll talk. It's my master." The rest of the black-robed man's words couldn't be heard clearly, but his mouth was still moving. Long Fei Yi leaned closer to listen, but the black-robed man suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed it viciously into Long Fei Yi's chest. "Your Highness!" "Big bro." Tang Li and Chu Shifeng both sucked in a cold breath as their minds went blank. Their bodies reacted faster than their minds as they both rushed forward. But it was already too late. The black-robed man pulled out the dagger, and slammed Long Fei Yi aside with a palm strike. Then he took to the air and fled. Blood splattered all over the ground. Long Fei Yi couldn't even stand straight and backed up a few steps before steadying himself. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as his face drained of color and turned as white as a sheet of paper. His right hand clutched at his chest as fresh blood quickly seeped out of his robes and dyed his white, slender fingers crimson. Long Fei Yi stared blankly in the direction of the black-robed man's disappearance. He couldn't imagine how the man had been able to sneak attack him despite being so heavily injured. How could he have such strength? There was no way to explain this. He was certain that he'd used enough strength to stab the man. There was no way he'd made a mistake. No matter how strong his body was or how good his foundation was, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that stab, because he'd been stabbed as well and was on the verge of collapsing. The stab to his chest was the same as the one he'd used to stab the black-robed man in the chest. It hadn't been fatal, but he didn't have long to live. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng hadn't seen the extent of Long Fei Ye's injuries before, but now that they were closer, they both panicked. They were both martial artists and could immediately tell the severity of Long Fei Ye's injuries. The two of them stood in place, their minds blank. What do we do? Long Fei Yi stared at them as his vision grew blurry. He was shocked himself and couldn't believe that he'd ever been so seriously injured. He'd always been cautious. If this was the past, he'd never personally lift the black-robed man's face veil, much less get so close. But today's events had been on his mind all this time, so he really was panicking. His concern left him in a state of chaos. Silence reigned in all directions. Only the fresh blood from Long Fei Ye's chest continued to flow. Abruptly, Long Fei Yi fell to his knees and hit the ground with one knee. Then his entire body collapsed to the ground as he lost consciousness. "Doctor! Hurry and find a doctor!" Tang Li shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hidden pavilion. Chu Shifeng was trembling all over. He'd never encountered such a situation after following his master for so many years. In his panic, he'd even walked the wrong way. Fortunately, the guards had brought Dr. Lin from the hidden pavilion over in time. Dr. Lin was scared witless as soon as he arrived. "Stop the bleeding. Quick, you have to stop the bleeding right now." Most doctors were expressionless and calm in emergency situations. It wasn't that they were heartless, but that their duties demanded it. If they panicked, how were they supposed to treat the patient? They couldn't afford to be careless when it came to treating patients. Dr. Lin of the Hidden Pavilion was a highly professional doctor, but even he panicked when faced with such a situation. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin was in grave danger. He might not be able to save him. As he shouted, he dug through his medicine chest, only to discover that he'd done it in the wrong order. He had to apply medicine first before stopping the bleeding. "Jinchuang ointment, where's Jinchuang ointment?" He fumbled through his medicine chest. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li watched from the sidelines, both anxious and angry. "I'll go find a steamed Wang Fei," Chu Shifeng said as he prepared to leave, but Tang Li stopped him. We can't let Han Yunqi know about this. Let's not talk about what happened in the secret room. Let's just say he was injured by an assassin. Otherwise, if His Highness..." Chu Shifeng didn't dare to finish. Everything had happened too suddenly. "It's no use even if Han Yunqi comes. She's a poison doctor, not a divine doctor." Tang Li held Long Fei Yi as he discovered that the man's hands were growing colder and colder. Dr. Lin was flustered, but he forced himself to suppress his fear as he applied medicine to Long Fei Yi and bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding. But how could he stop the bleeding so easily in a place like this? How could ordinary Jinchuang ointment treat a wound like this? All Dr. Lin could do was slow the flow of blood. Tang Li almost wanted to find Aunt Ru, but Dr. Lin suddenly had an idea and said, "Young clan head Tang, hurry and find a steamed Wang Fei." This old man remembers that a steamed Wang Fei used a type of medicine to stop the bleeding when treating poisons. It was extremely effective. Hurry! Dr. Lin knew that stopping the bleeding alone wasn't enough, but that was all he could think of. The injury had come too suddenly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Li almost hit the man. He handed Long Fei Yi over to Chu Shifeng and left in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but Han Yunqi was still awake after working all day at the Duke of Qin's estate. She sat by herself in front of Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters, waiting for him. They'd agreed to leave for the disaster areas tomorrow, so she was certain that Long Fei Yi would return today. She waited for him to come back so she could help him pack up. As Han Yunqi waited, she couldn't help but look forward to their trip to the disaster areas. She and Long Fei Yi had gone out a few times before, but most of the times they'd left in a hurry. This time it was different. This time they would have to travel for several days, and there were many places they had to visit. Although disaster relief was a difficult task, Han Yunqi still treated it as a trip. As long as she was with him, it was worth looking forward to wherever they went, no matter what they did. Wasn't that right? While Han Yunqi was filled with anticipation, Tang Li suddenly flew down and grabbed her hand. Han Yunqi, come with me. Hurry! Han Yunqi was bewildered as she struggled. What are you doing? Tang Li didn't let go. As he led her away, he said in a rush, His Highness has been stabbed in the chest. His life's hanging by a thread. What? Han Yunqi gaped. Chapter 363. Stabbed in the heart, his life hanging by a thread? Han Yunqi froze at the words. She'd waited all night for Long Fei Yi, but this was the news. How could she accept this? His life hanging by a thread. Those words echoed in her mind, but she couldn't connect them to Long Fei Yi. Abruptly, she grabbed Tang Li and demanded, Just what's going on? Who hurt him? Tang Li was using lightness techniques to fly through the air, so her sudden grab nearly caused him to fall to the ground. He roared, Why are you asking so many questions? Let's hurry and save him first. That's right. Saving a life was more important. Why ask so many questions? Han Yunqi let go at once, like a frightened child. She grew very quiet. Very soon, they arrived at the hidden pavilion. Chu Shifeng had already settled Long Fei Yi in his bedroom, so Han Yunqi rushed to the bed as soon as she entered. Long Fei Yi was lying naked on the bed, a thick bandage wrapped around his heart. Despite this, fresh blood was still seeping out. He lay there quietly. His handsome face was less cold and serious than usual, and more pure and calm. He looked much better with his eyes closed than usual, as beautiful as a tranquil ink painting. Those who didn't know better might think he was just sleeping and would wake up at daybreak. Han Yunqi's eyes grew red and wet as she grew very, very quiet. Tang Li, hurry and find Gu Beiwe. Tell him the dagger stabbed him in the heart very deeply, she said calmly. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances and hesitated. The hidden pavilion's existence was a secret to begin with. Moreover, Gu Beiwe was a target of His Highness Duke of Qin's investigation, so it wasn't appropriate to find Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi, why are you looking for Gu Beiwe? Hurry and stop the bleeding. Don't you have a special medicine? Tang Li urged impatiently, but the quiet Han Yunqi turned to glare at them. Her cold face emanated a fierce aura that made Tang Li and Chu Shifeng shudder. She ordered word by word, Bring Gu Beiwe here. He has to be here by half an hour at the latest. Otherwise, I'll be the first to poison you to death if he dies. Han Yunqi hadn't even examined him properly, but seeing Long Fei Ye's ashen complexion and the extent of his bleeding, she knew he was in a terrible state. Gu Beiwe had been wounded in the same spot as Long Fei Ye's wounds. Back then, Gu had stabbed Gu Beiwe's heart with a hidden needle. It hadn't hit the heart, but had been slightly off target. Still, it wasn't as deep as Long Fei Ye's wound. Long Fei Ye had not only been stabbed deeply, but the dagger had also been yanked out immediately after entering, causing a second wound. Even though the wound had been slightly off target, it was still near the heart. More importantly, it was so deep that any small injury could affect the normal flow of blood in the body. Once the blood supply ran low, the heartbeat would be affected and his life would be in danger. The injuries in the wound were very complicated. To save Long Fei, it wasn't as simple as stopping the bleeding. This wasn't Han Yunqi's strong suit, so she forced herself to calm down even though she was on the verge of tears. Not only did she have special medicine to stop the bleeding, but she could also use needles to stop the bleeding. But no matter what she did, she had to expose the wound first. How could she touch the wound in such a dangerous situation? Treating injuries was Gu Beiyue's strong suit, so she could only wait for Gu Beiyue to decide how to stop the bleeding and treat the patient. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences if things dragged on for more than half an hour. Tang Li had been scared witless by the word die. He couldn't care less and turned to leave. Han Yunqi gripped Long Fei Ye's icy hands tightly as she knelt by the bed, looking at him without a word. Chu Shifeng and Dr. Lin didn't dare to speak, but stayed by her side. Very soon, Chu Shifeng saw esteemed Wang Fei's hands tremble. She looked calm, but just how terrified was her heart? Perhaps fear wasn't enough to describe Han Yunqi's current feelings. She'd lived 2 lives, but she'd never felt so out of her wits. It had always been Long Fei's fingers intertwined with hers, but this time she unconsciously grabbed his hand and entwined their fingers together tightly. How she wished that this man, who had always been invincible in her heart, could open his eyes to look at her and give her some strength. Long Fei, didn't we agree to go to the disaster areas together? We're leaving tomorrow. Long Fei, do you know how much I'm looking forward to it? Long Fei, you can't go back on your words when it comes to me. Time trickled by in the silent room. Fortunately, Tang Li brought Gu Beiyue over in less than an hour. On the way, Tang Li explained Gu Beiyue's injuries in a concise manner. Gu Beiyue carried his medicine, chest inside, his ashen face solemn. His first words were, "Esteemed Wang Fei, stay behind. Everyone else, go out and prepare hot water. Wait by the door." It had to be said that Gu Beiyue was a truly calm man. As he spoke, he opened his medicine chest and took out some medicine, his movements quick and methodical. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li exchanged glances. Although they hesitated, they had no choice but to withdraw. Han Yunqi adjusted her mental state and moved away from the bed. "It's in the same position as your previous injury, but it's very deep. I don't dare to examine it yet." Gu Beiyue finished preparing his things before looking over. When he saw Han Yunqi's red eyes, he gave a start, but he quickly recovered and explained, "Esteemed Wang Fei, I'll examine the wound right away before deciding what medicine to use. Time is too tight, so it's impossible to find a life blood pill. So, I understand." Han Yunqi didn't let Gu Beiyue finish. She was very clear that Long Fei could lose his life from excessive blood loss during the treatment process, but time was too tight. They had to treat him even if they didn't want to. They had no other choice. "This one will definitely do my best. Esteemed Wang Fei, you must remain calm and prepare to stop the bleeding at any time." Gu Beiyue was very serious. Although Han Yunqi knew Gu Beiyue was only comforting her, she still nodded her head. "All right." She prepared her needles and medicine so she could cooperate with Gu Beiyue at any time. Gu Beiyue personally undid the bandages on Long Fei Ye's body. As he did so, fresh blood poured out of the wound. Han Yunqi watched quietly at first, but saw more and more blood pour out like a fountain. This wasn't just blood, it was Long Fei Ye's life. Han Yunqi was afraid and couldn't calm down. "Let me stop the bleeding first." "Esteemed Wang Fei, please calm down," Gu Beiyue sternly said. This was the first time he spoke so fiercely to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi knew she couldn't stop the bleeding at this time, but in the end, she could only avert her eyes and not look. "Call me when you need to stop the bleeding." Han Yunqi didn't know that when she averted her eyes, she missed such a shocking scene. Gu Beiwei checked Long Fei Ye's wound with one hand and took out the medicine with the other. His movements were very fast, like a flickering shadow. No one could clearly see what he had just done. She saw that Long Fei Ye's wound had already been covered with medicine, and the herbs that Gu Beiwei had prepared had all been used up. In the Medical Academy's rankings, Gu Beiwei was only a 5th-rank divine doctor. His medical skills were basically at the 5th-rank level as well. But in reality, his medical skills had already surpassed the medical school's level. Even the head of the medical school could not compare to him. But it was a pity that no one in this world knew about this. The fresh blood from Long Fei's chest was still flowing non-stop, quickly drowning out the medicinal ingredients. Gu Beiwei did not delay. Esteemed Wang Fei, stop the bleeding, quickly! Han Yunqi immediately turned around and saw that Long Fei Ye's chest was covered in blood. The bedding was also dyed red. She couldn't see how his wound was treated because it was covered in blood. In this kind of situation, she did not have any extra thoughts to pay attention to Gu Beiwei's speed of treatment. She only chose to trust him. She immediately used needles to stop the bleeding. With trembling hands, she used the fastest speed she'd ever used in her life to treat Long Fei. By the time the bleeding stopped, Han Yunqi's entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Hot water, quickly! Gu Beiwei shouted. Tang Li personally brought in the hot water. Seeing Han Yunqi's trembling hands, Gu Beiwei's eyes flashed with pain. He was about to do it himself when Han Yunqi beat him to it. I'll do it. She nimbly wiped Long Fei Yi clean and took care of the blood, then changed into warm clothes. She understood that people who had lost too much blood needed to keep warm. By the time Han Yunqi was done, Gu Beiwei had already written out a prescription for Chu Shifeng to make medicine. The tense atmosphere finally eased a little. Tang Li asked timidly, "The Duke of Qin, is he all right now?" Gu Beiwei didn't speak, but Tang Li looked at Han Yunqi. Say something. Han Yunqi looked at Gu Beiwei. She wanted to ask him the same question. Long Fei Yi had lost too much blood. It was too much for him to take in right away, so even if she had a miracle blood tonic, she might not be able to use it. She could only say that Long Fei Ye's life was saved for now. As for what would happen in the future, she didn't know, nor did she dare to guess. Gu Beiwei, say something. Tang Li was anxious. Gu Beiwei's eyes flashed with a complicated look before he took Long Fei Ye's pulse again. After some hesitation, he said, "It's best to keep watch tonight. If he doesn't wake up tonight, then the situation won't be optimistic." That night, no one slept. All of them stayed with Han Yunqi to keep watch. But it was already daybreak, but Long Fei Yi didn't show any signs of waking up. Instead, his pulse grew weaker and weaker. Gu Beiwei opened the windows to let in the sunlight. No one could ignore the fact that it was already morning. Not only was the sky bright, but the sun was already high in the sky. Suddenly, Tang Li swung a hand at Gu Beiwei. "You quack!" Fortunately, Han Yunqi shoved him aside in time. "Are you crazy? My big bro will definitely be fine. This quack is spouting nonsense. He's seeking death." Tang Li had lost all reason. "Get out!" Han Yunqi suddenly shouted. Tang Li was about to refuse, but Han Yunqi was the one who'd truly lost her mind. She screamed at the crowd, "All of you get out! Get out!" Gu Beiwei was the first to leave. Tang Li was dragged out by Chu Shifeng. Han Yunqi's eyes were redder than a rabbit's, but she stubbornly refused to cry. She still clutched Long Fei Ye's hand tightly as she sat on the side, watching over him. Han Yunqi waited for an entire day and night. She personally took his pulse and fed him medicine. But Long Fei Yi still didn't wake up. Note to the readers. Genius Poison Consort's WeChat account is Tainkexia Diffii. Chapter 364. Han Yunqi stood guard for an entire day and night. Outside the door, Chu Shifeng, Tang Li, and Gu Beiwa had all stayed by her side without rest. By now, the irascible Tang Li had calmed down and was sitting on the steps with his head bowed. He didn't seem angry at all. He'd never doubted Long Feiye's choices. But this time he had to reconsider whether Long Feiye had done the right thing by locking that man up in the secret room. If not for Han Yunqi, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to imprison that man, much less attract such danger tonight. While Tang Li was lost in his thoughts, the silent Gu Beiwa finally spoke up. "Guard Chu, there's one thing this one really doesn't understand. May I ask for your guidance?" Chu Shifeng leaned weakly against the wall and said, "I don't dare ask for guidance. Imperial Physician Gu, you may ask whatever you want. From what this one understands, His Highness's martial arts skills aren't low. How could someone have injured him in such a fatal place?" Gu Beiwa naturally knew that Chu Shifeng was on guard against him. He didn't want to ask at first, but after a day and night of thinking, he still couldn't figure it out. With Long Feiye's martial arts skills and vigilance, it was more likely that he'd been poisoned. How could he have been injured so severely? After all, the heart was the weakest part of the human body. Even the world's #1 expert, Tian Shan Kenzo, would collapse after being stabbed so deeply by a dagger. Gu Beiwa mused that someone who could injure Long Feiye so severely had to be someone Long Feiye trusted deeply, or someone whose martial arts skills were far superior to Long Feiye's. On second thought, the people whose martial arts were far above Long Feiye's were either from Tian Shan Kenzo, Liberty City, or the City of Daughters. Tian Shan Kenzo wouldn't hurt Long Feiye like this, and Liberty City and the City of Daughters had 2 or 3 experts who could hurt Long Feiye. However, they had no reason to attack. Those old seniors had already retired from the world of assassins for several years. Gu Beiwa thought about it and still felt that the person who injured Long Feiye was someone trusted by Long Feiye. It was very likely that there was a traitor in the U prison. Gu Beiwa's question had left Chu Shifeng puzzling over it for an entire day and night, but he couldn't figure it out either. His Highness Duke of Qin's sneak attack on the black-clothed man was to stab his sword directly into the man's heart. Although he was behind him and didn't get a good look, he wasn't mistaken. He was certain that His Highness Duke of Qin had not only hit the target, but stabbed very deeply. His Highness Duke of Qin had never made a mistake, so the depth of his sword had to be even deeper than the man's dagger. Logically speaking, the black-clothed man shouldn't have lived for more than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Moreover, the black-clothed man looked like he was on the verge of death. Otherwise, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't have gotten so close to him, much less uncover his face. Who would have thought that the black-clothed man could still sneak attack His Highness Duke of Qin despite being so heavily injured? That dagger hadn't been light at all. After the dagger, he could still strike with his palm. Most frightening of all, he still had the strength to escape. Who else in the world could survive a stab to the heart and still have the skills? This defied all common sense. Chu Shifeng could only suspect that His Highness Duke of Qin's sword had gone astray, and very, very astray at that. But that didn't make sense either. Didn't His Highness Duke of Qin know that his sword had gone astray? The more Chu Shifeng thought, the more confused he felt. His heart was filled with worry for His Highness Duke of Qin, so he gave up on the thought altogether. No matter what the truth was, as long as His Highness Duke of Qin was fine, everything was fine. When Chu Shifeng didn't reply, Gu Beiwei added, "Guard Chu if it's inconvenient. Just pretend this one never asked." Chu Shifeng was even more guarded against Gu Beiwei than he was against Tang Li. He didn't want to say much, but even if Gu Beiwei didn't ask, esteemed Wang Fei would ask anyway. By then, Gu Beiwei would find out. If he told Gu Beiwei this mystery that defied the laws of the human body, perhaps he'd be able to explain it. Of course, Chu Shifeng wouldn't mention a word about the prisoner in the secret room. Imperial Physician Gu, it's quite strange. That night, His Highness was attacked by an assassin. The assassin's martial arts skills were average, far below His Highness's. His Highness's sword stabbed him in the chest. Although it went astray, it still counted as a wound to the heart. His Highness thought the assassin was dead, so he went closer. Who knew that the assassin would sneak up on him? Although Chu Shifeng didn't tell the truth, it didn't count as a lie either. By now, Tang Li was looking over as well. He didn't understand either. Gu Beiwa was an intelligent man, but he still didn't understand. He asked, "Are you sure it was the sword that went through the heart?" "I'm sure." His Highness was certain that the assassin was dead, so he didn't put up any defenses. Chu Shifeng was certain. Gu Beiwa's heart grew cold. Although he didn't show it, his ashen face turned even paler. He had carefully examined Long Fei Ye's wound and found that the dagger had stabbed him with a lot of force. A dying man couldn't possibly have that kind of strength. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, it was impossible for him to be heavily injured. Imperial Physician Gu, after the assassin stabbed His Highness, he hit him with a palm before escaping. Even 10 guards couldn't catch up to him. Chu Shifeng added hastily. Hearing this, Gu Beiwa's heart skipped a beat, but he only expressed doubt. That's impossible. His Highness probably didn't hit any vital points and was tricked. Tang Li couldn't help but speak up. That's impossible. My big bro isn't so careless. His Highness was too careless to approach before he even died. Gu Beiwa sighed helplessly. With Long Fei Ye's personality, he'd only let his guard down around dead people. Although the black-robed man was dead for sure, he wasn't dead yet. Moreover, many assassins knew how to use poison before they died. Long Fei Yi was a veteran of hundreds of battles, so he should have known. That person was dead for sure. It's really strange. Tang Li cleverly avoided Gu Beiwa's questions. Gu Beiwa faintly sensed that there was more to the story that Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were unwilling to share. Of course, he didn't have time to ask. Right now, the most important question wasn't whether or not Long Fei Yi had been careless, but how the black-robed assassin had escaped unscathed with a wound to his chest. Strange. It doesn't make sense. Gu Beiwa muttered to himself as he began to worry. Could it be that Long Fei Yi had run into a poison Gu human? In this world, only poison Gu humans were immortal and indestructible besides Lil Thing. Leaving aside a single stab, even stabbing a poison Gu human in the chest multiple times wouldn't kill them. At most, it'd hurt them a little. Only poison Gu humans could explain this. But how could there be poison Gu humans in this world? Methods to raise poison humans and poison corpses had been passed down through the ages, but the method to raise poison Gu humans remained a mystery. Some said that the poison sect master hadn't succeeded in his research, so there was no way to raise poison Gu humans in this world. Others said that the poison sect master had been killed by the medical academy before he could raise a poison Gu human. Thus, the method to raise poison Gu humans disappeared with the poison sect. However, Gu Beiwa knew that the secret method to raise poison Gu humans hadn't been invented by the poison sect, but by the medical academy itself. It was a top secret of the academy and had been sealed away in a forbidden area. No one was allowed to get close to it. The poison sect had indeed tried to get their hands on the secret recipe in the past, but never succeeded. That was why he was so shocked by today's events. With the poison sect gone, if there really were poison Gu humans in this world, they could only have been raised by the medical academy. Leaving aside how they'd been raised, how had Long Fei Yi provoked them in the first place? Gu Beiwa dearly hoped that this was all a misunderstanding and that Long Fei Yi had been careless. If there really were poison Gu humans in this world, then it'd be dangerous. Seeing that Gu Beiwa couldn't explain himself, Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were too lazy to ask any more questions. If they kept asking, Gu Beiwa wouldn't be able to explain himself at all. Instead, he'd ask them a lot of questions. What a loss! It was already dark outside, but there was still no sound from the room. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, both anxious and helpless. They could only comfort themselves with the fact that no news was the best news, while Long Fei Yi was unconscious. Another fellow was having a hard time as well. This was none other than the black-robed assassin from that night, Gu. Even now, he still hadn't changed out of his black robes. After shaking off the guards from the hidden pavilion, he'd ended up sprawled on a nearby roof like a corpse. His wound was really painful. At first, he hadn't felt any pain and could still muster his strength. But when he stopped to rest, the pain intensified. He didn't even know how much blood he'd lost. But right now he was both tired and in pain. He wanted nothing more than to sleep for a few days straight. Every time he was in extreme pain, he'd want to sleep for a long, long time. The longest he'd ever slept was 3 whole months. But this time he was doing his best to stay awake. How could he sleep without checking if Long Fei Yi had been buried? Thinking up to here, Gu's pale, bewitching face broke into a smug, satisfied smile. Actually, he didn't want to make a move because it would expose his secret. But he couldn't resist Long Fei Yi's stab. It was a heaven-sent chance. How could he be satisfied if he didn't kill that arrogant, hateful man? He couldn't help but imagine the current situation at the hidden pavilion. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li must be in a panic right now. Even if Tang Li and the rest wanted to hide it, they couldn't hide it for long. He had to wait for news of the Duke of Qin's death to spread, and for his poison lass to find out about the secret room at the hidden pavilion. Then she wouldn't be sad anymore and would know who was truly good to her. The more Gu thought about it, the happier he felt. He decided to eat his fill before going to the hidden pavilion to see what was going on. Gu still had no idea that his poison lass loved that man more than he imagined. Right now, she was so sad that tears were about to fall from her eyes. Chapter 365. Another night passed. The night was silent. The person on the bed did not wake up, and the person beside the bed did not sleep. Some people said that it was very painful to lose something after obtaining it. However, for Han Yunqi, it was true that she would lose it before she obtained it. She had been taking Long Fei Yi's pulse every 2 hours since the beginning. Now, her hand had been on his pulse the entire time, paying attention to any changes in his pulse. She was afraid. Although she was not a doctor, she had seen many cases and read many medical books. She was very clear in her heart that Long Fei Yi had not woken up or died at this time, so there was an 80% chance that he would become a living dead person, which was a vegetable. She knew, but she did not dare think about it. She did not even dare let Gu Beiwa come in. She was afraid that once Gu Beiwa came in, he would give a diagnosis and announce the end of everything. She held his hand with one hand, her fingers intertwined with his, and her other hand pressed against his pulse. She had been sitting on the edge of the bed in this position for 2 days and 2 nights, almost turning herself into a statue. She always knew that she liked this man, but she never knew how much. Perhaps she knew now. Actually, she still had not recovered yet. She still felt that everything in front of her was just a dream. Even if it was a dream, it came so suddenly. She wished that she could wake up quickly and open the window. She could still see the light in Long Fei Yi's palace. Suddenly, there was a dong 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 knocking sound that shattered Han Yunqi's dream. It was a pity that when she woke up, Long Fei Yi was still lying on the bed. Everything was the same as before. "Princess Consort, it's been 2 days. Let this one go in and take a look." The one knocking was Gu Beiwa. His voice was gentle and a bit hoarse. His body had not recovered much, but he had stayed awake for 2 days. Han Yunqi stared at Long Fei Yi and did not say anything. "Princess Consort, you are also a medical student, so you should know. Princess Consort, His Highness' pulse is still the same as it was 2 days ago. His Highness is already out of danger. Let this one go in and take a look." Gu Beiwa was really cruel. His words were clearly pronouncing Long Fei Yi's ending to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't even dare to look at Long Fei Yi. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you can be considered half a doctor. You should calm down a bit," Gu Beiwa said again. Han Yunqi bit her lips tightly. She knew what Gu Beiwa meant. She was also considered half a doctor. She should have the calmness and rationality of a doctor. In the face of this situation, there was no need to wait. No matter how long she waited, it would be futile. However, at this moment, she was not only half a doctor, but also Long Fei Ye's wife. The person lying in front of her was the person she had liked for a long time. How could she remain calm? She had already held back her tears. So what else did he want her to do? She took Long Fei Ye's hands and pressed them against her lips. Her entire being was so quiet that not a trace of life could be seen. It was as if the entire world had dimmed with her. After a long time, there was no more sound from outside the door. The room became incomparably quiet. This silence lasted for another day and night. Time was the most merciless thing of all. Long Fei, have you counted? Have you counted how many steps Yunqi has taken towards you? Long Fei, do you know that every step Yunqi takes requires a lot of courage? If you don't wake up, where will Yunqi go? Long Fei, don't tell me you won't even give Yunqi a chance to walk towards you of her own accord? After an indeterminate period of silence, Han Yunqi finally spoke up. Your Highness, if you don't wake up, aren't you afraid that Yunqi won't want you anymore? Her tears fell soundlessly onto Long Fei Ye's cold hands. Yunqi was crying, but when the hot tears fell onto Long Fei Ye's palms again, his hands actually trembled slightly. It was a very subtle movement, but Han Yunqi sensed it immediately. She was alarmed, flustered, happy, and nervous. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest as she feared that she'd made a mistake. She feared that if she moved, he'd stop moving. She forced herself to wait. After a long time, Long Fei Ye's hands really did tremble again, his fingers clearly moving. Han Yunqi was certain that she hadn't seen wrong. She was wild with joy and even forgot to call Gu Beiwen. She just stared foolishly at Long Fei Ye's fingers. This time, she waited for a long, long time, but Long Fei Ye's hands didn't move again. But his eyes did move. He opened them slightly to see Han Yunqi sitting by his side, her head bowed as she stared dumbly at his hands. This woman, what's wrong with her? Long Fei Ye only felt dizzy and his heart hurt, but his consciousness was still clear. He remembered that he'd fainted after being ambushed by the black-robed man. He'd survived the dagger to his heart. Did this woman save him? But her medical skills couldn't even compare to the imperial physicians in the palace. How long had he been unconscious? Had there been any delays in the disaster relief efforts? Who brought this woman to the hidden pavilion? Did she know about what happened in the secret room? As soon as he regained consciousness, thousands of thoughts flooded Long Fei Ye's mind. He unconsciously knitted his brows and stared at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi had no idea that Long Fei Yi had woken up. She stared at his hands without moving. Just like that, the two of them were silent in their own worlds for a long time. Finally, Long Fei Yi spoke. Han Yunqi, what are you doing? Han Yunqi suddenly looked up and immediately saw Long Fei Ye's eyes that were as deep as the sea. Although he had just woken up and was still very weak, his eyes were still cold and sharp, as if he could see through everything. But he quickly knitted his brows and his gaze became complicated, because at this moment the woman in front of him had clearly cried. Her eyes were red, like a pitiful little rabbit. Long Fei Yi suddenly sat up. Ignoring the pain in his heart, he fiercely questioned, "What's the matter? Who bullied you?" Han Yunqi only regained her senses after being yelled at by him. The tears that had been held in the corners of her eyes uncontrollably flowed down, but she immediately wiped them away and smiled through her tears. She kept smiling foolishly and didn't speak. Long Fei Ye's brows furrowed even more. "What's wrong with you?" Han Yunqi really wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. This guy's awake, he's really awake. She knew he'd wake up for sure. There was no reason for it, but she firmly believed it. Han Yunqi, tell your lordship, what's wrong with you? Long Fei Yi prided himself on his intelligence, but he really couldn't see through this woman's heart. Just what did she want from laughing and crying at the same time? But Han Yunchi suddenly threw herself into Long Fei Ye's arms and hugged him tightly. She said, "Long Fei Ye, I missed you so much. I really, really missed you." He was right in front of her, right by her side, but these past few days felt like they were on opposite ends of the world. So she really, really missed him. Long Fei Yi allowed Han Yunchi to hug him as he gave a start. No one had ever hugged him like this before, not even his birth mother or foster mother grand concubine Yi. No one else had ever dared to do it. Han Yunchi buried her head in the crook of his neck and hugged him tightly. Although she scoffed at the idea that men and women shouldn't touch each other, this was her first time hugging a man of her own accord, and with such force. It was as if she was afraid he'd run away again. She was so happy that she forgot Long Fei Yi was still heavily injured. Long Fei Yi didn't move a muscle and allowed her to hug him. After a long time, he finally asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" 3 days. I thought. I was afraid. Han Yunchi didn't dare to finish, but hugged him tightly. Long Fei Yi understood. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions and helplessness before he said, "Can you let me go now?" These words were his usual style. They were cold and carried a hint of seriousness. Han Yunchi had heard them many times before, but this time she froze. Her hands clenched, and she immediately let go of Long Fei Yi. After letting go, she said indifferently, "Sure." She thought that she must have been too anxious. This step seemed to be too big. Han Yunchi lowered her head, and her lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. She silently retreated. Long Fei Yi saw this pitiful look and couldn't help but pull her over and press her against his chest. Although his heart was in pain from the two of them hugging like this, he still endured it when he saw this pitiful look on this woman's face. Han Yunchi didn't understand what Long Fei Yi meant by this. He had clearly asked her to let go, but he was still hugging her. She struggled to get up, but Long Fei Yi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. "Don't move if you don't want this prince to die from the pain." Die from the pain? Han Yunchi was shocked. Only then did she remember that he still had a wound on his chest. Hugging like this would definitely touch the wound. Moreover, he was half lying down, so any movement of his arm would definitely affect it. Once the wound opened, it would be troublesome. Damn it. Han Yunchi really wanted to slap herself. She was just as pitiful as a little rabbit, but now she was so serious that it was shocking. She almost said in a commanding tone, "Long Fei Yi, let go of me, quickly." "Don't worry, this prince won't die." Long Fei Yi was actually very calm. Han Yunchi didn't dare to move as she seriously advised, "You're still in danger." "You saved this prince?" Long Fei Yi didn't seem like he wanted to let go as he changed the topic. He knew his own body the best. Although the wound was very painful from the current situation, his life wasn't in danger. Just based on the position of the wound, he felt that he wouldn't be able to escape death. The person who saved him had to have some skills. "It wasn't me, it was Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu helped you apply medicine, and I helped you stop the bleeding. It's good that I came in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Han Yunchi was lying on Long Fei Ye's body, so she could feel his breath and temperature. They were hugging so close earlier, so she didn't have time to properly feel it. Gu Beiwe, Long Fei Yi was very surprised, but he didn't show it. He guessed that it was Han Yunchi who invited him. Han Yunchi really wanted to have Long Fei Yi let go of her. Hugging like this wasn't a good idea. However, she knew that Long Fei Yi was a man of his words, so she could only stay motionless and let him do as he pleased. As long as he was fine, she could do anything. "Your Highness, who injured you? How did you get injured so badly?" The question that Gu Beiwe couldn't understand was something that Han Yunchi also couldn't understand. Who could injure Long Fei Yi like this? Chapter 366. "Your lordship wants to know who he is too," Long Fei Yi replied to Han Yunchi's question. He trusted that Chu Shifeng and Tang Li wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal the secret of the prisoner. Leaving aside the secret, Long Fei Yi told Han Yunqi everything he knew about the black-robed assassin. Impossible. That's far beyond the limits of human physiology. Han Yunqi said, then changed her mind. Your Highness, perhaps it's not impossible for such a person to exist. Isn't Bailey Mingxiang an impossible existence? Bailey Mingxiang's constitution also defied the natural laws of the human body. There were too many unexplainable mysteries in Cloud Realm Continent. Then what kind of constitution is it? Long Fei Yi asked. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi had no idea. Your Highness, why did that assassin want to kill you? Was it your enemy? Your lordship wants to know too. Since he came once, there'll be a second time. Long Fei Yi was very curious about the black-robed assassin's constitution. Of course, he was even more curious about how the assassin knew about the person locked up in the hidden pavilion. As long as that person was still locked up, he wasn't afraid that the assassin wouldn't come. It looks like we'll have to strengthen our defenses. Han Yunqi was very serious. She knew nothing of the truth. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but his hand gently stroked her back. This action drew Han Yunqi's attention back to the two of them. Her face was pressed against his chest, so she couldn't see his expression. She imagined that Long Fei Yi would be quiet and gentle as he stroked her back. She really wanted him to hold her a little longer, so she could enjoy the warmth of this moment. But reality proved that she was a calm and rational person. She knew that now wasn't the time to be love-struck. Your Highness, if you don't let me go, I reckon you'll have to lie in bed for another month. Han Yunqi said seriously. The wound on Long Fei Yi's chest was painful. He knew very well that if his injury worsened, a lot of things would be delayed. However, when he saw Han Yunqi's red eyes, he couldn't control himself and didn't want to let go of her. Seeing that Long Fei Yi did not respond, Han Yunqi became serious. Your Highness, please let go of me immediately. Long Fei's thoughts didn't wander, but he immediately let go. A hint of helplessness appeared on his lips. This woman also had times when she was serious and fierce towards him. Han Yunqi carefully got up from Long Fei Yi's body and then immediately checked his wound. After making sure that it hadn't split open, she was relieved. Your Highness, should we let Imperial Physician Gu in for a follow-up examination? She still obediently asked for Long Fei Yi's opinion. Long Fei Yi only nodded without a word. Currently, Tang Li and the rest were waiting anxiously by the door. When they saw Han Yunqi suddenly open the door, they all jumped in fright. Esteemed Wang Fei, how is His Highness? Chu Shifeng was in the middle of asking when Tang Li rushed inside. He's awake. Imperial Physician Gu, hurry inside and take a look. As soon as Han Yunqi finished speaking, Chu Shifeng rushed inside as well. Gu Beiwe immediately noticed Han Yunqi's red eyes. This woman had been crying. A flash of heartache flitted past his clear eyes, but was quickly replaced by joy. He hurried inside with Han Yunqi. As soon as he saw Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwe was neither servile nor overbearing, but respectful and courteous. He took Long Fei Yi's pulse as he asked a few questions. Soon enough, he smiled faintly and said, Your Highness Duke of Qin is blessed by the heavens. His life is no longer in danger. To Long Fei Yi, this was nonsense. He didn't need Gu Beiwe to take his pulse to know the answer. But Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. Gu Beiwe carefully examined Long Fei Yi's wound. Your Highness, the wound has only just begun to heal. The wound is very deep and serious. I ask that Your Highness rest for a month. By no means can you use your right hand, especially a sword. A month without a sword? Chu Shifeng and Tang Li exchanged glances, both starting to worry for Long Fei Yi's sake. For a swordsman, not being able to use a sword for a month was definitely a very troublesome matter. What if he ran into another assassin? Long Fei Yi remained expressionless as he waited for Gu Beiwe to continue. Gu Beiwe didn't say much, but wrote a prescription for Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness will have to use this prescription for a month. For the first half of the month, change the dressing every day. For the second half, change it every 2 or 3 days. It depends on the situation. Han Yunqi was very serious. She didn't take the prescription directly, but carefully read it over before accepting it. Long Fei Yi saw all of this. He didn't dare to use Gu Beiwe's prescription, but Han Yunqi's was enough to set his mind at ease. As Gu Beiwe was packing up his medicine chest and preparing to leave, Long Fei Yi spoke up cold. This prince was so seriously injured that my life was hanging by a thread, but Imperial Physician Gu was still able to save me. It's no wonder he's the head Imperial Physician of the Imperial Physician Courtyard. These words were not only praising Gu Beiwe's medical skills, but they were also questioning his abilities. Even Long Fei Yi himself thought that he wouldn't be able to save him. Your Highness, it's all thanks to esteemed Wang Fei that I was able to stop the bleeding in time. If not for esteemed Wang Fei's assistance, this official wouldn't have been able to help. Gu Beiwe's words were true. At least in everyone's opinion, the most difficult part of treating Long Fei Ye's injuries was stopping the bleeding. In Han Yunqi's opinion, treating someone was far more difficult than stopping the bleeding. She only took Gu Beiwe's words as modesty. Someone reward Imperial Physician Gu with 100 taels of gold. Long Fei Yi was very generous. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Beiwe didn't refuse. Instead, he added, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this 1 month is a critical time for your wounds to heal. By no means should you use excessive force. If you can avoid it, it's best not to. So speaking, he took a step forward and murmured by Long Fei Ye's ear, Your Highness, forgive this official for speaking out of turn, but I ask that Your Highness abstain from sexual intercourse for a month. If Han Yunqi heard these words, it was hard to tell how she'd react. Actually, it was normal for a doctor like Gu Beiwe to instruct him on things like this. If he didn't, it'd be beneath his professional standards. Long Fei Yi was very calm as he replied, Your lordship will. The hidden meaning of this answer, could it be that? Gu Beiwe stiffened, but quickly recovered. No one noticed anything off about him, but he still smiled warmly and went to pack up his medicine chest. Now that everything was clear, Gu Beiwe had no reason to stay any longer. Chu Shifeng, send Imperial Physician Gu back. With Long Fei Ye's orders, Gu Beiwe had no choice but to leave. Han Yunqi saw him to the door. Gu Beiwe, I really have to thank you this time. Esteemed Wang Fei is too courteous. This one originally thought His Highness is blessed by the heavens. Gu Beiwe didn't say it out loud, but Han Yunqi understood. According to Gu Beiwe, if Long Fei Yi hadn't woken up that night, there would be no hope for him. That's right, His Highness is blessed by the heavens. Han Yunqi mused. Long Fei Yi was really lucky. She had no idea that Gu Beiwe had long predicted that Long Fei Yi would wake up, but had lied in order to hide his medical skills. Gu Beiwe had calculated that Long Fei Yi wouldn't wake up until a month later, but he never expected Long Fei Yi to wake up so early and so many days earlier at that. It had to be said that Long Fei Ye's body was terrifyingly strong. While Han Yunqi was sending Gu Beiwe away, Long Fei Yi had long asked Tang Li about everything. Big bro, this Gu Beiwe shouldn't be an enemy. Tang Li might be impulsive, but he wasn't stupid. As he saw it, Gu Beiwe wasn't a simple man, but he didn't harbor any enmity towards him. Even if he's not an enemy, he might not be a friend. Long Fei Yi had his own considerations. Han Yunqi immediately returned after sending Gu Beiwe away, so Tang Li didn't say much. Your Highness, no matter what, you have to rest for a month. Han Yunqi was very serious. She knew that Long Fei Yi had a lot of important matters on hand, but nothing was more important than his health. She widened her eyes, making her teary eyes look even more swollen. You're crying." "Tang," Li blurted out. Only then did he notice Han Yunqi's eyes. Han Yunqi immediately retreated. After calming down, she felt that crying was very embarrassing. She pretended not to hear Tang Li's words and continued, "Your Highness, why don't you recuperate in the Yu Pavilion? It's quiet here." Before Long Fei Yi could answer, Tang Li spoke again. He even deliberately went around to Han Yunqi's side to take a look. "You're really crying." As far as Tang Li knew, Han Yunqi was a tough woman with a poisonous heart and venomous hands. It was impossible for her to cry. Han Yunqi was very annoyed by him and pushed him away in annoyance. "So what if I'm crying? Didn't you go crazy and want to hit someone before?" This guy actually wanted to hit Gu Beiwe. How abominable. "That's because I'm worried about your Highness. I'm worried because I'm worried, understand?" Tang Li had never been stingy in expressing his love for his dearest cousin. "Can't I be worried because I'm worried?" Han Yunqi casually retorted in front of Long Fei Yi. Tang Li was very surprised. He had only left for a short while, and this woman, Han Yunqi, actually dared to say such things in front of Long Fei Yi? He glanced at Long Fei Yi and saw that the corners of Long Fei Yi's mouth were slightly curved, but he did not say anything. Why did he have the feeling that these two guys were showing off their affection? Although he knew that this woman had a place in Long Fei Yi's heart, judging from the current situation, wouldn't it progress too quickly? Yes, of course you can. Tang Li smiled and said meaningfully, "You're his woman. If you're not worried, who's going to be worried?" As he spoke, he left with a chuckle, leaving Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi alone. When Tang Li was around, Han Yunqi spoke calmly. However, once Tang Li left, the room became quiet, and Han Yunqi felt a little awkward. She sneaked a glance at Long Fei Yi and saw that Long Fei Yi was staring at her with interest. She decided to stay calm and let Long Fei Yi look at her without saying a word. However, reality proved that her self-control was far inferior to Long Fei Yi's. Not long after, she could not take it anymore. "Your Highness, rest first. I'll go prepare the herbs. I'll have to change your medicine later." Han Yunqi wanted to escape as she spoke, but Long Fei Yi waved his hand. "Come here." Seeing this, Han Yunqi panicked. "Your Highness, you can't act recklessly." Chapter 367. When she saw Long Fei Yi wave at her, Han Yunqi rushed over and carefully took his hand before setting it down. Her quiet face was filled with seriousness. "Your Highness, you're not allowed to move around for a month. Qinxia will keep an eye on you." "It's inconvenient," Long Fei Yi said mildly. Although he was born into the imperial clan, he disliked being waited on and did many things himself. Moreover, he was used to practicing his swordsmanship early in the morning, then brewing tea and meditating afterwards. How could he stand not moving for a month? Han Yunqi didn't even think before she said, "Qinxia will wait on you, whatever your Highness wants to do." Long Fei Yi arched a brow at her, the interest in his eyes growing stronger. All right. Han Yunqi finally realized how complicated things were. If she wanted to wait on someone who couldn't use his hands, then she'd have to do a lot of things, including very private things. There really were many inconveniences. After a while, she added, "Have Chu Shifeng and Tang Li help." Seeing Han Yunqi's helpless, disappointed, and embarrassed expression, Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. Instead, he reached out again and tilted her chin up. "Han Yunqi, you just have to help your lordship change his dressing." As expected, this woman didn't understand him well enough. He was obsessed with cleanliness and never liked other people touching him. It wasn't just women, but men as well. If he said he wouldn't die, then nothing would happen to him. His overbearingness, his mischievousness, and his gentleness were all her most fatal weaknesses. Han Yunqi immediately quieted down and tilted her chin up. According to Tang Li's words, she was clearly a fierce tigress, but now she was like a docile little lamb. Everything had its vanquisher. Just who had vanquished whom? Long Fei, Yi said mildly, 1 month is too long. Tian Hui would never give your lordship a month. But he'd hardly finished speaking when the guard by the door reported, Your Highness, there's a situation in the city. Speak, Long Fei, Yi said. This morning His Majesty officially gave you the title of Imperial Envoy for Disaster Relief. He requested that you set out to the disaster area today to save the victims from the fire and water. The Imperial Edict is already on the way and will be delivered to your residence soon. The secret guard replied, truthfully, Damned Emperor Tian Hui. If it wasn't for this accident, they would have been on their way long ago and wouldn't have needed to rush him. It had only been a few days, but Emperor Tian Hui had already lost his cool and issued an imperial edict. He even ordered them to set out on the same day. Han Yunqi cursed in her heart. She swore to herself that she'd find a chance to prank Emperor Tian Hui and let him have a taste of what it felt like to attend court with serious injuries. Get ready. We're going back to the residence. Long Fei Yi had no intention of resting. As he spoke, he clutched his chest and was about to get off the bed. Han Yunqi's heart ached. She hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness, please wait a little longer. If you need to pack anything, just let me know. Long Fei Yi was planning to check on that person in the secret room, but he hesitated before lying back down. There's nothing to pack. Help me change my clothes. This room was Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters at the hidden pavilion. There wasn't a single servant girl inside. Everything inside was very simple. A bed, a chair, and a cupboard. Han Yunqi found a set of loose, black robes. Loose robes wouldn't bind the wound, but black robes would prevent blood from seeping out. Long Fei Yi didn't say much, but Han Yunqi understood. They'd have to hide the wound when they received the edict. News of his injuries couldn't be leaked, or else they'd never make it to the disaster areas. When Han Yunqi brought the robes over, she discovered that Long Fei Ye's undergarments were stained with blood. They'd have to change out of them as well. She could only go find clean undergarments, but by the time she returned, Long Fei Yi was undressing himself. Your Highness, let me do it. She was anxious and rushed over to hold his hand down again. Don't move. This time, Long Fei Yi was well behaved and didn't move. Han Yunqi's movements were very careful. She pulled open the belt, unbuttoned the collar, and then carefully took off the pure, white undergarments from Long Fei Ye's back. Once the undergarments were taken off, Long Fei Ye's well-toned back was completely revealed. His bronze skin and almost perfect back lines made one's imagination run wild. Han Yunqi was sitting right behind him. She was very close, and everything was within reach. Although she deliberately avoided it, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, it was just a few glances that made her want to get closer, and even closer. You don't? Long Fei Yi suddenly asked faintly. Han Yunqi was startled. She clearly hadn't done anything, but it seemed like she'd done something bad. Her face immediately turned red. You don't? Long Fei Yi asked again. What? It was as if Long Fei Yi knew what she was thinking. Han Yunqi panicked. Change clothes. Long Fei Yi's patience had really improved a lot. Han Yunqi finally understood and hurriedly took out clean undergarments. However, she quickly discovered that she didn't know how to. Because of her profession, Han Yunqi had helped many people undress in her life. However, this was the first time she'd helped someone put on clothes. She held the undergarments on Long Fei Ye's back. After helping him put them on, she didn't know what to do. In the end, Han Yunqi learned that it was easy to undress. You didn't have to raise your hand. But putting on clothes wasn't so easy. Raising one's hand was necessary. Just as she was about to tell Long Fei Yi to raise his hand slightly, Long Fei Yi raised his hands first. Both of his hands were raised in a horizontal line, the standard way to put on clothes. Han Yunqi was so ashamed that she almost buried her head in the covers. Only then did she help him put on his clothes. After tying his belt, Long Fei Yi was quite satisfied. He said mildly. You'll have to serve me in the future. Han Yunqi didn't know what to say. This was the first time she realized that this guy was so bad. By the time Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate in a carriage, Emperor Tianhui's new favorite, Eunuch Qin, was already waiting for them. Thanks to Eunuch Shui's previous lesson, Eunuch Chen was well-behaved and didn't dare to act presumptuously. When he saw Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi return, he quickly read out the imperial edict before leaving. As the guard had reported, the imperial edict conferred Long Feiyi the title of imperial envoy for disaster relief. He was to rush to the disaster areas as soon as he received the edict. Although that was what the imperial edict said, Long Fei still had an excuse to delay things for a few days. But he couldn't afford to delay things at a time like this, because this matter had already been pushed to the heart of the storm. News of his trip to the disaster areas would probably spread throughout Tianning by tomorrow. If he delayed things for a few days, it'd give Emperor Tianhui a chance to smear his name. Public opinion could always be swayed. To put it nicely, it was a guide. To put it bluntly, it was control. On the way back from the hidden pavilion, he had already gotten a clear idea of the current state of public opinion. The celebration of the Crown Prince's wedding had been drowned out by discussions about the charity bazaar, but public opinion had shifted from praises for His Highness Duke of Qin's compassion for the people to discussions about his personal wealth. Today, a different opinion had emerged among the populace, turning their gratitude to the Duke of Qin's estate into demands. They assumed that since the Duke of Qin's estate had money, they should donate even more. Naturally, Emperor Tianhui was the mastermind behind all of this. He wasn't easy to deal with either. The battle for the hearts of the people had only just begun, so they had to advance step by step. That very night, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi made some preparations before setting out on their journey. Long Feiyi chose to travel incognito without publicizing his whereabouts. Only Han Yunqi accompanied him. Even Zhao Mama was refused entry, but Han Yunqi had no idea how many others were traveling in secret. It wasn't until the second half of the night that Chu Shifeng came to report on the imperial uncle's estate that Han Yunqi realized he was traveling with them. As for Tang Li, he was left at the hidden pavilion to wait for the black-robed assassin to reappear. In the middle of the night, the surroundings were quiet as the carriage slowly made its way out of the southern gates of Tianning's capital city. Atop the city walls, a figure dressed in red robes fluttered in the wind, looking enchanting in the night like a spider lily in full bloom. It was both enchanting and mysterious. Gu had made a trip to the hidden pavilion and narrowly escaped being trapped by the Tang clan's assassination weapons. By the time he arrived, all he could see was the back of the carriage, but not Long Feiyi or his poison lass. Currently, his usual smile was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were narrowed into slits as they emanated a deathly chill. After a while, he finally spat out, "What a lucky bastard!" He was curious as to who had saved Long Feiyi. His poison lass definitely didn't have such skills. Of course, aside from his curiosity, he was also feeling gloomy. If he'd known this would happen, he would have been more ruthless. Not only did he fail to kill Long Feiyi this time, he'd only increase Long Feiyi's vigilance. It'd be harder to kill him next time. Moreover, with Long Feiyi's personality, he'd definitely do everything in his power to investigate his identity. How troublesome. Gu grumbled. He decided to lay low for a while. He hated messy and dirty places like the disaster regions, so he wouldn't go with them. It had been a long time since Mu Ling had sent him any letters. He didn't know how she was doing with her search for the medicine, so Gu decided to pay a visit to the Mu clan in Medicine City. He raised his wide, demonic red robes before suddenly plummeting from the city gates in a straight line. He was as beautiful as a red kite as he disappeared into the night. Gu hadn't gone far when a white figure appeared out of thin air in his place. It was the white-robed gentleman he hadn't seen in ages. His robes were whiter than snow, and he was elegant and untainted. A white veil covered his face, making him look mysterious and noble. His gaze was serene and calm, and his body emanated a clear aura that seemed capable of dispelling the darkness of the night and illuminating the world. He glanced at the city gates with a faint smile before quickly chasing after the carriage in front of him. There was a type of protection called the person standing in front of you who would shelter you from the wind and rain, charge and break through enemy lines and be your best friend. There was a type of protection called the person walking hand in hand with you who would share life and death, honor and disgrace with you, and be the person you love the most. There was a type of protection called the person standing behind you who would allow you to stride forward without any worries. That person was someone you'd never know. Nobody knew whether the white-robed gentleman would ever remove his veil in front of Yunqi in this lifetime. Chapter 368. In the middle of the night, the carriage slowly left Tianning's capital city. Han Yunqi had been exhausted from the past few days. She was planning to take a nap, but Long Fei ordered them to head southwest as soon as the carriage reached the outskirts of the city. There were 3 major disaster areas in Tianning this time, all of them in the central regions. The capital was in the north, so they should have headed south. Why did Long Fei want to head southwest? Han Yunqi was puzzled. Your Highness, could there be an ambush up ahead? Although news of Long Fei Ye's injuries had been kept secret, they still had to be on guard against that black-robed man spreading the news. There were plenty of people in Cloud Realm Continent who wanted Long Fei Ye's life, so they had to be extra careful. I'll take you somewhere. Long Fei Yi was leaning lazily against a high pillow, his eyes closed as he took a nap. He didn't seem like a seriously injured man at all, nor did he seem to care about the disaster relief. Where was he taking her at a time like this? Han Yunqi guessed that it had something to do with disaster relief, but she couldn't figure out the specifics, no matter how hard she racked her brains. She leaned against the windowsill and stared curiously at the night sky outside. She'd never taken this route before. Han Yunqi was so tired that she fell asleep as she stared and stared. But when she woke up the next morning, the carriage was still moving. Long Fei Yi was already awake, reading a few secret missives in his right hand. Han Yunqi scooted to his side and tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, where are we going? Just tell me. Long Fei Yi didn't even lift his eyes as he ignored her. Your Highness, just tell me. Your Highness, just tell me. I can't guess. It looks like we'll have to travel quite a distance. Han Yunqi wouldn't relent. Long Fei Yi didn't like to be disturbed when he was reading secret missives, but didn't lose his temper at all. He casually handed the missives over to Han Yunqi to read. The 3 letters all reported the same thing. The imperial uncle's estate was in a hurry to get rid of the grain. In 3 days, the imperial uncle's estate would have to hand over 1 million gold coins to the Ministry of Revenue. Over the past few days, the imperial uncle's estate had been in a hurry to sell off the grain in their possession. However, they had yet to sell a single grain. It wasn't that no one wanted to buy the grain, but that the imperial uncle's price was too high. The imperial uncle had embezzled the grain with the intention of selling it after the price of the grain had risen. However, he was forced to sell it ahead of time. The shrewd and greedy imperial uncle would definitely try to raise the price of the grain as high as possible. Furthermore, the imperial uncle's estate was in dire need of a large sum of money. If they didn't sell for a good price, how could they have enough? The imperial uncle's estate had to hand over 2,400,000 taels in cash to the Ministry of Revenue, and he had already handed over 1,200,000 taels a few days ago. Some of the 1,200,000 taels in cash was the betrothal gift the crown prince had given to Muluiwa. Some of it came from the imperial uncle's estate's treasury, and some of it came from the loan sharks that the imperial uncle's estate had borrowed. Of course, the imperial uncle's estate's assets weren't limited to 1,200,000 taels. However, the imperial uncle was too shrewd. He had been exchanging the cash for land and collectibles all this time, waiting for the price to rise. As a result, the imperial uncle's estate didn't have much cash left. Any random antique or piece of land would be worth a few 100,000 taels, or even a few million taels. However, these things weren't cash, and they couldn't be casually auctioned or pawned off. If they were to be sold, the imperial uncle's estate would lose face as well. There were quite a few rich people even among the royalists. However, the imperial uncle's estate was the wealthiest among them all. They were the royalists' biggest backer. The imperial uncle simply couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. Thus, the imperial uncle's only option was to borrow money from loan sharks on the black market and pay them a high interest rate in exchange for immediate cash. They had to keep it a secret. Although there was no way to get an exact figure, it was still possible to estimate that the imperial uncle's debt to the loan sharks and the money he had to hand over to the Ministry of Revenue added up to 2 million taels. Under these circumstances, if the imperial uncle's grain couldn't be sold for a high price, it'd be hard for them to break even, much less make a profit. Ordinary people wouldn't know such news. Even the noble circles in the capital who were used to eating imperial rations might not know. Instead, it was the merchants who traveled extensively and haggled over every penny who had sharp ears. They could hear the slightest rustle of grass in the wind. News of everything that happened at Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet had long spread. The sharp-eyed merchants smelled a business opportunity and predicted that the imperial uncle's estate would sell off their grain. There was no early riser without profit, and no crafty merchants without evil intentions. At a time like this, no one was willing to be a philanthropist and help the imperial uncle's estate. They would only loot a burning house and lower the price with tacit understanding. The secret missives were very clear. Someone had announced in Tianning's black markets that they were selling 30,000 dan of rice. The imperial uncle's estate had to be the mastermind behind such a large deal in times of famine. Everyone could guess, but they had no proof. Similarly, news of the imperial uncle's embezzlement had spread like wildfire, but no one had any evidence to prove it. It remained a rumor until now. After reading all 3 missives, Han Yunshi had a rough idea of the situation. She smiled and said, "Your Highness is planning to sell grain to help the people while arresting corrupt officials to rid the people of evil." But Long Fei Yi only shook his head. "No, your lordship is going to sell grain as well." This Han Yunshi was surprised. Is Long Fei Yi joking? He's going to sell grain when they're short on grain? Although he had a large stockpile of grain in his Jiangnan estate, he'd already donated a lot of it. Where was he supposed to find grain to sell? Even if he did have grain, selling it would only boost the morale of the other merchants. If such a vicious cycle continued, it would be detrimental to the disaster relief efforts. After all, the merchant's final goal was to sell the grain and get the silver from the imperial court. The imperial uncle still has 3 days. Your lordship wants him to lower the price by tomorrow. Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunshi came to a sudden realization at his words. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Your Highness, so you're the craftiest one. Craftiest? This was the first time someone had dared to curse Long Fei Yi in front of him, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he asked with amusement, "You understand?" Compared to the young ladies of this era, Han Yunshi knew far more than the other young ladies of this era. Of course, she understood. While the merchants were trying to lower the price of the imperial uncle's food, Long Fei Yi's interference by announcing that they were selling grain would undoubtedly cause the price of the imperial uncle's food to fall even further. In 3 days, the imperial uncle's estate would have to pay the Ministry of Revenue. Even if the imperial uncle didn't want to sell the grain cheaply, he would have no choice but to do so. A wise man would take advantage of the situation, while a capable man would create momentum. Long Fei Yi's actions were creating momentum. Presumably, the situation in the black market's grain market would change very soon. Of course, all of this was secondary. Long Fei Yi had only one goal in mind after all of this, and that was to find evidence of the imperial uncle's corruption. Only when the imperial uncle's estate really started selling grain would he have a chance to find witnesses and evidence. Otherwise, all of this would remain as rumors and conjectures. Long Fei Yi was quite surprised to hear Han Yunqi's explanation. He had to explain a bunch of things to Tang Li before Tang Li could understand. But Han Yunqi had understood everything from just one sentence. Even now, he still felt like he had underestimated this woman. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but he nodded as he listened. This was the greatest affirmation he could give to Han Yunqi. Once Han Yunqi finished her explanation, she struck while the iron was hot. She whispered, "Your Highness, this concubine has a guess, but I'm not sure if it's correct." "Speak," Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Han Yunqi snickered. She leaned closer and whispered, "Your Highness, this concubine guesses that you're just bluffing. You won't be able to sell a single grain." Long Fei Yi chuckled when he heard this. As he laughed, he lifted Han Yunqi's chin and reminded her with a mischievous expression, "Han Yunqi, being too smart isn't a good thing." However, Han Yunqi wasn't afraid of him. She slowly lowered his hand and said seriously, "Your Highness, I already told you that you're not allowed to use your right hand. It'll affect your wound." On the way back to the Duke of Qin's estate from the hidden pavilion, she had almost quarreled with him. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise and only allowed him to use his left hand. His right hand was absolutely forbidden. Although they were talking about serious matters, she was still constantly paying attention to his movements and his injury. Seeing Han Yunqi's serious little face, Long Fei Yi suddenly felt a sense of closeness. For some strange reason, he replied with a single word, "All right." Naturally, Long Fei Yi was going to take Han Yunqi to the black market. As the name implied, the black market was a secret marketplace, because it traded in items that the imperial court didn't approve of or things that cost far more than the market price, as well as illegal methods of money transfer such as usury and money laundering. It was called black. There were two large black markets in Tianning. One was located southwest of the capital and was called the Sky Domain Black Market. The other was located at the three-way battlefield between Tianning, Western Zhou, and Northern Li. It was called the Three-Way Black Market. The Three-Way Black Market was not only the largest in Tianning, but also the largest in Cloud Realm Continent. Many major cases that affected Cloud Realm Continent's economy originated from the Three-Way Black Market. If not for the fact that they were pressed for time, the imperial uncle's estate probably would have chosen the Three-Way Black Market instead of the Sky Domain Black Market. Because the Three-Way Black Market was located on the border, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. Moreover, the various factions within the black market were complex and complicated, making it difficult to unearth evidence. But this time they were pressed for time, which gave Long Fei Yi the perfect opportunity. Today at noon, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi arrived at the Sky Domain Black Market. The Sky Domain Black Market was located in a secret underground world. Its entrance was hidden in a barren mountain range. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were both covered in face masks. Long Fei Yi held tightly onto Han Yunqi's hand as soon as they reached the top of the mountain. They stopped in front of a black stele that was as tall as a man. Although it was broad daylight and the sun was high in the sky, the stele seemed exceptionally cold and gloomy. "This is the entrance," Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. Han Yunqi had heard of this black market before, but never expected it to be so secretive. She was still wondering when Long Fei Yi casually kicked the stele 3 times. Behind the stele, a pitch-black entrance slowly opened up. Soon enough, a hunchbacked old man carrying a lantern walked out. "Kicking the door with your feet! Are you tired of living?" the old man scolded as he slowly raised his head. Chapter 369. The old man slowly raised his head, giving Han Yunqi a fright. He was blind in one eye, his face full of wrinkles and ravines. Add that to his fierce expression, and he looked absolutely ferocious. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word, but tossed over an ingot of gold. Despite being blind in one eye, the old man's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble enough to catch it. He greedily bit down on the ingot and confirmed that it was real gold. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and even his voice grew warmer. "Sir, please come in." Han Yunqi glanced at the ingot and felt her heart ache for His Highness Duke of Qin. Just how rich was this guy to always be so generous with his money? He might have many businesses, but they shouldn't be that profitable. Outsiders might not know how rich he was, but she knew he had a limitless gold card and a bracelet worth as much as a country. Could it be that he dug up a treasure trove somewhere? The old man led the way as they passed through a cave and began to descend. Soon enough, a bustling underground world appeared before Han Yunqi's eyes. This could be called an underground city. Aside from the fact that it was underground, it was no different from a city above ground. The streets, shops, buildings, and all sorts of other amenities were present. The lights were bright, making it a city that never slept. Unlike the long-established three-way black market, the Sky Domain black market was formed after the founding of Tianing Country. As for whether there was anyone controlling it behind the scenes, no one knew. All they knew was that the so-called Sky Domain Association was in charge of this place. The members of the association were all major powers in the black market. The association was very lax in its management of the black market. All it did was collect protection fees from the traders. There were no restrictions on entering or leaving the black market. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. Of course, such laxness only hinted at the strength of the black market. It was so powerful that it didn't fear government officials investigating. Still, black markets had existed since ancient times in Cloud Realm Continent. The imperial court would only suppress and ban the smaller ones, but never the larger ones. Because the forces behind these big black markets were really complicated, it was very likely that a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. In the end, it was very likely that the imperial court would end up shooting itself in the foot, unable to clean up the mess. It had to be said that Long Fei Yi was taking a huge risk by coming to the black market to investigate the imperial uncle's corruption. This was because everyone who traded here was under the protection of the Sky Domain Association. Long Fei Yi stood on the opposite side of the Sky Domain Association. Once the truth came out, Long Fei Yi would become an enemy of the entire Sky Domain black market, perhaps even the entire Cloud Realm Continent's black markets. Han Yunqi followed Long Fei Yi around a few streets and saw a lot of things being sold on the spot. She whispered, "Your Highness, this is a bit risky. The imperial uncle's estate is even more despicable than Tianhui. We must get rid of them." Long Fei Yi was resolute. After taking Han Yunqi around a few times, they finally arrived at the grain trading district. Unlike the other districts, this one was very quiet and cheerless. Only a few stores were open, but there wasn't much stock in the stores. Although these stores sold their own grain, most of them were middlemen or informants. They only acted as middlemen and didn't do business. If someone wanted to sell grain, they'd find them, and they'd find a suitable buyer for the seller. Conversely, if someone wanted to buy grain, they'd find them too, and they'd help the buyer find a suitable seller. Some simply acted as middlemen, allowing the buyer and seller to make the transaction themselves. Others acted on behalf of the buyer and seller without ever seeing each other or knowing each other's identities. Of course, different types of transactions would result in different fees for the informants. Secret transactions like this were common on the surface as well. But here in Sky Domain Black Market, the informants were more professional and made more money. Han Yunqi didn't know much about these things. Long Fei Yi led Han Yunqi around as he explained the situation to her in a low voice. Han Yunqi was a smart girl and understood the situation at once. Long Fei Yi was very satisfied with her. The two of them pretended to be buyers and asked around in a few stores. Han Yunqi almost burst out laughing when she heard what they said. Almost everyone mentioned the 100,000 dan of grain, but no one mentioned the imperial uncle's 50,000 dan. Naturally, Long Fei Yi had purposely spread the news of the 100,000 dan of grain. He'd already stirred up the market before he'd even arrived. Originally, everyone was talking about the imperial uncle's 50,000 dan, but now no one was interested. Even the informants were too lazy to pull strings. "Shopkeeper, we can't afford 100,000 dan. Do you have 50,000 dan?" Han Yunqi asked modestly. "Dear customer, grain isn't expensive right now. 100,000 dan isn't much either. Do you really need that little bit of money to come here?" The shopkeeper chuckled. The higher the amount of the transaction, the higher the commission they would take. They naturally had to give up on the low to get the high. "Then, is 50,000 dan or 100,000 dan lower?" Han Yunqi asked again. 100,000 dan, 100,000 dan. Dear customer, you might not know this, but the seller of 100,000 dan is tight on cash and is in a hurry to sell it. Apparently, they're selling it at a low price. If you really want to buy it, this one can help you ask around. Look at how strongly they were recommending 100,000 dan. Long Fei Yi had only released the news that he had 100,000 dan of grain for sale. He hadn't even mentioned the price, but these people were able to fabricate so much information out of thin air. This was the market. When there was profit to be made, the dead could be said to be alive, and the black could be said to be white. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. As the rumors spread, everyone believed them. Some prices were raised, while others were lowered. The shopkeeper said he'd help ask around, which meant he wanted money. Naturally, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi refused. Most shopkeepers like this were scammers. For such a large transaction, they could only find another informant, not the person selling the grain. Judging from the current state of the market, it was easy to imagine how much the imperial uncle's 50,000 dan of grain had been pushed down. Long Fei Yi was still very satisfied. He took Han Yunqi into a small grain shop. After a secret code exchange, the shopkeeper personally led them to the back courtyard, where Chu Shifeng and a middle-aged merchant were waiting. Han Yunqi immediately understood that this was Long Fei Ye's lair in Sky Domain Black Market. "Master, they're meeting at the Lin clan's grain shop tonight. Only 3 big merchants are going. Yuqing's Lin clan, Yuzhou's Wang clan, and Luo City's Ouyang clan," Chu Shifeng reported. Ever since the auction, he'd been investigating the situation in the black market. If His Highness hadn't been injured and delayed for 3 or 4 days, they might have found the imperial uncle's representative long ago. Just 3. Long Fei Yi was surprised as well. There were originally 5 or 6. Chu Shifeng smiled. "But they're all waiting for Master's 100,000 dan. Who's the seller?" Long Fei Yi asked. Naturally, the seller was the imperial uncle's estate, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to use his own people. Long Fei Yi was asking about the people who'd come today. At this moment, the middle-aged merchant spoke up. "To reply, Your Highness, we still don't know who's coming today." This subordinate used many connections, but was still rejected. This merchant was called Wu Shu, the owner of this grain shop. He was also Long Fei Ye's informant in the black market. He'd visited the Lin clan's grain shop twice to ask for the 50,000 dan of grain, but had been rejected. Although the imperial uncle's estate was short on money, they were still cautious with their business dealings. If the buyer wasn't a regular or reliable customer, they'd refuse to even meet them, much less make a deal. If they couldn't infiltrate their ranks, then it'd be difficult to find any evidence. Of course, Long Fei Yi had already found out the location of tonight's trade. He could simply go and arrest the person himself, but he'd never give up any information. Doing so would be akin to beating the grass and startling the snake. They'd already forced the imperial uncle's estate to get rid of the grain, but if they couldn't find a buyer, then all their efforts would be for naught. Very soon, everyone fell into deep thought. Han Yunqi's eyes darted around before she suddenly grinned. Your Highness, Qinxia has a plan. Speak. Long Fei Yu was looking forward to it. Han Yunqi didn't disappoint. She grinned and said, Your Highness, how about we hold an auction for instant kills? Instant kills? Treasure hunters were familiar with the phrase, but Long Fei Yi and the rest didn't understand. Esteemed Wang Fei, what do you mean? Chu Shifeng asked timidly. Only then did Han Yunqi realize she'd spoken too quickly. She chuckled and said, Let's hold a rush sale and take out 10,000 dan of grain for everyone to buy. The price will be 10,000 dan for 10,000 taels. How's that? Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Han Yunqi quickly added, We'll hold one auction tonight, then continue tomorrow and the next 2 days. Chu Shifeng and Wu Shu were stunned by her words. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was his first time praising someone so directly. Han Yunqi, your lordship has to give it to you. 10,000 dan of grain was worth at least 30,000 taels on the black market. Han Yunqi had set the price at 10,000 taels, so no wonder everyone was scrambling to buy. Once the auction was held, it would definitely cause a stir in the black market. The Lin clan of Yu City, the Wang clan of Yuzhou City, and the Ouyang clan of Luo City would definitely know about it. Therefore, they might not go to the Lin clan's grain store tonight. The worst part of Han Yunqi's plan wasn't the price, but the timing. She'd said she'd hold a scramble for 3 days, which meant that she'd be in the mood to buy grain from the imperial uncle's estate during that time. Although 10,000 dan of grain was less than 50,000 dan, everyone would wait to see if there would be more such events after the scramble and whether the black market prices would continue to fall. Everyone who wanted to buy grain could afford to wait for 3 days, but the imperial uncle's estate couldn't. Once the 3 days were over, the imperial uncle's estate would have to pay the Ministry of Revenue. Thus, if they couldn't afford to pay up, they'd be desperate to buy grain. In other words, the imperial uncle's estate should pray Amit Ba whenever anyone tried to buy grain during this time. They wouldn't have any leeway to refuse buyers. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one admires you. Admirable. Wu Shu immediately clasped his hands respectfully. He'd lived most of his life and only admired His Highness, Duke of Qin. Today, he admired Qin Wang Fei as well. Naturally, he'd heard rumors about Qin Wang Fei being favored by the imperial uncle. He didn't believe it at first, but now he had to. Who wouldn't like such a smart woman? Wu Shu, do you have 30,000 dan of grain? Long Fei Yi asked. Since they were going to scramble for grain, they naturally needed to have it on hand. This subordinate will keep this bit of grain for your highness's sake. Wu Shu smiled. Tonight, the black market was destined to be restless.